People of the Rio Grande Valley, attention. We have brought to you rock bands from California and Texas for your enjoyment. Consider this a favor before we enslave your planet. Come to Cine El Rey in McAllen, Texas on June 14th. Purchase your entry using the link below.
Hello and welcome to the next episode of the Joe Martin Show. Today I'm here with Amani, so can you introduce yourself?
Hello, I am Amani. I would describe myself as a music artist from the Rio Grande Valley. Also, music artist, rapper, or whatever you want to call it. I make hip hop music, but I also make art rock and some indie genres as well. So, a little bit of both. I like to rap, I like to sing, pretty much.
How did you start actually start making music? Because again, I always tell people, it's one thing being able to listen to it, wanting to do it, but actually diving into producing your own music and taking off with a musical career, that's a whole different thing.
I would say, I've always loved music, but when it came to creating it, I didn't really take it seriously. I was making meme rap and things like that. This was way back in 2016 through 2018, and low key, the consequences of that was when I actually started to take it serious, I wasn't taken seriously. And that kind of, it definitely was disheartening for me, discouraging, just because I feel like every artist, you want to be seen as an artist, you want to be seen as what you're doing. You want people to recognize that, you don't have to have your music plastered all over the billboards and everything, but you want people, at least people recognize, hey, he makes music. But I wasn't even getting that. And it was killing me. And just so it just took a lot of self-discovery and just reflecting on, why I love music and why I wanted to create in the first place. And that was kind of the first step. I consume a lot of hip hop music and just, definitely in high school, that was more of my psychedelic rock phase. Well, not really a phase, but that's when I really got into it. I love psychedelic rock. And just since then, I would say that would be the journey and just, learning more things, getting better, just diving deeper into it ever since.
Mm-hmm. And who got introduced into the world of hip hop? Because I think it's very different. When it comes to rock, it's usually the parents. But then when I hear about rap or hip hop, it's usually a cousin or a brother, someone younger basically that introduces them to hip hop.
I would say for hip hop, I would actually credit my dad. I remember, and this is one of my craziest mind-blown moments that way I remember, but I remember hearing Kanye West songs, loving them, not knowing who the hell Kanye West was, which literally Life of Pablo comes out was around 2016 era. Kanye was in his prime with the Yeezy Adidas collab and everything. I was so I was under a rock the whole time. But I at the time my dad was a huge fan of Late Registration and College Dropout. Those are his favorite, but he was more of a Jay-Z fan, more of just, he was just classified as an old head.
Yeah.
Listen to those guys, listen to The Punisher, more Tupac, Biggie, and those guys. But just growing up and you play this on this was back then. So he would have the cassette tapes and the CDs. Wow. Yeah. Of all of those. And I'm just hearing these songs and it was just weird because I never really went out to, growing up, I didn't really have a phone or anything. I had access to a computer, and my parents weren't strict, but it was just more so I had a tablet, but I didn't have a phone. I got my first phone when I was 16. So when it came to finding music and things like that, I was just more on YouTube watching Happy Wheels Let's Plays and things like that, or seeing whatever's on MTV, which at the time Eminem was dominating.
Oh yeah.
And so actually, when it came to hip hop, I was actually consuming a lot of Eminem and Macklemore and things like that.
Is that what kind of influenced you to the meme rap? Because early on, Eminem was very kind of comedic in a way.
When it came to meme rap, honestly, I feel when it just came to me creating my first stuff, I think it was just more of a way for me to create things and not have to deal with actual criticism. It was just it was kind of comforting. I can put this out and not worry about criticism because it's not serious. It's a joke. But at the same time, I'm low key also learning how to make music. Now, granted, I'm making music on Audacity. If y'all even know what that interface is, that's
it's one of the most it's a free one. It's it's very different.
Hey, I ain't shaming it. Definitely got me started.
It's improved. From what I heard, it's really improved because before there was something I think it was destructive, where if you do an edit, it completely destroys the track rather than being able to go back. Now
If
they
you-
supposedly they've been updating it and now it's pretty good. So
I haven't checked.
We'll see.
I don't know. But I mean, that's what I was just making meme rap on Audacity. That's how it all started.
Yeah.
But actually, for alt rock, low key, I would actually credit my best friend Carmelo. He was like hella into Kuko. Shouts to Kuko. He came down in McAllen actually recently. I don't know if y'all went to see that, but we were up in there in the VIP section.
Nice.
Actually, man, I have some merch in my room. But he signed my hat actually, a little Kuko hat. I have like a shirt signed, man. Like I'm just good at like I be finding him after the show, and shoot. I'll send you some photos after the podcast, but yo, here's a photo of me and Kuko, y'all. And I think that just kind of like I don't know. I think just after like really, I don't know, seeing how much he loved him, I kind of like dove into that and just explored Kuko's music, and then that kind of like paved the way for like looking at other, like Tame Impala, I think like Empire of the Sun is what it's called, MGMT, all these other, I had a friend from high school named Ashley showed me The Neighborhood. I don't know if they're like in that, that sphere of influence, but that's kind of how I would give like the alt rock section was more just for like, that was influenced more of like by my friends, my peers.
it's very different from what I typically hear. It's usually
It's from the
other way around.
parents?
Yeah.
Well,
Because usually with the parents, they hear like the 80s rock. So like that leads you down the path of like, okay, let me discover 90s rock, 2000s rock. And it leads down that.
my dad was like, very like hip hop. He came from like, he's from New York, that whole, I was born in New York.
I think that's why it might have been the difference for people over there. Yeah.
But my mom actually, she listened to more like Christian, like gospel, like very clean music. And so it was kind of interesting. Like my mom was always like the one to be like no bad words. I couldn't even watch like Cartoon Network because I had the word stupid in it.
Yeah.
And so I don't know. So when it came to like consuming hip hop and things like that, yeah, a lot of that was kind of like censored. I'm trying to watch like any Eminem track. What I mean?
That's
all that like would be like, oh, that's a no. You're gonna get your tablet.
They're gonna get you the Kids Bop.
Yeah, put the Kids Bop. Man, actually, that reminds me. We did have some Kids Bop CDs actually. Now that I think about it, but we've grown past that. Yeah, actually, what is interesting is my dad. It kind of ties into when it comes to like what's influencing me is my mom was more like she was raised Catholic, and my dad he was raised Christian, but he converted into Judaism, and through that I ended up actually being baptized through birth, and also had my bar mitzvah.
How was that?
I'm sorry, not baptized at birth. Baptized when I was really young. It was. So I'll say from that standpoint, like people say, okay, well, are you Catholic? Are you Christian? Are you Jewish? I would say like in this current point of time, like I'm still kind of like figuring that out. I still like identify as Jewish. I would say that. But I mean, I don't know. I do explore like other literature. I mean, I got the Bible on me. I got the Quran and everything. Got all the good works. Just trying to expand my mind.
I think that's what's very like necessary for artists, that if they consume a lot of media, that's usually like when an artist is at their best. For me, like I really love comedians, and there was one who he would act silly, but like he was very educated, and this guy was Norm Macdonald. He knew, like he would always tell like people that he didn't want to be like the smartest person in the room. He would like act silly because no one likes to know it all. But like if you actually like pay attention to his background, like he would listen to he would read Russian literature and go to like all this different stuff that he would incorporate in his humor without making it obvious that he's like very studied.
I don't know how you pull that off. I feel like when you're like smart, like people, it's kind of hard not to, I don't know. It's kind of hard not to, I feel like for smart people, I would say my dad's smart for sure, but he definitely like can't, like he can't help but to like mansplain and jump in when there's something of like, I don't know, you always have like those actually I wouldn't say if you're a grammar Nazi you're not smart, but just by that alone. But I mean, I feel like there's some people like if you're smart and you just see something that's just like not true, or like just like someone's a little off in the knowledge, like I've always seen them jump
make
in.
a comment. Yeah.
They just can't help it. So I don't know. That might take a little patience on his regard, but trying to think. I would say overall, yeah, when it came to hip hop, like growing up, it was kind of hard to like immerse myself. Yeah. And then once I just grew up and had like, just through high school, I got my own phone, just had more freedom to explore the things. That's when I started developing like a much deeper. I grew up on old school hip hop, but then afterwards, I started delving into Kanye West. Now Ye, my bad. Which and it's hard. I'm wearing the Vultures merch. Actually, it finally came in the mail. I got the Vultures t-shirt and the sweatpants. So fun fact, Vultures collection. Still waiting on my Yeezy pods, but Tyler the Creator, MF Doom, man, and actually my friend Ruben put me onto him. And now recently JPEG Mafia, who's an experimental alternative artist. That's gonna be like. He's been actually my main inspiration for the album I just put out, Enigma.
Yeah, which is very different from some of your past work.
Absolutely. I think, and I would describe Enigma as, like, I say it's like a fun project. It's not like a project you're going to listen to and be like, it might be hit or miss. I don't know. It's been well received thus far. But when I was making it, I didn't really I wasn't really thinking about the audience. I was just thinking like, this is just music that I'm consuming that I genuinely like. And I fuck with the album. And from my standpoint, that's pretty much like all that mattered, which I think like as an artist, that should kind of be like the go-to. There's people that kind of worry too much about criticism. And that stops them from releasing projects, or they get into like a perfectionist mindset. Like, oh, this song's not ready yet. Oh, this and this and this. And it's like, man, there's a lot of songs in this world that like are absolute, probably might have won Grammys and things like that, but just have never been released because people are just still, trying to get that perfect mix or this or that. And it's like, you really got to break out of that and just, I would say like release the song. You can always take it down. Yeah. You know what I mean? I know if you're doing through a distributor, it might cost money, but hey, always, sound, that's why, I mean, people look down on people that like upload to SoundCloud, like, they have the whole term like SoundCloud rapper and things like that. But like SoundCloud is honestly like, I'll use SoundCloud to upload like demos and things like that and see like how the algorithm treats it and how people like, if I'm really looking, and it's not like all my songs, it's usually like some songs I'll release on the SoundCloud after I release just to have it there. But it's a good way to like gauge like, okay, just to have it there. Like, here's a song I might like not really feel like keeping on this album, or I might want to take down. Let's just see how it goes, so other people can listen to it, and then I just promote. Like, people can go to the link, or I don't know.
It's very interesting. Because some people complain about that. Where it's a great thing that the barrier of entry is lowered, because then a lot of people can start like pushing their music on there. But at the same time, it saturates a lot, and sometimes you're not gonna get the best songs exactly on there. But I mean, I think the overall benefit's better than the cost of. What's up?
Have you heard of the Russ method?
What's that?
So there's an artist named Russ. He's doing really successful independently, but he has like a method of like literally, I think like uploading like 2, 3, 4 times a month and like singles, just basically just keeping like consistent, hitting that algorithm, and it works. Like after a while, the Spotify algorithm will pick you up and you get streams. But low key in my mind, in the grand scheme of like the music industry and everything, I trace. I don't know if this is like crazy to say, but I like to think that I trace like all of the downfalls back to when Russ spilled that knowledge, because now you have so many artists putting out so many songs. Now they might be really great ones, but it's just like, definitely when it comes to the saturation of the music field right now, I blame the Russ method.
That's also very common with YouTube, where people start learning the YouTube algorithm. Like, you start like posting more content, that it starts pushing you, because again, it's I don't know, it feeds it. But like, you're gonna see so much like crappy videos, or like videos that shouldn't even have been made in.
It's awful. For videos and music, you end up having people that are just pushing out, when it's like, man, I know, like, I just said escape that perfectionist mindset, but there's still there's times where it's like, man, if you just like worked a little bit more, you know what I mean, or did this or that, it's like, you're so close. I know TikTok, there used to be like back then, and I used to do TikTok. Y'all check my TikTok, Amani Hip Hop. Y'all can scroll down and see like there's videos I've hit like 100K, a million. I was hitting that algorithm pretty regularly. But back then you only had to upload like one video a day, maybe once every 2 days, and you would still TikToks like would scan you and be like, oh, okay, like he's consistent. Now they want you to upload like 2-3 high quality videos every day.
Yeah.
And the standard just keeps getting higher and higher. And it's like they're squeezing out like all this juice from like creators, pause no Diddy. If we want to talk about that too.
Yeah.
It's just like nowadays, like I think there is a lower barrier to entry. Back then you needed like if you wanted your stuff on a mixtape, a vinyl, if you wanted your stuff even just to sound good, period, like have studio quality, you would have to get in touch with like, a label or something like that. If you wanted like your things on
a radio, especially just
on
to
a
be heard.
radio, pretty much if you just wanted to be heard, period, you wanted to garner a fan base, either you're putting up all this cost just, to print like vinyls and things like that. But now, I feel like nowadays, I would say like it is better. We, now that we have online streaming, now that we have just, distributors that work with independent artists, I think it's like the barrier to entry is, greater. But I think at the same time, the amount of work that you have to put in as an individual artist is also increasing. Like back then, you have people blowing up on SoundCloud off of just, one song, maybe TikTok wasn't even a thing at the time. You didn't have to make videos. You would just blow up, and they'll come find you. Now, if you're an independent artist, you're handling your own bookings. Yeah. Your app, your marketing, you're probably mixing and mastering your own stuff. You're probably recording, using all your own equipment. And it's like became easier to enter, but it's harder to move up.
Oh yeah.
Like in that sense. That's how I would describe it. I think in terms of like the Valley, I really do appreciate like the music community down here, just because I feel like it's a space where like the barrier to entry is like low in the sense that like it's a very welcoming community. And I've seen people, you still have to like work hard, but it's at the same time, it's like it is equally matched. I've seen people like they pop out, they go out to the, they go to the open mics, and it's like, I'm not saying like the quality is low at all. I'm just saying it's like you don't gotta be like, like you don't have to like be like the embodiment of like Michael Jackson or The Weeknd, or it's not like the pressure isn't on you to put out like a perfect record. Like people are gonna really appreciate, the good art that you're putting out. Like obviously if you have something, you pop out with like a single that you didn't really put that much work in, people will see that, it'll reflect. But I'm saying if you're a small artist in the Valley and you have like a piece of work that you really care about, and you're like still like, oh, should I show this to the world? How are people gonna really feel about it? I think this is like a perfect space where, you're not gonna get like your ribs crushed or, stomped over. Like people are actually gonna take like a genuine look at it and actually appreciate it. Like I feel like people really do care down here.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, you're not gonna like, and even if you do have like a bad performance, it's okay. It's just an open mic. Everybody's trying out new material. It's expected. Like you're expected to not do the best because again, it's just an open mic. Once you start performing, then it's when people are paying for tickets.
Because then there's money involved. Yeah. And low key, like money kind of makes things like, I would say like weird when it comes to like kind of like a necessary evil, because there's people that, especially in like the higher level of things, like let's say you're like a Travis Scott or like I don't know, Tame Impala, like you're signed to a label. It'll get, I feel like, I don't know, but I feel like there's some decisions that I've seen made by artists where I feel like there was money like influencing that decision. I mean, actually, I can say this for sure. This is definitely, I think it was French Montana. He released an album, the same album, and released 6 versions of the same album, and then dropped the album, each version as its own single as well. So now you have like, I think it's like 126 songs of like, and it's like you have one album, it's like sped up, slowed down, chopped and screwed. Like that is definitely not a creative decision. That's for money. You know what I mean? Like that you're trying to like squeeze every dollar. That is not like, that's definitely like some.
That's definitely not what Prince did, because Prince was like in a contract where he wanted to get out. So he like released like a bunch of like shitty albums just to get out of it. But if you're just doing that, I mean, come on.
That's like, come on, man. Like you ain't gonna find that. That's another thing. Like you're not gonna find that kind of like I'm gonna say like sellout type stuff in the Valley, man. Like, cause out here, especially in the local scene, I feel like I released an album, but it took me a while to even want to do that because I feel like releasing an album is asking a lot of people's time nowadays. If you're like a big artist, yeah, you're releasing albums. But if you're a small artist, it's like
either singles or EPs. That's it.
Singles, EPs, and that's fine. But I feel like my album's like 30 minutes. But I feel like, if someone listens and takes 30 minutes of their time and ends up like I low key like I feel like I've wasted their time, like man, like I'm gonna feel bad. But I really did care about this project. I don't think it is a waste of time. But I know like in the Valley, not even in the Valley, just in general, people don't really listen to full albums. They listen to their own playlists or listen to singles. Like when I listen to an album, I do have to find time for it and actually hunker down. And because I feel like an album, especially when the track list matters, I see it as like an experience. Why didn't you just put these out? Like I have 11 songs. Why weren't they just 11 singles rolled out throughout the year? Which low key, that's what they recommend for a smaller artist. That's how you catch the algorithm because you have 11 entries. When you release the album, that's just one like mark.
One big drop, yeah.
Yeah, that's one drop on Spotify. They're like, okay, he's dropped once. They don't versus like 11 drops spaced, throughout.
It's kind of like with television and Netflix, where sometime before it was like very common for Netflix to drop a whole entire season. You watch it one huge binge, and then that's where the word binging came from.
Yeah.
But then now, like you see them do like weekly releases where it's every Thursday, every Saturday they'll drop one episode, and that's it to build up hype. Let people talk about it, and then okay, next episode, let's go through that.
There's all kinds of like different strategies in just content releases. I know like they call this one like the waterfall strategy, where it's like if you are gonna drop an album, just release like a couple singles on the album first and promote each one like hella. And low key, I kind of did this for Enigma, and so they'll garner streams. So then when you release the album, what you can do is release those singles onto the album.
Oh yeah,
and that's what I did. I dropped an EP called Capital. But then I was like, low-key, there's one song on Capital that I really like. I came back and I was just like, I really didn't like, but I just put it on there just to make it an EP. But I put Gimme My Motherfucking Grammy and Wake Up onto Enigma. Again, they already had streams, so already my album already is beginning with streams. And it's like a couple thousand because I was promoting and performing Wake Up and Gimme My Motherfucking Grammy like all throughout the fall of last year, 2023. Y'all can check my YouTube. I have my clips of those open mic sets. Actually, let me talk about that actually, because that is an interesting story. Going back to how like, my journey as an artist, because like I said, I was making meme rap for a while. And, I feel like, if you have a real passion for music, that's something like deep with, inside of you. And I think it was just only a matter of time for me to want to like step things up, take it more seriously, because I do have like, I feel like I do have a lot of ideas and songs inside of me that I just really wanted to get out. And it just really started from there. I started looking at other places. This is around like 2020. I'm looking for like like-minded people to make music with, and other shows to like express myself.
Where would you search? Because that's something that people sometimes struggle with. Like when it comes to finding the scene, did it even exist? First of all, what did you use? Like Google, Instagram. What did you use exactly? And how did you like find it exactly?
I was looking up just open mics near me.
Okay.
Rap shows near me. Things like that, and that's how you find the people in that sense. That's kind of how you find those contacts. On the posters, they'll show you can see who's running the show.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's kind of like your connect. That's kind of like how I would say like that would be like your 101 to networking. You can see like who's running the stuff, and then you kind of go down the rabbit hole. Okay, so this guy the guy putting on the show can probably put you on and help you meet like a bunch of different artists because there's people reaching. Other people are going to him. So it's just like you don't have to like even you don't even have to connect with the people performing in that band. Performing in that show either. But it's just after.
Yeah, the reason I ask you that is because there's always that thing like, oh, there's nothing to do in the Valley. But I'm like, if you really want to look for a show, why don't you put like music show near me or like rock show near me,
Google
rap show?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I just get curious about that, like how people actually find it. So
I use Google.
Yeah.
And it's like low key annoying when people ask me questions that they could Google. Yeah. And it's to the point where I will Google it for you, screenshot it. When someone asks me a question, I don't know if this is like a dick move, but I don't do it often. If it's something like, I don't know. Hey, but I'll screenshot and send it to them. Be like, here you go.
Yeah.
Saved you the trouble. I don't know. I find it funny, but that's something I'll do. Google is an amazing resource. There's a lot of, obviously, but I'll actually explain more because Google is so much more than that. People have to understand. I'm gonna drop some sauce for y'all, but Google is not just a search engine. Google is literally like structuring and putting together your internet in the sense that Google is the one that's actually looking at, like when you search something, like you're searching the Joe Martin show.
Yeah.
How does Google even know like to show Joe Martin show podcast and all the related videos?
Yes.
Google has to.
SEO. Yeah. Search engine optimization.
That's it.
Yeah.
Search engine optimize. Okay, so you already understand like a little bit.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
I say that just because I've spoken to like business owner. I'm on the small business committee for the city of Harlingen. Just fun fact.
Oh shit.
Another fun fact. But there are business owners that don't
They don't understand
like how I want people to see my restaurant, see my page. How can I deliver more traffic? How do I get from search page number 2 to the first search
yeah,
page?
that's the coveted spots.
I had to learn that because when I was barely starting off, I wanted to be just Amani, but I had to have my name Amani Hip Hop because when I uploaded through DistroKid, they literally told me there were so many Amanis, they were no longer accepting any new Amanis. I was like, yo. And so I've heard other people be like, oh, I'm thinking my artist name. Oh, I don't want to be this because there's already another band. Like, dude, I began when there were literally so many, they wouldn't even let me. The fact that they'll let you choose your artist name and let you have that, I was saying, like, get out of that. Like, if you really want the artist name, do it.
Yeah, if you have a very common name, don't even go with it. Because again, that's what happened to me. Jose Luis Martinez. All of it is completely common names in Mexico. Yeah. So I just chopped it up. Joe Martin Show. Easy.
I saw it as a challenge. I was like, what I did was I began as Amani Hip Hop. Mm-hmm. And so that was like my old name and everything. And I was going to basically gain traction and then I did a name change request through DistroKid. So I got an Amani Hip Hop, did name change request to change it to Amani, and then they let me. But I'm going to tell you this, like I would not recommend this. Doing a name change request is really one of the most like headacheing processes through distributor. They won't change your profile name. Like you think like they could just go to Spotify. Okay, here's Amani Hip Hop.
Yeah.
No, they'll make a whole new page and everything. You'll lose all your followers, everything, all your streams and everything. You have to manually send each song. Oh, okay. And then you put your request in. All right, move these songs over here. Oh, you missed one. Okay, let me go back and da. Apple is the worst with it.
What did they do?
To this day, I did my name change request. They won't change the name. They said, okay, we have to create a new page. I was like, okay, fine, whatever. Like Spotify did that for me. I'll do it. And so I requested that and I released Enigma and I thought I was good. And they still put it on the old Amani Hip Hop page. So if you go to my music on Apple Music, it still says Amani Hip Hop, which is like really annoying. But it's not that big a deal. I mean, as long as people are able to like access my music, it's great.
But it is such a hassle just to go through all of that.
Exactly. But I had to learn but back then people couldn't even search my music because there were so many Amani, so many like they're just vastly more popular.
How did you figure out like how to make your name more like, I guess?
And that's SEO. And I basically have to think in the mind of like Google's trying to figure out who I am and you have to give them content. Easiest way I'm gonna say is just make especially with ChatGPT and AI. Huge sauce. That's my cat meowing. What I was doing, I'm gonna finish this first. What I was doing was I was like basically writing my own blogs and I would tell ChatGPT like all the information and things like that. I know like it's kind of controversial when it comes to art. I feel when it comes to text generation, like that's okay. It saves I could have typed without AI, I would have been typing these blogs myself, I will say. But it saves me so much time. I was able to type if I was doing a release, I was able to basically publish on medium.com, Google Blogger, Tumblr, WordSpace. You can all get your free like website and they all contribute like to your SEO, like to that. And Google sees those text entries, those blog posts, and actually compiles a profile. I don't know if you've like seen like the Google Knowledge panels, and you can like claim them, things like that. But you can basically do that to form that. I know like if you make your Genius Lyrics profile or put your stuff on that contributes to it as well. And so they're looking and they're trying to find like, I've just looked. Oh, actually, you know what? This is the easy method. Search up other artists or that are similar to you in the same like, level or, same genre that are like around your level, even in the Valley, and see what comes up on Google for them. So I was searching up Amani or Amani music artist or Amani hip hop, seeing all the people that came up. And then you see, okay, oh, this is the blog website. Oh, this is this guy. Okay, these are coming up about Amani. And what I would do is I would submit, like I would go to those blog websites and I would say, hey, reach out to them. So, pretty much do that. Or see, okay, Google is grabbing this part from their YouTube bio actually to explain this artist. Okay, let me give myself a short bio in my YouTube bio, which I didn't have that before, but now I do. It says like born in Queens, New York, based in Rio Grande Valley. So biographies, like Google grabs that from YouTube. I know they grab that from Genius Lyrics, which you can upload. And these are all free. Some blogs will, some places will be like, oh, you want us to write about you? Give us like $10-$30 or something like that. Which I think if you're paying for one, when it comes to like marketing, things like that, I don't think paying for blogs is a bad idea because it makes you more searchable. Yeah. Depending on the note. Like if Double XL did a piece on any artist from the Valley, immediately when you search up that Valley artist, top of the page. Yeah. Just because that's how. And especially
if that publication has like repertoire with that genre.
Exactly.
Like XXL or XL, whatever. That would like blow up everybody. That would blow up the artists themselves because then you have all this community that already listens to your kind of music and then it just does the job for you.
But I feel like that's something that, I've had conversational art, SEO never comes up. There's just not things that, but at the same time, I will say when it comes to music, you don't have to be like, these are things that I cared about just because that's what I want. When it comes to other people's artistic journeys, it's okay. Like you don't have, if you want, there's artists that honestly like are amazingly talented and they want to kind of be like very underground, like very undiscovered. Like, okay, if I pop out, like it's a rare sighting. Like I'm here. Okay, now I'm not like that. That's just their thing. Some people don't want to be. I'm not like trying to be like famous or whatever. That's not my thing. I'm not gonna say, oh, some people don't want to be famous. I think the way you can
word it, like used to be safe, is that you want your music to be found at the very least. Because there's no point of releasing music if no one's gonna find it in the beginning.
Yeah. I just like the feeling. It's the same way, like if I do a music video and I put like a chain on or something, or I have like a cool car in it. I don't know. I like the fluff. That's just me. But it's not like I'll say you don't necessarily need that. Like you don't need the SEO. You know what I'm saying? I just know there are some people that really want to get their music out there. That is one way to do it. There's other artists. I will say, actually, shouts to Melodrama. Actually, I had a conversation with him quite a few months ago. I asked him like why, what inspired him, why is he, doing music? Why does he create? And he explained it in just the terms of like, I don't know. He just showed a very like deep, profound appreciation of it, and he was just more so just like reflecting his experiences and kind of like the way he saw was he's very like in tune and connected with like the universe, and he's kind of borrowing that energy and giving it back.
Very hippie-ish way of saying things. Yeah.
But his music is like real. Like I connect to it every time. Like there was a time where I had to leave a show early because I had work in the morning and I was like already tired. But then I see him walk up stage and I was like, I'm gonna stay. Melodrama is, oh my god, he's really good. I was able to play on the same show as him one time. Actually, it was such a, I would say like kind of an honor, kind of like a milestone for me. I saw him and I was like, oh my goodness, like it felt like so nice to be on the same I guess like lineup or poster. It was for like an art night up in 707. So 707 Coffee House, y'all go check it out. They have a really nice venue. I think, which is interesting because they're actually like in a residential area,
which can cause trouble sometimes.
So they can have the shows like too late, but I know I guess Airy Arts Wiz is putting that together. And also shouts to barbecue promotions, bootleg barbecue. They be throwing down on that. They make some chicken ramen. They hooked me up with some ramen one time, and I was just like, "Yo, this is fire."
It's badass.
But yeah, there's a lot of artists that also like they're you'll see like on the extreme end, you'll see like, and typically I've seen them in a lot of rappers, like they're really trying to push that single out like as if their life depended on, to the point where they're like DMing people
It's a
like
hustle
their
culture.
links,
Yeah.
hustle culture, and people seen as like this is how I'm gonna make it out, like they're seeing it like as like a way out of their current situation, like they they really want like the money from it. And that kind of, when that happens, I feel like it kind of like corrupts and distorts your creative outputs and values. And I kind of fell into that a little bit starting out, because then I was thinking of like, oh, I'm gonna put out this song. Oh, like how many streams will this get? Is this gonna perform? Like, can I perform this well? Yada yada yada. And it started getting to the point where like there's a song that did blow up to like 70,000 streams way back when I barely started. I was Amani hip hop. And it's called Lonely Freestyle. And that, I was trying to chase that momentum and trying to basically make songs like that. And it just really fucked with me to the point where I'm just like, I would get writer's block. And it was just really just, I wasn't even able to, it got to the point where I was just not releasing anything for months. And that's when I knew, I was like, hold on, I need to like go way back. And I started talking to like a bunch of other artists and just figuring out like, like, why am I doing this? Just looking into myself. Like, I used to listen to classical music, like through like middle school, on top of like listening to rap.
How did you get into classical music in middle school?
In middle school, I was doing like a music class for one, and then later also, and stretching to high school, I was doing like percussion for like a couple years.
Oh, okay.
So we, I don't know if there's like any like pictures of footage of me out there, but I was doing like a full orchestra. We were playing, I was just playing I was doing mostly like the snare drum, and sometimes I rotate, do the bass drum or timpani.
Timpani, that's a really interesting one.
Timpani was real fun. And yeah, I don't know, just listening to classical music came like with it. But at the same time, like I always had a love for hip hop. I was also listening to hip hop, but also I was listening to a lot of pop music, which nowadays I don't enjoy pop as much, I'll be honest. But back then I really liked it. But I think that was mostly because of my sister. But she put me on to like a lot of like Katy Perry and Taylor Swift and things like that. Definitely like 100% like Katy Perry would be like the main like pop artist that I enjoyed. Like,
even then, they would go through different trends. Like, like the early 2000s, there was like a lot of EDM music that everybody started like incorporating into their music, and R&B kind of like slowly faded off.
R&B's coming back for sure. I remember like, when I know Skrillex was making music for like a long time, but then when he like came out and people were like really, it was just during that whole like MLG era with the Mountain Dew and everything. That's when he was popping out, and things like that actually make me want to like, it was things like that made me want to like take a step back and be like, yo, like take my time, actually focus on my craft. I'm putting out like I didn't release this stuff. The things I'm talking about, like I haven't released it, but it was the things I was making like in my room, and I was just like, yo, this is shit. This is not like the real me. This is not what I actually want to put out. Like I mentioned with Skrillex, he was making music for several years before he actually blew up and made like a massive.
And even before he was
presence.
Skrillex, he was I think like he was like in some kind of like punk band, I think, or rock band. I don't know.
It was something else. I forgot the name. But nowadays, you can see this for so many artists where they were making music for a long, long time. Look at Jelly Roll. You know what I mean? And it just got, it'll just happen. It'll come naturally. You don't have to even think about it. If it takes a decade, it takes a decade. If it takes that long. Now, obviously, it's hard not to look at like streams and look at those things because, you really care about this work of art. You're going to care about like everything surrounding it. But I really want people to just trust, like, you don't, if you, like, the best thing for you is just to just believe in yourself, focus on making the best thing that you can make, and not try to like chase streams or fame or nothing like that. It'll just have faith. It'll come naturally. If you really want it, if you're really manifesting it, then, so let it be. But, if you're chasing like, views and things like that, it's going to reflect in your music.
Because, you see that with the movie industry where right now it's very focused on like, how do we make the most amount of profit? So you have a lot of sequels, a lot of, cinematic universes. Like that's becoming a trend. That's what everybody's trying to chase. And like creatively, like Marvel right now, like people they fell off because they followed this formula. It worked in the beginning, but now it's just people are tired of it.
I'm really upset at Marvel for that.
Yeah.
I am a huge Marvel fan. I've seen every single Marvel movie, whole Endgame, everything.
Yeah.
Read the comics. Spider-Man's my favorite superhero, especially because homie's from New York, from I think Queens, New York specifically too. So me and Spider-Man, you know,
same area.
Very happy that is it a coincidence, man? My favorite superhero actually went on to be like the main thing that Disney is like trying to like the main superhero now. Like I was so happy about that.
Yeah.
It feels so good that like that's like their baby now, and they're really trying to make like guaranteed. I'm gonna see so many Spider-Man movies in the future, and I'm so happy knowing
Even
that.
now they're releasing like all the previous films. They're like the Tobey Maguire ones. The what's his name? I forgot who was the Amazing Spider-Man. I forgot his actor's name.
Andrew
Garfield.
Garfield.
And so like they're releasing all these films and they're pushing Spider-Man
I love it. More Spider-Man. Spider-Man forever. And the the Spider-Man multiverse whole thing, those the Miles Morales, like those are so good. And they're actually putting like really like a lot of time and effort into those.
And they're even making spin-offs of those shows, of those movies as well. So it's
I love it. But with that, a lot of movies are like it just goes back to just chasing the money.
Yeah.
Value of it
really
ruins
limits creativity,
art.
in my opinion. Yeah.
Exactly. And I will say, I'm trying to think what else. And when it comes to putting out music,
A lot of what you're saying is basically like it's like in movies, like in the movie circles, it's called like committee thought or whatever, where you have like a giant committee. They all argue on like what's the best way to make the most money, and then that releases rather than a single person having their vision and then doing their work.
or better yet, they'll see someone pop off, and then you'll see like a bunch of clones of that exact style.
Yeah.
And especially in rap, they'll say it in rap songs, just like a rapper blow up, and then they'll have like a song or a bar like mentioning like, oh, now I got all these clones. Let me see, like, I mean, Playboy Cardi woke up to.
Wasn't there some kind of rap beef about that, like where who made who and all that stuff?
Rap is really interesting. I love rap in the sense that like I feel like there is like a competitive element in it. I feel like there's so many ways to excel. You know, I don't think like, I mean, it just makes, especially like the GOAT discussion when it comes to like sports, you know, when it comes to hip hop, it just makes things like exciting, you know, the same way. It's just like it's just, you have like, I don't know, some people might see it as like a negative thing, but I think it's like, it just adds that like extra something to tune. Like if you have someone that you support, an artist,
Yeah, it's like sports, basically.
going up against another artist, like I can't say now because man, K-Dot took this one, man. I was gonna think like, oh, like how K-Dot's going up against J. Cole, but for context, J. Cole and Kendrick Lamar had a little rap beef, or you know, a little back and forth diss battle, and J. Cole apologized for even dissing him in the first. I was like, no, man.
Yeah.
Like, I get it, you know, he wants to like, I mean, I understand it. He explained it like in his concert. At the same time, man, I was really expecting like a showdown of, because I haven't seen like a real like rap beef since like the whole like
It's been a while.
Ye Drake stuff. But even then, there's just like mostly like some petty stuff. But like now we actually have like a lyricist versus lyricist. I will say for the record, like I would put Ye as like one of, you know, I definitely like I could say one of my favorite artists, one of the best artists when it comes to rapping and lyricism. It's safe to say he's not like, I wouldn't even put him in like top, definitely not top 10 of lyricists for sure. Kendrick, you know, Drake's, he's got ghostwriters, you know what I mean? So it's like nobody's taking like the lyrics that serious. But when it came to Kendrick and J. Cole, oh, come on. I was like, oh, it's going to be a bloodbath. It's going to get like, it's going to get really, yeah. And Kendrick's verse was really crazy on, I think it was Like That with Future and Metro Boomin. And then, you know, J. Cole releases his stuff, and I will say I was a little disappointed, but hey, you know, still J. Cole, amazing artist. K-Dot, one of the rap goats for sure. He's got classic albums. If you look up literally one of the best rap albums of all time, I think the top one is literally a Kendrick Lamar album, and then another Kendrick Lamar album like following down. Literally, yeah. I think it's To Pimp a Butterfly was number one, and then we got like Good Kid, Mad City like later down. Like I forgot what website, but I don't know, but.
I think like it's really interesting because I listen to like a lot of classic rock. Obviously, one of the artists who like these like when you're making it when an artist crosses over to like a different genre. So when it came to that, to Pimp a Butterfly, David Bowie, like he wanted to make like a new album, and he said like, you know what, I don't want to do rock and roll anymore. Like I've done that in the '80s, whatever. I want to do something different. He said that his last album, which was Dark Star, it was inspired by To Pimp a Butterfly.
Wow.
That he wanted to do something completely experimental, change it up, and it was due to that album.
Speaking of that, actually, I've actually gotten specifically that kind of praise when it came to Enigma, my album. Just because like people were saying like, yo, you know, you basically showing like you're not afraid to like try new things.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's something like there are people that are afraid to put out things just because it might not be like, you know, well received or accepted. And I think like that's something I wanted to do. Like I put out Enigma and I was like, fuck it. Like these are definitely like some new sounds I haven't really heard much else in other than like alternative or experimental genres. I'm gonna do it. Mm-hmm. And you know, it's just kind of like, you know, let's go. Like I hunkered down, I released it, and you know, it's been going well. Hey, it could have been like I could have released it and everyone's like, yeah, nah, this is just not it. Like it's different. We don't really mess with it. Especially down here, like in the Valley, I feel like hip hop isn't like as appreciated versus like bigger cities like Houston and Dallas and like, you know, New York City and things like that.
Does the Valley have its
Chicago.
own like sound to it? Because when people talk about like rap, people like every city has like their own sound that gets like you can kind of tell where it's from. Does the Valley have any of that or no?
The Valley, man. I feel like it's hard to, because like there like places like Houston, like that's like one city. Mm-hmm. The Valley is comprised of like many different counties and cities as well. Like I mean, like what's the Harlingen sound versus like the McAllen sound? I've seen, there's just a bunch of different scenes down here. I mean, I went to like a new metal show like last month. The Valley sound. I mean, honestly, I feel like it would mostly be that shit with the accordion and the fucking, I don't know.
No, but I meant for like rap, because even rap.
When it comes to rap?
Yeah, when it comes to rap.
Oh, you know what? There's definitely a Valley sound when it comes to rap, actually. Yeah. Definitely, I feel like that is mostly like artists from, you know what? Actually, when it comes to the embodiment of like the Valley rap sound, I would say I found it most in like artists like, I would say shouts to Gavino for sure. Mm-hmm. First that comes to mind when it comes to like Valley rap. I feel like he represents like pretty heavily for sure. I mean, he's got like his album Dots, Don't Overthink Shit, which there's a lot of times I even think like, man, like I gotta stop I'm an overthinker.
Same.
And I overthink. I actually low-key think like of that album. Like, oh, don't overthink shit. And I'm like, right. Thanks, Gavino. And I actually Gavino, I would give a lot of credit to him when it comes to like the Valley rap scene. He's like very in tuned. I mean, his own album, he's got like 2-3 other Valley rappers like featured on it. I think we got like Ozzy and Jake the Wagon Man on there as well. So he's already been, when I came in, which was like, I'd say like last year around like September, October, I remember, I was putting out music and I finally kind of mustered up the guts I haven't performed in a while. I kind of stepped away to like focus on my craft and, you know, just step away from the scene. And I came back in, but the scene I was in, it was like a Harlingen scene, which was kind of like barely being upheld. The people that were upholding that, like they already like moved on and did other things, either moved out the Valley or something like that. Or, you know, I know one, Matt M, I think he started a family, so he kind of like stepped out of that. He used to host the open mic at the Luna, but now I host the open mic every Tuesday, Luna Sky Lounge, Harlingen, Texas.
Check it out.
That's where it's at. But also, bigger shout out to, I'd say, the Flying Walrus.
Oh yeah,
up in McAllen, open mic every Wednesday, because that's actually that's kind of where everything really like began for me in terms of just like the Amani that people in the Valley know was really crafted from there, me performing there. And you can see my first ever open mic performance of the Walrus on my YouTube. I filmed like the first 3 sets and other shows, and I really like just treated it as like a full performance. I gave it like my all and everything, and it was like some different shit. Like I saw the people's reactions. I was playing the songs like Wake Up, which is now an Enigma. I was playing that way back in September, and that was like some weird shit that I feel like at the time, I was people's like in the audience were like, what the fuck is this? Because I don't know if you've, but I was like dancing and I had like a mask on and everything, and I'm going like, wake up, and then the whole production's going crazy. And people were just like, huh? And then I see them like, as my set goes on, they're like, oh, okay, like, all right, like, let's fucking go. And then I, now then I basically made my debut like presence, like, yo, I'm Amani, here I am. But that first day, I didn't know who was anybody or anything. I kind of like, it might not seem like it, but I do kind of have like a passive social anxiety. Like I do, I do go to therapy, very, very like about like once a month, just to like, I feel like it's like good for everyone to go to therapy. I feel like there's a lot of people down here that definitely need therapy for sure.
That's not gonna do well.
I will say no. I will say two things about that. But first, I mean, I had a line in my album. It was on Hallelujah. I said like, they tell me all this shit like I'm the therapist. Matter of fact, you should probably get a therapist. Usually, I don't like rhyming like
word for word. Yeah,
I don't like doing that. But on this album specifically, I was basically breaking like all like the predetermined rules I set for myself that I haven't really done before. I don't like rhyming the same word with the same word. Like I don't like hearing other songs, but that album I put out like the strangest bars. I put a BBW in my BMW. Like, hey, like I got these, like I was putting out everything, like things I normally wouldn't have done. Like that's Enigma. It's just some strange ass
out of
shit.
Your comfort zone. That's exactly the whole thing.
Yeah. But I will say when it comes to, and there's other episodes. I say shouts to Steven on his episode of Joe Martin podcast. He really goes into depth on mental illness.
Yeah.
And so I would say I'll barely touch on it because I really recommend y'all check out Steven's episode on that. I'm not sure if Jake the Wagon Man touched on that as well. But
he talked about some of the stuff.
When y'all see his episode, go check out him and Steven's episode for sure. Steven's also like a fucking Valley staple when it comes to the community, man. Definitely like,
he's a really great person. Like if you're gonna like trust anybody with their opinion, because when it comes to rap scene specifically, there's been rappers who like reach out to me like, hey, I want to be on a podcast. Sometimes you can tell like who are just like chasing clout.
Yeah.
And so normally like I have a barrier where like if you're gonna talk to me, like if you're a rapper and you want to talk to like be on a podcast, you have to go through either Gavino, Steven, or someone I know I can trust them and say no that person.
Those are the guys, man.
Those are the guys. Like they're really passionate about it. They know what they're doing, and it's great.
And that's honestly when it comes to, I'll call it like networking, but with them like. I don't really like I didn't really like see it as network. I didn't really make it a point to actually go out and like network other than when I was like, if I'll call it networking if it's like if I see a show poster and I'm hitting up like so and so, do you have a slot to open up, which I think is like not a bad idea either. If you're starting out and you see like a lineup or a poster, sometimes bands drop out, that happens. You can always hit up a promoter, hit up the person running the show, just being like, hey, can I open, you have any time or, just saying, hey, in case a band drops out, like, I'm here or this and that, worst they can say is no. Yeah. I don't think it's really like an annoying, like, oh, this artist hit me up if he could be on my show.
Because even if you say no for a future show, they'll be like, okay, yeah, this person reached out to me. They're interested. Let me go get them.
Especially if they see you like still being consistent with it since the last time, like, you still like making music and going out in the scene, working on your craft, going to open mics. That's a great way to be discovered. That's how I would say I got like discovered. Like I was performing at the open mics literally like every week or every other week, like literally for months until someone was like, hey, I think it was Steven. He was like, hey, like I like your shit. It's definitely different. It's definitely strange. But I feel like there's some people that I think it's a sound that I think people would like to hear, and so I was put onto the Chroma show, which by far is still like my favorite performance of all time. I was doing like, I gave that one it was like the first show I was put onto, so I gave it like everything. I was doing like wardrobe changes, like I was wearing like multiple layers, and I could quickly like do a different, and it was like a whole thing, man. And then I got put into the suicide awareness show, and that set is on YouTube, but the audio is really bad. The way I was doing it for my camera was, I don't know.
Next time you could ask Gavino or Julian to like record the music directly from the board.
Yeah,
that should help you out.
Well, now, yeah, now I know.
Yeah, now you know. But...
well, I didn't know that, but you told me now.
Yeah,
thank you for that. So tip for y'all. And it was really just I went to shouts to Julian for putting on that open mic. I saw his episode and he was explaining. So check out his episode as well. He explains like the origins behind that. Really just want to give people like a platform. and
Yeah.
being able to perform with like a full backline and everything that most artists don't have the opportunity, or you get to perform and it's official, man. You feel
Yeah.
really good. You're in like an actual venue performing, your open mic set to other people, and there's typically like other promoters and people there that can help you out, or just other like-minded artists that you can collaborate with. And when it came to that, I don't think I would say like I really made like genuine homies there. Like it's not really like there's obviously like there's people I've collaborated with, there's people that I've done shows with, but it wasn't really through like me like intentionally like networking. Like
Yeah.
I was just there. Gavino was actually the first person to approach me, and he was like, "Hey, I really liked your set," and I was like, "Oh, thank you." And I asked him, this is like a funny memory of mine always, but I asked him, I was like, "Oh, what do? You do like music or something?" He goes, this is my Gavino impression. He's like, "I was the one running your lights, fool." And I was like, "Oh, snap." I was like, "Oh, thanks, man." But lo and behold, that was the Gavino of, the Valley. And he was like, he welcomed me with open arms. And, I'd say like, yeah, man, I mean, huge credit to them, him and Steven, just because I feel like a lot of the shit like wouldn't have really been possible or happened without them. I don't think they even realize. I mean, I feel like they have a feeling, but from like it's kind of hard to have that self-awareness when you're in it, especially as artists. It's hard to see how other people see you, and that's really important to know. Like you got to have a good gauge on how people like even see you, and market yourself and brand yourself. But I would say for Steven and Gav, like I see them as like the fucking staples, especially when it comes to hip hop. I'm saying like, I mean, attention to all Valley rappers, man. Like if y'all wanna scruff, if y'all wanna tussle, man, if you can't, if y'all want somebody to compare yourselves to, shoot, I would say me and Gavino. I'll throw it down. I'll rap battle anybody, all in good faith, all good, all in good sport.
People should try to do that. Like have a genuine rap battle at the wars or something.
I've talked to Gavino about it, but at the same time, I feel like people would.
Some people might take it too personal. Yeah. You start seeing the Instagram notes.
Yeah, and just people just getting like way at it, like what if somebody brings up like some family member or something? Hey, I've seen rap battles where they get violent, and I don't know if I was ready for that.
When there's a lot of alcohol involved. That's yeah.
But I will say, freestyling, we don't have to rap battle, but you could definitely see who where people stand in freestyle. I feel like freestyling is kind of like a not like a dying art, but I don't see a lot of rappers, like especially mainstream rappers. You don't see them freestyle man, I watch these, man, they're not coming to mind right now, but you don't see a lot of mainstream rap artists like freestyle anymore. There's one with like a number. It's like Hot 97. There's that one. There's man, I forget, but I know like when they freestyle, the beats got like Gangsta Weezy on the beat tag. But like those radio shows, people come on, they freestyle. We don't see that much in the Valley, but there are some people that I've seen freestyle, and if you freestyle as a rapper, instant respect. I've freestyle. I had like a freestyle session with Ozzy actually, over at Davi's crib. He's a member of Mel Breyers. Shouts to Mel Breyers.
Oh, Mel Breyers, yeah.
I had the opportunity.
Gavino, they all keep telling me you gotta get them on a podcast. I'm like, okay.
I had the opportunity to open up for them for their Serpents album reveal, and
what makes you like them so much? Like, what makes them so good?
It's very. For one, I would say, I don't know how to word this. I will say, well, for one, the person, I would say Davi like mix the whole thing. He knows like what he's doing when it comes to mixing. So like the album sounded pretty nice. I mean, well, I knew like Marissa for a while. She's pretty cool.
Yeah.
It was just the whole group. I feel like when it comes to like bands, like you can bond with their music, but I feel like what also takes you far is like the group composition themselves, and like getting to know the artists and like seeing them like on like not like a personal level, but like seeing their vibe. Like that's a big contribution. When I see Mel Breyers, it just feels like warm. It feels like very in the shit that they're singing about. I mean, their first song, it was like I remember like a lyric. I remember they used like the term like a vibe abuser. They feel like I don't know. It was just like the vibes of these songs. It felt like kind of like familiar, and like I can really connect with them. I don't know, but also just good people in general. Like I was able to vibe with. I vibe with like with them. I fuck with them a lot, just even like on a personal level for sure. And I think that's just for women. That's the thing, actually. You know, I've seen, because there are, anybody can think of like a great artist that you discover is like, and I'm talking about like even just think about like on a mainstream scale. I've heard of like some mainstream artists that like make amazing music, but then turns out they're like an asshole.
They're terrible people.
Yeah, or they have like that deep, like I mean, just the classic diva complex. You know what I mean?
Yeah. You see that with, and I don't know why. Like it happens so much with artists. Like it happens with actors, musicians. They go through that phase where they seem really cool. Like Ellen, for example, she put on a whole front where people are like, "Oh, she's a dancing girl." You know, she goes on a show, and then you hear her crew saying like, "Oh no, like she's an awful person."
Mm-hmm.
She treats her workers like awful. Like it's just
like that. So that's my point. Like it does matter. Like yeah, if you are like a nice person, you put out like good music. That's the synergy right there.
Yeah.
You know. That's
why do you think that happens? Do you think it happens beforehand when they're becoming popular, or did they start off that way, or like what do you think? At least in your experience.
I feel like from my experience, I feel like the reason why a lot of people that have like given me feedback on my music and that have listened to my music are like friends and like close friends, and they're just people that I know. Like I can name people that I know like that have streamed my music and I've interacted with them. I answer like all my DMs and everything. And there's just people that like it's just genuine connections, you know. And I feel like that's why like a lot of people, I think like that it is a good component. Like people, I mean, tell me why do people buy merch that has like the artist's signature on it? You know, they're not, especially like you would think like, I mean, most of the time they're not going to resell it. You know, it means even more. Like you can have an amazing piece of merch, but then you have that artist's personal touch. So when you know like the artist like even more personally, and you know that, and you actually fuck with them as a person, I feel like that just takes it even further. And me personally, like I've just had really good interactions with people. As far as I know, I don't know.
No, but I mean, like, why do you think these people become assholes? Like, do you think they were already assholes beforehand?
Oh,
do you think the fame changed them? Because some people believe that fame changes you. Some people like were assholes.
Ego
from the
for
beginning.
sure.
Yeah,
ego for sure. Because it gets to a point where I feel like when you get bigger and more famous, there's more pressure. So you have to be like really confident in the shit that you're making, because there's a lot of pressure on you.
Yeah.
It's to that point. Like when you're in the local scene, like there's not a lot of pressure. You can feel really good about what you're putting out. So it's like, when I feel like that's the complex that develops, like when you're in that stage where like so many people are watching you and you're being compared to like other like Academy Award winning artists and things like that, then you're gonna like, it's probably because like the stuff that you put out is really fucking good, but also you really gotta feel good about it. So just that combined, like you're gonna develop a really like strong ego about what you're putting out it. And so when it comes to like anybody criticizing you or people below you, you're only just gonna like look down, and then you're just not gonna come off as like a good person. But it's kind of like, it just happens, man. Like, because if you don't feel good about your music at that level, I feel like that pressure crushes you, and you're just gonna feel like really, if your shit isn't like award winning, like platinum record type stuff, and you don't hit those accolades, it's just gonna crush you as an artist, and that's just what's gonna happen.
Yeah.
So it's just, I feel like it just happens, man. But is there assholes in this local scene?
Oh yeah. Like I gotta tell you, like once, or like one thing I've seen, like at least once, there's certain artists who they just try to take everything, like in the community. Like if you're in the community, it's give and take. There's certain people who like only hit you up like when they need something. That's the only time they'll message you. And I saw that where this person would only message me like, oh, like I need this.
Yeah.
But like whenever it came to like any kind of conversation, like it would just end, and I'm like, really?
I've seen what I've seen on a local level, on like, I've seen it kind of, I'll explain it this way in the terms of, you know, rest in peace to Virgil. He was, you know, the prominent figure for Louis Vuitton. He kind of, I've learned a concept through him of just like, he identified like in a lot of creative spaces, especially like his whole influence was mostly in fashion.
Yeah.
But you can also see it in music. It's the purists versus the tourists. So you have the purists, which are like, you know, they're really good at what they do. It seemed like almost they're like born into this, and they're really like esteemed, have so much knowledge they've consumed, years in this. The veterans, the purists, and they hold it to a very high degree.
Yeah.
There's people that take art like very, very, very seriously. Like if you don't take this seriously, then just what are you even doing here? And then you have the tourists, which are not just not taking it as serious, but they're having fun and they're in there. And in the music space, it's just a balance between the two.
Yeah.
The people that take it very seriously and the people that are just, kind of dabbling. And I feel like that's like kind of the conflicts that I've seen. Just the people that take it very seriously, not just necessarily looking down on like, they think that they're better, but they think like music wise, quality wise, product for product. But they think that they're better because I take it more serious. It matters more to me. And it's like, that's kind of like what I've seen. It's like I don't like it forms like kind of like some some kind of like it's a form of gatekeeping for an entire like creative like output, like for an entire, like when you say like for entirety of like fashion or the entirety of music, like you're kind of like keeping people out. And some people want it that way. Like we just discussed, like, is music oversaturated right now? There's a lot. I mean, I will say we've seen like, I think like every day it's like tens of thousands of songs being uploaded every day. Is that too much? I don't know. I will say there's a lot of music being put out. But I don't think it's necessarily like a means for you to be like, okay, newer people, like stay out. It's like, man, especially when like, younger and younger generations have different ideas. You can compare generations like Gen Z versus millennials.
Yeah.
We're a lot more when it comes to political activism. I feel like a lot of people are now opening up like, oh shit, actually we need to like look at Gen Z. You've seen in presidential campaigns, they used to ignore younger people completely and just focus on the boomers.
Yeah, and the reason why is like for people like, again, it's a whole like money economics thing. Younger people tend to like vote less. They tend to be very vocal, but once it comes to the actual voting, they don't. And the boomers, they don't. Sometimes they will be outspoken, but not really. But they'll show up to the ballot polls and they'll be voting, and that's why they have more power.
I feel like people are kind of seeing like the power in the younger generation more. I mean, you just look at these newer bands. I mean, look at Bragg, for example. I saw them at 707 show.
Yeah.
Very young group, but at the same time still kicking ass in the scene. And it's like, had someone been very like, if I was like super close minded, I was like, oh, I'm only gonna see like veteran bands, or bands that like
where do you think these bands came from? Even that, like, just
exactly.
Like, where do you think veteran bands came from? Everybody has their own beginnings.
It's just like if you were really, you really got to keep an open mind. Exactly. There are people, there are artists that are older than you and younger than you, probably making, that I would say like just to clamp down on that ego. Like there's definitely artists somewhere older and younger making better music than you, even probably maybe taking it more serious. I've seen like 14, 16-year-old producers that are making like crazy beats and things like that. It's like you really just gotta keep an open mind. You can take it as seriously as you want, but it's like if you start cramping into other people's space and like discouraging other artists, I feel like that's kind of like a no for me.
Another thing I would add to that is that I think it also depends on the person's mentality. Sorry, you can have either positive or negative. So like, let's say there's an artist who's doing really well. You can either choose to be happy that person's doing really well, like, hey, they're doing great, and you can take inspiration from it, or you could be like the negative person where like, no, like fuck them, like I don't know why they're doing, like why are they popular, why is my stuff not popping?
I've had situations. I have seen situations where people would get, I want to say like jealous, but I have seen situations where like you have an artist put out music and they'll look at you putting out music and they'll compare the streams. And that's like level one. But I've seen it to the point where I've seen, I don't know, this might be like a maybe it wasn't like this. This is like a bold thing to say, but I feel, I think I have seen a time, I'm not gonna name them, but I have seen a time where I've been like denied a collaboration because they didn't want me to kind of like outshine them on the song.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
And in hip hop, definitely happens. You cannot deny this. I've definitely happens in hip hop. There's definitely, even in the mainstream scene. I mean, It definitely you just can't deny. You know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about.
I know what you're talking about, but not in the music world, but in the political world. One thing I don't talk about it, and I really don't want to talk about it too much, but I used to be involved, I'm super involved in politics, even on the local level. Currently, right now, when it comes to like Trump, he's running for president again. People make a list of like who's going to be his vice president. It could go with any other person, but for right now, Trump. You can kind of judge based on his personality type. Okay, he doesn't want a person for vice president that's going to outshine him. So that like excludes certain people because okay, these people have a certain personality. So who's the more safer option that wouldn't outshine that person? And that's how you make your informed decision on that.
It happens in a lot of spaces, man. And it's kind of like, I don't know. I've experienced it. I don't know if other people have experienced it, but it's only happened to me maybe like once. And I feel like it might be like egotistical because at the same time, maybe like for me, for someone. Like I get people might be thinking like, oh, someone denied the collab. Oh, look at Amani. Like, you know, he's thinking like, oh, you know, because I was too good.
You can tell when
like
people...
no, this person like it's been multiple like occurrences with this specific person. That's all I'm gonna say. Y'all don't know this person. It's what but it was just like
you can tell when it's personal versus when it's not personal.
It was a personal thing for sure. It's yeah, it was definitely like a personal thing. You want me to get you another water bowl?
Yeah, sure. That'd be nice.
I'm gonna do that just because I also want to let my cat out. They've been meowing.
Yeah, it's great. No, but yeah, it's very true. I mean, in different worlds, some people have like very. You can keep going. You can do what you're doing. Yeah. But some people are like very egotistical, or it could just be a matter of just being a person. Because sometimes, if you're creating stuff, you kind of want people to focus on you. But then also, there's people who are like, hey, I mean, I don't know, like There's always been jealousy, I guess. I don't know where that emotion comes from. Like, obviously, there was some kind of purpose for it because everything we go through, whether it's negative or positive, it exists for some evolutionary purpose. So, obviously, there's a reason why we get jealous. It could just be the scarcity of resources of people. Because, again, when you're an artist, the way to determine that you're doing well, it's how many people are listening to your music. And if you're outshining the person... that you want to collaborate with, and then be like, you know what, no. Because I know there's a book called, I think it was, I'm not sure it's the 48 Laws of Power.
Yeah. I have that book, actually.
There's a specific law that says do not outshine the master. Because there's been stuff like in history, whatever, where someone's teaching someone how to do stuff, whatever, but let's say politics, for example. And eventually that person becomes much more popular than you. You start becoming jealous, and eventually they might either try to cut you off, they might kill you, they might do something.
It's a normal human emotion that a lot of people experience, but it definitely is like corrosive, and just a lot of people experience it in every single avenue, in every single space. Yeah, I've seen it. Like, just people feel it. I mean, have I experienced jealousy of other artists? I'd say now so. Like, ever since I began like going to therapy, I've been like really like working on myself to not really like judge other people. Even like look down on other people in any way or experience. So like I'd say now more so recently in the last, is it being nice?
Yeah. All right.
In the last few months, if he jumps up on the table, then like I don't think he's gonna do that. But
nah.
This is Zuko, if y'all can see him. But I mean, definitely back then, I'd say like as an artist, like you want to know where you stand in terms of like, not like, you're going to want to know like where you compare, like, you know, you want to know.
It's good to have, it's good to have like a baseline, basically.
Yeah, you want to know if you're good or not. You know, like, I mean, like I know it's like a subjective, like, I know like good or bad. It's hard to say, but you want to feel that you're a good like artist and that you make good stuff. No one wants to like believe that they're putting out like, you know, like crap music, you know, and I don't think, it's kind of hard to use these terms because I don't think like it's like, is there like crap music? It's kind of like a one man's trash is another man's treasure in a sense. I mean, there's a lot of artists that are mainstream nowadays that nobody fuck with them back then. So it's kind of like, you know, it's kind of really hard to tell. It really just comes down to your personal decision. If you root for this artist, if you don't, there's people who think that like Yeet is absolute trash. And he's like, you know, one of the most, you know, he's a trending hip hop artist now.
Yeah.
You know, just released an album with a Drake feature on it, I believe. And it's like he went from what I've told, he used to be like clowned on in Reddit when he was like in the underground, like absolutely
who?
made fun of Yeet.
Okay, for reals?
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
Like in the producer community, just made fun of, and now he's like a mainstream, like huge artist. You know, people want to see him out Rolling Loud.
Yeah.
So it's like when I've seen artists that people like have said like this is an absolute like, you know, dog shit artist making fun of him and everything, and they'll go on to like hit the Billboard 100. Then it's like, man, it's not that you're like bad. It's just you haven't found your audience. It's just where you're at right here is actually there's a great analogy I found. It was like you take like a bar of iron and it's worth like, I don't know, like $5,
Yeah.
but then you turn it into like, you shave it down to a bunch of like watch springs and the same, you know, and now you're worth like 100,000 versus like, yeah, you could have you could take any, you could think about like any product. You just
a
like
piece
a
of wood.
book, a piece of wood, you know what I mean? To some people, you know, it might not be like anything, you know, give me a block of wood, I'm like, whatever. But somebody that works with wood might actually be like, you know, actually, I'll take this. Actually has value. So it's not like you're making bad music or you're a bad artist. It's just the environment that you're in, the scene that you're in. You know, if you're a hip hop artist and the scene is like mostly like metal consumers, you know, you just might not be that well received. But you know, and that I think that's also goes into why people then, when you're in that position, start like kind of like pushing your music out everywhere that you can, because then you're trying to find your scene, you're trying to find your community, and that's where I can kind of see like people like, you know, DMing links. But I'm gonna say like, for one, you want to promote your music, do not DM people links of your music.
Oh my God.
Please don't do that. I've never done it, but I don't know, me personally, like it never makes me want to listen to the music.
If we're friends, like you and I, like we're talking, that's fine. But if
For
it's
sure.
some random
Absolutely.
person that's just like sending me, no.
If I know you 100%, like you can send me all the links. Actually, shouts to Jake. He'll send me like his stuff, like a lot of unreleased stuff, and he'll ask me for feedback.
Yeah,
and I'll give it to him.
that's stuff I love, because I'm listening to music that's like not released. So like there's some kind of like, oh my God, it's exclusive.
I love the unreleased stuff for sure.
Yeah.
Like it makes me feel like I'm in that, like, you know,
I'm in a group.
that
Yeah,
wagon man. And it actually kind of feels kind of good that they're asking me for feedback. I'm like, oh shoot, like okay. Because I don't consider like, if I don't consider myself like a music expert.
Yeah.
I don't even like, I played percussion in high school. I can kind of play the keys a little bit, but like nowadays compared to other artists I've seen, especially in the Valley, like I'm definitely not like an instrumentalist by far.
Yeah.
I've seen like so many people. I mean, Julian plays like the drums and like
he does everything.
everything. And also like has his own little studio where I think he also like mixes and things like that. He knows how to run sound. I've seen him playing like some really big shows too.
Yeah,
actually.
he's playing with Tyrone Vaughn, or I forgot the guy's name. He's related to Stevie Vaughn's. I think it's his nephew, something like that. Yeah.
Shouts to also Janelli and also Tyler Janelle. Both of them, like they play the guitar really well. You know what? Jakey Mars, if you haven't heard of him, really good instrumentalist. He's a good homie of mine as well. But he's also really good. I've seen him perform like in just tons of venues and things like that. And he'll go to my open mic sometimes, and then after my open mic, we'd actually go and eat Taco Bell after.
Shit.
Yeah. So he's a really cool dude. That's kind of goes back to like when I say like a networking component, like all the people that I've met, it wasn't really like I was seeking opportunities. I was just there, you know.
It just happens naturally.
Yeah, you just really make it. Like if you're forcing it, you're gonna come across as a guy who's just trying to make a connect. Like you mentioned, like people hitting you up just for stuff. It's kind of like you're kind of like ruining your image and your brand that way. Like if you're seen that way, then it's like, you know.
Yeah, and then people talk with each other, so that's another issue.
Exactly.
Like,
I've seen it where like I've seen people like kind of go like from person to person. Like they'll talk to me, and then I'll quickly see them like beeline to somebody else. And I'm like, dude, like, so you're like, you just talked to me. Like, did that conversation even matter? Or people, you know, asking me for you know my advice on things, and I'll give them that, and then I don't know, just kind of like seem like the way that they're responding doesn't seem like they're really like paying attention to the conversation. And I'm like, okay, I don't know. I'll just say like, yeah, if you're going like to open mics or just in the scene, like just keep an open mind, like just take your time. You don't like, there is no rush for literally anything. Like you can even promote an album that you made like last year, this year, in the sense that like, oh, no one's heard your album, well then it's new.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
exactly.
It's fresh ears. You know, there's never really been an album that's kind of been lost to time. I mean, Pink Floyd's Dark Side of the Moon is still like a pretty good album today.
Yeah.
I'll still listen to that shit, and I do. Yeah, actually, when it comes to alt rock, my influences, I would say like Kuko, Pink Floyd, Tame Impala, Mac DeMarco. You know, just I'd say those are the goats.
The goats, yeah.
I never hear like the goat term used outside of like sports and hip-hop.
Yeah, it's because like again it's the
no one's trying to
cultures.
find the greatest indie artist of all time.
Yeah. It's because
I don't know.
oh, should I accidentally press the button? Oops. My producer's like, what happened here? Sorry. It's because the term, even the guitar hero has already like died. Like when you're talking about how there's not many like freestyle people freestyling with the rock world, there's not really like which is the best guitar solo from this era. You always talk about like the 80s, the 70s, whatever. That's when like the solo like it's a big thing. But now it gets kind of like discouraged where no one really talks about who's the guitar hero right now. There's no Slash. There's no like a bunch of these other guys that people know. And
I feel like it's easier for hip hop just because hip hop is like relatively like a newer genre versus like rock or rock and roll or, you know, all those genres. Like anything tying back to just the guitar, electric guitar, they go back like so far back, so far back. Versus like hip hop. I mean, really the most prominent like things that have happened like in the past like 30 years. You know, just so much has happened versus like, I mean, yeah, when it came to, I mean, yeah, like blues and rock and just when those genres were originally like invented, they span so hard. So it's like hard to say the greatest of all time because I feel like there's just
there's so much
many,
yeah,
so many, and it's hard to like really like. There's not really like a metric, like to say like, oh, this person did it better. But I feel like for hip hop, it's also easier because you can see who has like more like prominent bars or lyrics or the beats and things like that, the flow, like you can kind of hear that like because it's coming out of like, you know, one instrument, you know, the vocal that you're comparing to other artists. But when it comes to
I think maybe one reason is because when it comes to rap, you're looking at one singular person. You think Drake, you think Kanye. When it comes to rock bands, you think of 5 different people, 4 different people. So like I think that's maybe one of the reasons because there needs to be like some like battles, like let's say in New Jersey it was, are you Bon Jovi, are you Bruce Springsteen? But like that kind of like that would kind of like die off. Or like you had Nirvana versus Guns N' Roses where Axl Rose and what's his name, Kurt Cobain, they didn't like each other. And I think there was one story where I'm not sure if they were at the VMAs, but what's his name, Kurt Cobain saw piano and he thought it was Axl Rose's piano. So he spit on it to show like, cause they didn't like each other at all. Wow. And it turned out that it was Elton John's piano. So like he had like a bunch of regret. And I think he did apologize eventually, but like there was some kind of like beefs between rock bands, but it's very rare.
Very rare.
Yeah.
I've seen nowadays, sometimes I have to think like, is this beef like for publicity?
That's another thing.
In that sense. Like, I mean, easiest example, just it just comes to my mind, like just Jake Paul, Logan Paul beef made them both a lot of money. And, you know, I was a lot younger eating that stuff up. Like I was seeing them do these little YouTube rap battles and I was just like, oh my gosh, the brothers are fighting. But like there's other, sometimes I do need to think like the things I hear on the news when it comes to music, like how much is it like
fabricated?
Have you seen the Drake photo? The Drake video? Anything referencing? I'm just saying there's a video of Drake. I haven't. Okay. Yeah. No. I have not seen it for the record. I'll say that. All I'm saying is that video, Drake, what do you think his PR budget is? You know what I mean? He's probably got like tens of millions at his disposal. If there's a piece of information that Drake didn't want people to know about him, you just wouldn't know. You know, they have agencies to like control that kind of narrative and things. Like they can get it taken down. They can sue you. They can do all that kind of thing. Think about like how much you actually know about Drake. Everything you know about him is what they want you to know. The whole image of Drake, you don't even know like the real him, the Aubrey, like behind like that. So it's like, I think that video, I think when it was like, when it comes to like leaks and, when, depending on the artist, I think that was on purpose. I think like I feel like that was kind of like to keep it, the fact that people know about it or talking about it like that, And
it's really big when people who are not into like that genre or,
no Diddy.
Yes. But like when people are not into that, like like that the genre, for example, but they know about it because right now it's really about culture,
Yeah.
pop culture. Sorry. The fact that I know about it and I'm not like really into rap, it's it shows how
It worked.
It
Like
works.
there was a team behind that like studied that probably did the math on it, which is crazy. But yeah, in that sense, it's like, yeah, how many things are actually like natural in the sense, like how many things are actually real. And I think that is a factor now more than ever, because now especially with like AI music and stuff and just genuine music, there's a lot of like, I would say like pop records that are coming out that end up flopping because they don't feel like soulful or connected to the actual artist, like personally, like it doesn't seem like it came out. Like it seems like some A&R team was like, yo, here are the popping trends. Try to put these buzzwords in your song and do this and this and like, well, easiest thing to think of is just all the songs that pop up on TikTok. There are people that try to make a song blow up on TikTok and they'll throw like Gen Z slang in there. Like easiest example is that one, the A, B, C, D, E, like that one. No hate, but like just in general, it's been not really well received. No, this whole
it's on that topic. I didn't even know this was a strategy, and I know I should have thought about it, but like, there's people who play influencers to use their song on TikTok so it can like gain more traction.
Yeah, and it's like seeing that on TikTok, like people just put in like these buzzwords or I don't know, like this could be a TikTok song, like I just riz this girl up. No, I don't know. Like just like, any song with the word riz in it from here on out, I'm telling you right now, that is a cash grab. If anybody uses the word riz.
I think it's influencing music where now you want your music to have that sound bite for TikTok to use it for a dance.
That right there. That's it. That's something that people are trying to like, they want to have like a poppy, like catchy moment of their song when it's like, and now it's like they're altering their own music just to make it more trendy. And that's something I fell back into, like, trying to think about like how it's going to be received. But that ultimately, like, now I feel like it worsens your music. It's not as authentic. It might be more catchy and poppy, but I feel like that's just not the way. I feel like it's just not. And well, actually, it's kind of interesting when I mentioned the way. I will say, like, when it comes to like my musical journey, every step of the way, you ask somebody like what you should, what the right thing is to do. And I've heard like, you have a song. I've seen some people like, you need to upload like at least twice a month. Actually, I've heard that, and then I've heard people say, no, just, don't even care. Upload your song, post it on your story. That's it. Dead ass. I've heard that, like someone tell me that, and then spanning to, you need to make a TikTok video 3 times. That's just for promotion, or when it comes to just music making. Like you have on every level, on every aspect, there's always someone that's gonna be like, this is what you should do. Oh no, this is what you should do. And so you're always gonna kind of be doing it wrong in a sense. It's just like, just do it. And I've always had like people like in my ear, like telling me like, you should do it that way. I mean, let me think. There's so many things if I follow their advice, and I follow people, I do follow people's advice, but it's more so like, this is the path I carved out. This is what I did. I'm doing it. And sometimes you just got to cut out like all the noise and just move.
And so what's your way?
My way is really just I ain't gonna lie. When it comes to making music, I'm pretty lazy. It's just really catching these like creative bursts, and I think about a lot of things. When I put out a song, I definitely like. I don't think anyone should follow me. I do the most. It's so like unnecessary. I like I said, I post like these like ChatGPT blogs on like Medium and these are all free, like Blogger, WordPress, Tumblr, just to like get the SEO up.
And how does that actually like help? Like besides just like the SEO, how else does it help you as an artist?
When it helps me as an artist, well, for one, just being more searchable. Like now you can actually find my music. You can search up Amani, and I'm like one of the top search results. So that automatically, that convenience, people can actually see my shit instead of like
actually go for it. Yeah.
Shoot, maybe I'm talking on my ass. We'll see. Let's see if it's all worth it. But doing that, and then also, whatchamacallit, instead of them having to like tap a link. But my method, honestly, when it comes to like promoting music, I do post a lot on my story. I do tell everybody, look at my story, check my story. Even in my bio, it says, look at my story. Like, just check my story for everything. That's the number one source of information. Amani Hip Hop is my Instagram. Did it work?
No, man. So the first one, it's an Instagram of a girl. Probably on
Oh,
Instagram,
are
yeah.
you looking on Google? Oh yeah, there's a bunch of Amani. But when you look up like Amani music, you can try that.
Yeah.
But okay, look, I will say if you look me up on Spotify, you can find me on Spotify. All right, I will say that. I'm still trying to do
So
it on
put
Google.
Amani music. The first one that shows up is Amani. You are good, and it says Amani gospel.
Gotta keep
You
scrolling.
gotta-
But we on that
keep-
first page. I think we're there. Anyways,
I got to see out here.
if you look up, I will tell you, if you look up Amani music artist on it, like for real, that one is for real. That one's like for sure, like you will find it. It's gonna be there.
The first option, the first appearance is a Kenyan artist.
So there's other Amanis, y'all, but that's why I had to do all this.
That's why like you gotta be like no. And I say this because it's something that I thought about it because I have a very common name. So like you really gotta
Yeah.
fight for that to be.
That's why. Well, that's why I do it, y'all. That's why I do it. We still got a lot.
Okay,
we
yeah,
still
yeah,
got.
you were the like fourth result.
Boom. All right. Fourth result ball on the first page.
Yeah, on the first page. Yeah, exactly.
I used to not even be on like the 6th page or anything. Like I was searching, but we made it to the first page, y'all.
Yeah, you made it.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I do that. But as for my way, I would say like if there's like a method, it really was just like learning, listening to a lot of music, like consuming a lot of music, going to open mics, working out. Now I host my open mic, so I don't go to the one on the Walrus as much, but I'm performing it's kind of like practice in a sense. I'm practicing my sets.
And so like, how do you run like your open mics? I'm interested on that.
People have told me when it comes to the Luna one, they say that it is different. It's at a rooftop location, so that's automatically. I would say like the only open mic that's on a rooftop. But it's more like laid back, like a chill kind of vibe. That's how I like run it. We do have lighting, speakers, all that. Got like the mixer hooked up, and I mean, that's just pretty much how it is. It's just more chill. I feel like it's just like a more welcoming experience. I feel like just people have told me like chill vibes is like what I'll like describe it as versus like other places like the Walrus. It's like a lot more. I feel like it feels like a bit more like legit and professional in a good way, just because you are working with like, I mean, the sound system is like way more sophisticated. The lighting is way more sophisticated. It's a lot like more like everything, which is like honestly like I feel like for better. I mean, like you get to have that experience. I would say for mine, it's just like a chill. Like I feel like everyone kind of like throughout my open mics, like I feel like people have started like kind of know each other more personally now. It's like a more like localized like environment community. So it just feels more like at home. Whereas the Walrus, there's like a lot of people that go there. So it's like I feel like less personal, but like more people and more of everything. So it's kind of like, that's how it goes. There's also one at the Gremlin on Tuesdays. I picked Tuesday just because my work schedule, that's how it works with my days off. But they also have the one at the Gremlin. I've only been there like maybe once or twice, but it's also good vibes there as well.
Oh yeah.
But that's just kind of how I run mine. I got my sign up sheet. Honestly, I will say, shouts to Julian. Actually, he's given me like a lot of advice and tips for like, I saw him in his open mic and I wanted to bring it down to Harlingen.
Yeah.
Just because for Harlingen, I feel like it's a smaller town. I feel like it's commonly like overlooked. But as a town, people kind of like go past it when they're trying to go to Brownsville or when they're trying to go up to like McAllen.
Yeah.
But I wanted Harlingen to have that. There were other open mics in Harlingen, but at the same time, I don't know. The only way I had to go out and find that. I just searched up like open mics in my area, and I guess they just weren't as good as I guess like having that like SEO search engine optimization. I just couldn't find it. So I started my own. Now I know there's like one at the Hop Shop, and there's one actually down the street. It's at this kind of like a restaurant, like this wine and dine kind of like restaurant, a little fancy. They have theirs on. I think they also have theirs on Tuesdays, but theirs ends at 9, and mine starts at 9. So it's fine. You can hit up 2 open mics. But yeah, I mean, Julian's giving me like a lot of. He's good for. I mean, man, he does so much. Honestly.
Yeah, he does.
He's giving me good feedback. When I perform, I do an open mic performance or like a performance at a show. Like usually, like right after the performance, I'll ask him like, "Oh, how did I do?" Like, give me like specific advice. I will say like when it comes to criticism, There are artists that like, I will say that can't handle criticism, man. but I can, like, you can give me criticism, you can give me thoughts.
And you can tell when it's coming from a good heart versus someone
Yeah.
who's just telling you shit.
There's some people that, yeah, I don't think they can just. I don't be just giving out like my criticism either. I've learned, like, you know, when it comes to feedback, I only give it like if people ask. You know, I feel like when it comes to music, it's kind of like not like an emotional topic, but you know, you kind of like hitting people's hearts sometimes. You know, when you're giving like feedback, like it matters a lot to them, and you don't even know. You have no idea how much that performance meant to them, how much that song meant to them, how hard it was to even get up on that stage in the first place. So it's kind of like, I feel like if you have someone that like really riled up so much, you know, gut and heart to perform a song that meant so much, and then you give them like some negative feedback, it's kind of like, you know, that wasn't asked for.
Yeah.
You know, then it's kind of like, dude, like they're gonna kind of take it as like a F you, like, man, like this means a lot to me.
This person's a hater, yeah.
Yeah, or yeah, like a hater. But that's just kind of how I see it. When it comes to, actually, let me get my phone real quick.
Go for it. No, but yeah, I agree. I mean, sometimes it's just a bad idea to be giving people your opinion, because if they didn't ask for it, and they don't want it, they don't need it. And sometimes people just want to like say they're giving advice, but they just want to like vent to people, just to vent.
I've seen examples. I feel like if you see an artist do something in your mind that is like sometimes I feel like there's a time where you'll be tested, where you see someone like doing something that you feel like is just really not the right way, they're going like in the wrong direction. Should you say something? I don't know. Like,
it depends on how much. I think for me, that would be like, how much do you care about this person? If it's not someone like you're close with,
like someone sent me a link, you know, someone that promoted their song sent me a link to my DM. I just politely said, hey, like, you know, don't send me any links, please. But like, should I like reach out to them and tell them like, hey, you know, just so you know, like this is like a look down upon. I didn't tell them, you know, but it's like, because I feel like if you go out of your way to tell somebody something, it's kind of like looked at as like you're punching down. I've seen, especially when it comes in like the local scene, when it comes to, I'm not like a master at mixing and mastering. I would say you can hear my mixes. Enigma, I mixed like most of the songs on there. So you can hear like my mixing skill on that album and see how I did. See for yourselves. So when I'm speaking, like you can keep that album in mind and just see like, you know, am I talking to my eyes? Like, do I know what so I feel like I have like a good, you know, I say like my mixes out of 10, I'd say like, you know, I'll place them at like a 6, maybe a 7. I don't know. Right now, I still have like I have so much to learn. Like you could go on YouTube. There's dead ass like an 11-hour course on compression alone, just compression, like a whole video on just that, and then like 9 hours on EQing, and then 7 hours on reverb. Like just those little aspects, and then to combine, like there's so much to learn when it comes to mixing. So when I speak from there, when I say like there are actually I don't even have to speak from there. Y'all have heard it when like people when they play like a poorly mixed track, it like you can hear it on the speakers when there's things that are like peaking. And so it's like, I don't mean like you have to mix your track where it sounds like a clean industry record, but it's more so like at least get like the basics down, where it's like you're not like distorting your own, like you have your song, you know what you want your sound to sound like, but if you don't mix it properly, it's actually going to sound like trash. It's actually going to sound ass.
It can even ruin equipment if it's played in the wrong area. Like if it's played like giant speakers, it could actually like mess them up.
Exactly, you can mess up speakers. It will actually like peak and distort, and you can't. And then that forces the person running sound to lower your stuff down and maybe EQ your stuff. And now like your song is not sounding exactly like the way that you want it because you didn't mix it properly. So I'm just saying for Valley artists, like just pay attention to mixing. If you don't mix your songs, you know, you can learn how to mix, saves a lot of money, or, you know, get your stuff mixed by like, you know, somebody, especially when, there's a lot of studios out here. You've interviewed a couple studios. They offer mixing services, man. So they could definitely use the business. You know, that's kind of how we get that ecosystem going. We have people down here that, you know how to mix, that can mix your stuff. And it's definitely like a need. And I feel like, actually, I do want to tap into that. Like when it comes to the Valley, that ecosystem, I feel like there is something in the Valley when it comes to music. I feel like, you know, we have the community, but when it comes to when I say ecosystem, kind of like the economy of it.
Yeah.
The way I see when it comes to like big shows, like think about it this way, everyone that's in the valley, we have arenas, what I mean? We have arenas. But when's the last time you've been to an arena, and when's the last time you've seen a local valley artist in those arenas? We have arenas that we have built in the valley. We as Valians, I don't know.
These valley residents,
us as valley residents,
Yeah.
like we have built, obviously, we didn't manually build, but like the valley has built these arenas that aren't being filled with valley artists, except obviously, Grupo Frontera.
Yeah, that's,
huge,
yeah, that's not like the only exception right now.
That's the one that comes to mind. They got on Jimmy Fallon.
Sure.
And it's like we aren't like we don't have like we aren't like incubating these art. We aren't like growing artists.
Yeah.
We are importing artists from other places to play in these arenas or play in these big shows so they can sell tickets. And it's like no hate. Like I mean, those shows do really well and they're really fun. I mean, obviously talented artists. That's why they're being brought down here. I mean, Chroma got brought down from Dallas. They're pretty good. But what we need is, what I see is like for the future of music in the valley, like if you think of it in an economy aspect, like if we're importing more than what we export, that's not a good economy. We're losing money. Our money is going out of our community and going into these artists that are from California and North Texas and things like that. When we could put the art, we can pay local studios to record and outsource. And because I feel like it gets to the point where you have an artist that gets big enough in the valley.
Yeah.
What's gonna happen? Are they gonna reach the ceiling?
Exactly.
Are they gonna take off? Are they gonna go to like Houston? Are we gonna lose a valley rapper to Houston or Dallas or Austin? Are we gonna lose an alt rock band or rock band to Austin?
Yeah, it's such like a self-fulfilling prophecy or like death because this artist becomes popular. They take off. Now they're going with studios that are out of the valley. That makes it less opportunities for studios here in the valley. So then, like, let's say they die off, then it makes it harder for everybody else that's here or that wants to stay here to like have a studio to work at.
Mm-hmm.
It's the whole community. Yeah, like the whole community thing you're talking about. It's awful.
When I barely started out making music, I didn't really. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, the community is growing now. From here to now, like, there's definitely a community. I could like for sure for multiple different genres, hip hop, rock, metal. You can get into the subgenres even if you want to like specialize on like heavy metal, new metal. For hip hop, we got like cloud. I've seen like some cloud rap. I mean, actually, I would say Chicano rap.
Yeah,
for sure. I would say shouts to Nat King. He featured on my album Enigma, third track, Introduction. I would say bro is definitely like dominating in that Chicano rap genre. AKA South Dynasty. They were actually a duo. I don't know if you heard of them or if you know what happened, but it was Nat King and I forgot the other guy's name. But I did a show with them at the White Rhino. That's also on YouTube. I did my set there. But Nat King. Oh, you know what? Actually, Nat King was also he was just on a rap cipher. Now they're on episode 2.
What is that? I was seeing a video of like
I'm seeing it now. They're on episode 2. So this new things are coming up now. Like we are growing. Now we have like this Valley rap cipher that I'm hearing about. Young Water was on there.
What is a rap cipher for people who don't know? Like what is that?
So rap cipher is basically they have like a beat, like a really long beat, or sometimes it'll be like multiple beats.
Yeah.
It's just one long like song in a sense where it's multiple rappers. Like you can usually like I have songs on my album with like 2 people. You know what I mean? That's a song with a feature, but a cipher is just like it's kind of like a one after the other after the other after the other. Just going in like multiple people on one beat.
Yeah.
Basically it's kind of like a low-key like a talent show because you're seeing multiple different styles on the same beat. And so you can kind of see like, everybody comes in with their best bars trying to prove like, here I am. I'm on the cipher.
You're making a statement.
Mm-hmm. And shouts to Young Water. He was on episode 1 and 2, Young Water. And I will say, actually, I do, I did say earlier, I respect every freestyle rapper that, any rapper that can freestyle. I was able to freestyle with him on that open mic at the Flying Walrus. Man, everything goes down at the Flying Walrus, man.
It's over there.
You never know.
And you can tell, like when you say that, like when I first started off, I know this is going to offend people. And I don't mean to because it might burn bridges. But one certain open mic was considered like the best one. That's where everybody would hang out. And then things started changing around the time when something happened. People already know what happened, the specific event. And then the Flying Wars started like popping off afterwards. And now all the Flying, like for me, like it's hard for me to say this because, you know, I'm associated with the venue. People already know this, but like the Flying Wars basically took over in terms of the open mic. Like that's where people really want to be. And not only do rock bands want to be there, but also rappers. That's what I also noticed.
There's a lot more like, to say.
Yeah.
I think that's fair to say because I've talked with James, the owner of the Walrus.
Yeah. Like
many times. I mean, really good dude. I mean, man, every time I'm there, like, you know, he always greets me and, you know, I love talking with him. He's really cool. And actually, I think the reason I will say like the Walrus compared to other venues I've been at, that like I've actually seen like that'd be one of the venues I've seen the owner actually like I feel like
like, he's really, very present.
Like, present,
good
but also
bad.
give care, huh?
Good and bad. James already knows. Like I talk with him and sometimes like and he admits to himself like he talks a lot, so like sometimes he'll like pull you over to K like let's talk whatever, then he goes on and on.
Yeah, but he really cares.
Yeah, he's very passionate.
He's
That's
putting so much into
it.
Even nowadays, he's putting like so many resources and time into these shows.
Yeah, like they're installing screens and a bunch of other stuff.
Exactly. He told me he's planning on like raising the stage and putting in subwoofers. Like that dude. That's crazy. Like no other. I've seen like
the TVs outside the bar. Like there's a show the performance from the inside of the area, or whatever. I'm not sure if you've ever seen that.
Yeah, from the inside you can see this. The TV
and he has them on the windows too.
On the windows.
Yeah, like the front windows, they have TV screens that stream the performance from inside the stage.
I think I've seen it.
Yeah.
It's not coming. I don't think I remember. I usually don't pay attention to that. I don't think I pay attention to that.
Yeah.
But I do remember. I think it's like he's got a show actually coming out. He's bringing a guy down from Detroit. Actually, a really good DJ. I think it's a guy named Maestro or something.
Oh yeah.
But it's like he's a venue.
Passionate. Yeah.
Huh?
He's very passionate.
There's a venue, I will say, that I feel like other artists have kind of like expressed that like the owner. I'm not gonna name him if you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, you can just name the behavior at least. Like if you're gonna do that, but like,
it kind of seems like the owner really doesn't care about the venue. They're just trying to like they keep it open just to make business, but it's like they're not really pouring that much into the venue. And there's just venues like that. It's just the owner just owns the building. They're operating the business, but like James really like. He's man, like he's turned into like a really magical place. They now have those free Plan B COVID tests and Narcan vending machines. You can just go up there.
I think that was just for one show, but it's like a permanent installation, or
and they keep them restocked. So they say like take as many as you need. Narcan, man, that could save lives. Someone's ever like on an overdose or something. I mean at the same time, people people want to talk about good things about the community. There are some things like there you never know. There are times where like if you talk, I'm not gonna like really get too really into it, but there are people that that do drugs in all places, and you just never know. You keep on Narcan on deck. So I mean that's something that really saves lives. And that's at the Walrus. I mean.
It's crazy. Like, yeah, you can tell he's really passionate about it. I mean, just all the stuff he keeps like, investing into that venue that you can just
see it, and it pays off.
And it makes you want to come back because like you want to like, okay, what's new here? Because every time I go to the Wars, it's always like one little new thing that's been added to the venue.
It's like I don't know, every time I perform in the Wars, it just goes. I just love it. I'll pop out to the open mic. People will see me there. I've been to like a lot of shows there. We got Steven bouncing there every once in a while.
That's another reason. Yeah, again, Julian, Gavino, and Steven are like the backbone of the Wars.
I do want to say shouts to Comb. Y'all can check out his app. I do say this is kind of funny, but in his episode, you asked him about like a collab between me and him.
Yeah.
And he was like, "Yeah, we still working on it, man. Y'all can check the timestamps, but we still haven't gotten to doing it, bro. We still work on it though. Still working on it. Still getting on that.
This stuff takes time.
Takes time, man. Takes time. I'm when it comes to art, man, I would say like I'm more lazy than most when I put out music. But you know what? Actually, I when it comes to artists though, I've seen a lot of live bands and things like that. And I try to find their music, and it's not like as easy to find. Like I try to make myself searchable, but I would say like for artists, like get your music links in your bio. People are gonna like, you never know. People are gonna click on it.
Sometimes they don't even have music out. They're just performing live, and that's it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And that's fine. There's bands that have like no online presence, but they're making like a killing like in the physical scene, and that's like completely okay. But I'm just saying like, even uploading like a a rough demo to SoundCloud and just having like something for people to like at least follow. In the meantime, while you're gaining traction physically, well then at the very least, you'll have like your Instagram page for people to follow, and you'll just gain followers. So when you're really ready to like pop out, because at the same time, like announcements, that's a great tool for people to just learn like what is gonna go on, what's happening in the future, to market shows. I mean, shoot. I mean, you've thrown a couple shows before. I was there. You had that Archer O show.
Yeah. You went to that one or what? Or you saw? Oh,
yeah,
you did?
It was pretty good.
Oh shit!
I kind of like the last bit of it, but I saw you like working the camera, and I was just like,
you should have said hi. But
I don't know.
Because people have told me that they see me as an intimidating person. I'm just kind of like sometimes I understand why. Because even at home, like when I worked at Home Depot, I would tell the story a lot where some of the workers thought like not the workers, the customers. They thought I was like pissed off when I was like helping them out. I'm like, no, like I have a mean face sometimes, but like
I just have like social anxiety for it. Honestly, when I think back at all these stories, people have approached me.
Yeah.
I'm not really approaching people now. It's like now I'm not like more comfortable, but first time I go into a new environment, I'm definitely like really quiet. I don't know if everyone's like really seen that, but if I'm at a rock show, like I'm definitely, or like any kind of show, I'm just more like quiet, like just looking around. But like usually people have to strike a conversation with me first. If it's someone I know, oh yeah, I'm extroverted as fuck. Yeah. But it's at the same time like I do like deal with like anxiety especially when it comes to performances. Like I can feel it like literally like pressure and pain like in my chest. Like speaking.
For me, I think it's when it depends on the topics. Like people, I don't even care. Like if it's people talking about topics that I'm also like passionate about, it's very easy. So like whether you're a person who I know or don't know, like once you start talking about like, Wagon Man, sorry, they were talking about, it was him and some of my close friends, and they were talking about like vaping. I don't do any vaping. I don't do like any drugs or anything like that. So like they had like all these like elaborate conversations about vapes because he works at the vape shop, the vape shop, and so I was kind of like, I just went quiet because I'm like, I don't understand this stuff. But if you're a person who I don't know and you're talking about stuff that I know about, it's so easy for me just to jump into that conversation. And that happened like there was this show called, there's a band called Vortex. They're from Houston. They're like really popular right now. Like they're like popping, like they're selling out shows everywhere. They performed at the Gremlin, and like there was this couple, they were like a couple, but like they were like friends all together. And they were just talking with me because we all like the same bands and all that stuff. And then they mentioned they're from Laredo. And I'm like, I have homies in Laredo. And they were talking about like,
well, it's far. I don't mean like Laredo's bad. I mean like Laredo's out there. I didn't mean like Laredo's kind of
3 hours. Yeah, I know. Yeah, but they started talking about like the bands from that area, and I told them like, oh yeah, like do you guys know Honey Rot? And they're like, oh my god, yeah, we know Honey Rots. We go to all their shows and all stuff. So like stuff like that, it's very easy for me to communicate about. I don't think I have social anxiety. If anything, like sometimes I speak too fast. Sometimes that's my only issue. But I don't know. Like it's very weird. For me, at least.
The way I see it is like there's like levels to it. I mean, there's times. I mean, shoot, there's even been times where like I was at a venue, like just chilling for like for just some music event, and I just get like too, I don't know, not like weirded out, but I just feel like really like not like uncomfortable, but not because of anything specific. Yeah. I just feel like really just out of place in general. Like it's just me and just my mind. And I'll just dip. That
happens to me sometimes, like at the wars, because before, like early on, because again, I didn't know any of the rappers, so like I would be there at the open mics. I'm kind of like, for these people, and I don't really listen to this genre. But like once I started like speaking with you guys, like you, Gavino, Torty, all these people.
Torty, I never got to meet Torty, but he stepped out the space kind of like around the time that I stepped in. But I've heard like really good things. I was able to see his. Actually, that's another good reason.
He was such a great guy. I remember one time he performed with a robot and everything. I'm like, this guy.
Nah, I've seen clips. That's another reason why you should have like, videos and performance clips. Like that's why you should have all those things like, easily findable, like in your bio and things like that. I don't know if he has, I think it's like a song like Schizophrenic Mind or something with schizophrenia in the title, but I told him like that one was like a banger. I was able to like, I've been able to get like bits and pieces, but that's the thing. Like, I'm not like a super fan, but I'll refer to them I'll say this just because it's like a quote that I've heard in terms of just like why I'm gonna say if you have TikTok, look up this content creator Matt Bacon. He's an actual A&R like
Is
representative.
he like bacon bits or no? Is he like
He has a cigar.
Yeah.
That's him.
Because his like the name's like bacon bit or something like that. Yeah.
And he calls it Matt's Bacon Bits. Like that's him.
Yeah.
He's got a cigar. Matt Bacon, look him up. Oh my goodness, he gives such good advice for music. Now he'll kind of compare it to like an A&R standard like level like label kind of thing, but at the same time, a lot of them are still true at like even the local level.
Yeah.
He'll give advice like, you know, if you're a band, you know, really work on like your the amount of time it takes for you to build up and tear down your set because you know that matters. You know, I'm not in a band, but
it's very important, and I saw that because again, conversations happen between bands and promoters. If you're a band that takes too long to like set up and tear down, people are not gonna want to work with you because I saw that at a show where they took like, okay, so the average is like 15 minutes to like set up and tear down. This band almost took like half an hour, and I'm just like, no,
wow.
like I never want to work with this.
So these things matter.
They
Like
do.
it's Matt Bacon. Honestly, like he could give like just go through all his TikToks, or follow him.
Yeah,
You
follow
get him
him.
on your For You page. Like that, he gives
very
better
interesting
advice
stuff.
than really what I could give. But he says like basically like get your social link. Well, he advises like, you know, leave your old music on there because the super fans will like it and they'll go through your stuff and
And
they
it can
want
also
to
show
see
like
the
an
growth.
evolution of your sound. Yeah.
But I'll say like it just what stuck with me is like the super fans will find it. In a sense, it's just like, yeah, someone that really wants to like learn who you are, they're gonna go and you know, explore. So I was trying to learn who Torty was. I watched his interview and I was trying to find everything. I mean, really, yeah, shouts to Joe Martin, but that's
Documents and everything.
you know, this, yeah. You know, you've been documenting anything in the Valley. I've dead ass like when people, because I was explaining like, oh, I mean, I'm gonna be on the Joe Martin podcast, and people were like, oh, you know, people that don't know who you are were like, oh, who's that? I dead ass describe you as like the Nardwar of the Valley.
So people wanted me to do that. I'm like, no,
Dude,
like
I thought, yeah, but it takes a lot of research. Plus, at the same time, like, I'll give Torty for example. Like, all I found was like his SoundCloud, and I found his music and like his performance clips. So it's like, how am I gonna find like if you just like some Nardwar thing like Torty and come up and bring up something from like high school and like, how do you know that? Like, that takes like a whole like investigative team.
You need a team for that stuff.
I can drop like some gems, you know, about me, but like, yeah, like if Nardwar was like, you know,
Like, we have to know.
yeah, like some crazy facts, like, oh, you know what? I will say, here's a secret from the super. If y'all can find it, great. I have a second SoundCloud account where I continue to upload meme rap and scam rap
Oh, damn.
and like other stuff as like a kind of like catharsis, or just, you know, just something when I'm just fucking around.
I think people need that, honestly, like, where you need this fake account, not a fake account, but it's like a separate account that
Yeah,
you release just stuff just to do it.
It's just a secret. I have like multiple albums on the SoundCloud.
Oh, shit.
It's all like all the music. It's all trash. It's so bad. There's literally one where I'm like close up on the mic. I'm not gonna do it here, but like I'm close up on the mic and I just like I put like hella distortion. I just go yeah like yelling. It's just weird songs, but it is out there. It does exist. Y'all can find it. I will say I'm not gonna give any titles or anything, but
Yeah.
I've shown Jake some of the scam rap. Shouts to Babytron. He's kind of like the one that does it like mainstream. Took a while. It's not a popular genre. It's
I
really
think
not
you
taken
should
serious.
explain for people who don't know, because like some out, it's just more like rock scene. So like, what
You
is
can
scam
look
rap?
up Babytron, TJX6. Those are people that make scam rap, which is basically like a genre where people like rap about. I need to see how Google explains this, because the things that I've heard are like Punch Made Dev. The things that I've heard, dude, are usually just ones that get memed on. Have you heard of Miles?
No.
That's another guy. Like he kind of like it's a subgenre of rap, emerged from Detroit, categorized by lyrics that focus on various forms of fraudulent activities.
That actually sounds like a lot
such
of
as
fun.
online scams, hacking, dark web, and cybercrime. It's like you just rap about scamming people. Like that's why it's like, but it's usually now it's characterized. I've seen it like mostly by like punchlines, like funny
Yeah.
things to say. I have some like scam rap bars. It's just like like specifically punchlines, like kind of like rap jokes. Like you kind of hear them. Like there's a bunch. Shoot, actually, I have this one song. If you can find it, it goes. Gave Gave dick so good she got back pains. I laid a cock down like Mitski's last name. You do your research. Mitski, love Mitski, amazing artist. What's her last name? Laycock. I laid a cock down. Oh, man. Hey, no disrespect to Mitski. Like, for real, it was just like a funny like punchline. Like, it's just like a bar. Like, but that's like scam rap has like a lot of that. Some is just like bar after bar. And basketball references I've seen, but that's scam rap. It's usually not taken like seriously.
Yeah.
Typically, like there's people that just really like TJX6. They have like a song where there's just straight up like not even like they'll just say like, I messed with this cute girl, she got Ebola, and then I messed with this other girl, she also got Ebola, or something like. It just makes no sense. It's just like, okay, but I feel like for things that goes back to when it's less serious, I feel like it's also like more fun. Ideas like flow. I will say when it comes to rap, like it's easier for me to get like my thoughts and ideas out. When it comes to like other genres like indie and alt rock, it's easier for me to get like my feelings out, and you can kind of say that because I upload both. Like Take Me by the Hand, that's the song that's like people like really like fuck with the most.
Yeah, it's very different because I was looking at your music and I'm like, what is this? Why is it so different?
Way different. You're hearing me talk about like, rapping and got like these gun bars, and then all of a sudden I'm like, I don't want to be, I don't want to be inside a universe where you're, I don't want to bust out like a whole singing thing. Where you're not by my side. Like that's a whole like, oh, okay.
So like you said right now that they express different things because people talk about like language, how the English language, you're like one way. Like I seen on TikTok where like you have one personality with your English, but then when you're speaking Spanish, you have this whole personality. For you, you're saying the same thing is possible with different genres. Like you're doing rapping and.
Definitely. There's definitely a different kind of tone. I kind of see it like differently. When it's like rap, I'm like, like I'm here. Mm-hmm. Like I want to be. As a rapper, I feel like most rappers, like they want to be like respected and seen. Like you want your skill because it takes like talent and skill. Like you're working on your lyrics, you're working on your flows and things like that. And you're putting together like intricate. It's kind of like a mental thing. Like it actually takes like intelligence, IQ to put together these schemes and rhyme schemes. Because on an alt rock song, you could say one line. Yeah. But when you take it into rap, you gotta like. You could say like in one song, you could say like, I'm sitting here. You could have a line where you describe like yourself sitting in a room, and then in rap, it's like you just add like a whole bunch of like lines like I don't know, I off the top of my head I'm thinking of like I don't want to like put this on like on record. I don't know, but people understand. Just like just one thing and when it comes to rap, I've seen people that just take like one line, just doing like an action, and then they will completely like flip it up and make it like more lyrical. I mean, so many different ways you can talk about like like shooting somebody. I don't know. Like, and that's like I know a lot of people have like opinions when it comes to like people like say like it glorifies like violence and drugs and things like that. And like I get that people have their opinions on it. Like I'm getting like now people are like trying to kind of like people are getting more aware of like the consequences of these kinds of scenarios that like there's people that like cap when they rap. Nowadays a lot of rap is not like it's not real. People like the things that people say in their lyrics, it doesn't actually happen. Yeah. I kind of like same with me, but also at the same time, like I try to include bars that are actually like real
experiences you had, right?
Experiences I've had. In Enigma, I've literally have bars that I talk about like I have people from high school that don't fuck with me, talking about like just like my experiences of how people used to kind of like look down on me, and now like now I'm doing good. Now I feel like the shit. But like these are like real like character developmental like moments that I've been through. But then if I talk about like, boy, what did I say in one song? Like just if I have like a song where I'm like, boy, I'm a pop you or some shit like, man, that ain't real. Like, come on now. But it's all like it just is what it is. Some people, hey, I know like when it comes to like more like gangster rap and things like that, there are people that like that's like goes back to that purist versus tourist kind of thing. Yeah, that do take it like really serious. Like, oh, you can't like, they don't like you rapping about those things unless you're really about it. And then like they really take a lot of pride. Like, yeah, I'm actually about it. Like this is real. So there's different dimensions to it.
A genre called drill rap, right, or no?
Drill has been so glamorized
Yeah,
now.
because I always hear stuff about like actual like gang fights happening over like that kind of like
Back
certain
then,
raps.
yes, but nowadays we got like Lil Mabu and Ice Spice like popping out with drill, and so it's just been taken out. Like
So what is it? What is actual like? What is it, like the definition of drill rap? What is that?
drill kind of it originates from like the UK.
Mm.
It's like a UK like genre of hip hop where the beats more like a triplet rather than like on a 4 count. It goes like 1 2 3 1 2 3. So like and then Pop Smoke kind of like it kind of spread into the US with figures like Pop Smoke, Fabio Foreign, and you've heard like Ice Spice. She
Yeah.
does drill. It's just those kind of beats. A lot of hip hop, it's kind of like it goes back to like the beats and then what you're actually rapping about.
Yeah.
So if you like, yeah, there's gangster rap, like that's something you're gonna be talking about, gangster shit.
Yeah.
But drill, I never really like got into drill that much. I feel like with Ice Spice, making it like really mainstream, kind of like turns me away a little bit. I don't like to. It's kind of weird. Like I kind of like listen to things that are like underground. I feel like it's like more special. Like ooh, it's really dope. At, like discovering, uncovering things like that. Especially when I found like some absolute like uncovered gems like in the underground space. Plus, it just helps out smaller artists and things like that.
Yeah.
Actually, you know what? I will talk.
I don't know why that was associated. Like I don't know. Like somewhere I'm sure it was Twitter, Instagram, or TikTok where I had like this association between drill rap and people like actually going after each other in New York.
I don't know. When it comes to drill rap, I'm not like 100% like up with, but I will point out like I bought like 3. This is a rap artist.
Or maybe it was a different genre I was thinking about. Sorry.
I don't know. But this is a rap artist, Perry Mason. I have like 3 of his CDs.
Oh,
he's a rap artist from like New York.
Yeah.
So I got like 3 albums here. We got a Bummer Trash CD.
Oh damn.
And then we got the
garden seeds or
garden seeds as well.
Like
I don't know, but like these are like, so all my CDs, like these are underground artists.
Yeah.
We got like we got the 2 Beatles albums up here, Jackson 5 or whatever. But I do like listening to and discovering like really like I guess just underground. I don't know. Perry Mason's like he's growing, like he's doing pretty good. But I will say like that is something that I like to do. So when when drill, I was kind of getting into it. Pop Smoke, but rest in peace. Shame what happened to him. He died, and I feel like ever since like the drill scene wasn't really being held down by like somebody like that was like really well respected. Like Ice Spice is popping off.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I feel like it is safe to say like Ice Spice, like nobody's like praising her on like her lyricism or her flow. She's making like TikTok bops. And it is what it is. But like no one's really debating like, is Ice Spice the best lyricist?
Yeah.
Is Ice Spice like putting out bars that are like absolute head thinkers? I don't think it's really like offensive to say like, I don't think it doesn't seem like she's making like an effort. Like they're just, especially when you can actually go back on the songs and look like a lot of these rhyme schemes, like if your rhymes end with like one word or one syllable words of all words too, literally that last song, you think you the shit, you're not even the fart.
Yeah.
I've been going hard, I'm breaking their hearts. Like these are like simple rhymes. Then it's like to me it translates like you're not like really like going in and like trying to expand on that lyrically. So it's like you're not, which is fine. Like you can make songs, but it's like you're not trying to like say to the world like, yo, look at me, like I got skill, like I'm entering the rap race, I want to be the king here. And for me, it's like when it comes to rap, I feel like that's like something really, that's really fun, like that to like compete and be like, yo, like I'm the one. Shoot, I'll even say I did watch that Valley Rap Cypher, and I will say Young Water did say in his rhyme that he was like he felt like the GOAT, and I really feel like, you know what, I'll say it. I don't think it's like I say it all in good, like all in good fun, all in good sport. Add into that kind of like this game that we're playing as rap artists when we're like, no, I'm the best, because I feel like this might, I don't know, maybe it'll make Young Water want to be like, yo, nah, like, work on his craft. Steel sharpens steel when it comes to the rap game.
And even you did have a rapper saying like, no, let's all go together, let's be a community. Then it's kind of like, what? You can't be rapping.
They don't
about
really
like,
do that.
Yeah.
When it comes to rap, no, there's rap collectives,
Yeah,
you know what I mean,
rap
things like
collectives.
that. But when it comes to like a whole scene, I mean, I mean, you definitely, when it comes to rap, like, I feel like people that consume rap, like, they're consuming like a specific artist like for a reason, you know, because I have the best lyrics. Oh, because I have the best like vibes. Oh, I got the best beats or whatever. You know, obviously someone could be watching me is like, well, no, like, you know, I'm talking my ass, but you know, I mean, shoot, there's other artists I mean, there's artists that I'm not listening to. Actually, no, there's actually good few artists I'm not listening to them because they're necessarily like the best, but like I still see the hunger and the work ethic in there. That's another component. There we go. That's what you want to see. You rappers that are hungry and showing that, you know, that is what it is. Seeing that fire, seeing that grind. You know what I mean? But Young Water did say in his cipher, rap cipher number 2, y'all could check it out. He was like, you know, best in the valley, feeling like the GOAT or something like that. It was like early on in his verse, and I read that and I was like, man, low key. Hey, let this be known. I feel like if I was on that cipher, this just might be my ego as like a rap, because I feel like a lot of rappers they deal with like an ego,
and I think they need it to be like to function as a rapper.
Yeah, and you can see it. I mean, even Gav will say it, like Gavino will say like he feels like he's like one of the goats, not one of the goats. That he feels like he's definitely like, you know, one of the, you know, the motherfuckers out there rapping. You know what I mean? I mean, I forgot. Steven brought it up where like he was talking about like how he said like, oh, like, you know, Amani's pretty good, but not better than me. And I was like, okay, bro. Now, who's better, me and Gavino? Honestly, actually, I could say it's kind of hard. Me and Gavino, when it comes to like metrics, I feel like for me, when it comes to like rapping, I feel like Gavino is much more of like a storyteller. I feel like for me, that's something like I definitely struggle with. I feel like I have like better like if we went like bar for bar, I feel like I would be better. But if we went like verse for verse, well, then that would be different. If we went like song for song, there's definitely like even on his album Dots, I found myself listening to it like every once in a while when I'm driving up or down from McAllen. You know, it's definitely got like it's definitely standing like its test of time. I'll kind of put ourselves like definitely, I'll say like it's safe to say like we definitely at like the same level for sure. If he wants to debate that, then sure, we can
Go prove it.
We can go and see what's up. But Young Water, I would say for that rap cipher, I ain't been invited yet. I'm the type like I mean for the podcast, like I kind of want to like earn it in a sense. Like I wanted to wait for like I want to see if like you would reach out to me for one for the podcast. I don't want to like I kind of want to like just do my thing and then like okay, it'd be like a milestone for me in a sense. Like okay, I'm finally here like on the interview, and then people are watching me like seeing like the, you know, my story, and I feel like it like in that sense it will like inspire people in a way. And I've seen people kind of like reach out and say that like I've inspired them, and it does like mean a lot. I remember like I was actually going through like a really hard time that last year, and Anakin Dax is another artist. He's friends with Janelli, but he reached out and basically said that he told me that like he liked how I gave like a kind of spread a message of like positivity, and it was at a time where like I didn't really see myself in the greatest light, and it just meant like so much to me. But I think for a lot of artists, like that's why I spoke earlier about feedback, but yeah, the feedback does matter in that sense. And like as artists, I feel like we're so like we're so, you know, we so egotistical, insecure. You know, we're just the biggest babies, man. But you know, it's just there's something really special and all that. We be creating like such amazing shit. But in that rap cipher, man, I really feel like going back, I really feel like I would body that motherfucking cipher low key. Like, would I have the best verse there? I would definitely, I feel like I might have the best verse there. And y'all could, hey, if that cipher comes out, man, y'all watch that shit. We'll see what happens. But I definitely have a lot of pride in my work and my skill for lyrics. And I'm saying like, hey, if y'all want that action, come and get it. You know what I mean? You know, I'll rap battle anybody can get it. But you know, all good sport and things like that. Like, I don't want to like put another rapper down or be like, oh, like, you know, I could say like I have the better lyrics, but I'm not gonna be like, oh, but this rapper's trash. Like, I mean, if me and Gavino had like a some battle or something, you know, I feel like no matter the outcome, like people should still recognize that each of us are like really fucking talented. I mean, shoot, actually, shouts to Aaron, aka Metaphor Junkie. He kind of made a joke. He made a beat he sent to Elam Zula and me. I don't know if are you familiar with him or Verm the Villain?
No, I'm not familiar with them.
Those guys are legendary. But I was able to meet Elam Zula in person for the first time at an open mic. But he was kind of like, hey, like I sent this beat to both of y'all. Like if y'all want to put a verse on. Low key, like no competition, but like want to see. Like I feel like that's okay. I feel like I said, like steel sharpens steel. Like I'm not trying to like beat them or anything. I'm not trying to like really, but it's like kind of like you know, like kind of like a friendly spar.
Yes.
Like, you know, you're just getting better, you know. But Elam Zula is really good. They have an album with Verm the Villain, Power 2. Came out the Valley, both people from the Valley. Now Verm the Villain, he's going on to do like, you know, pretty amazing things. He's up in Austin.
Oh wow.
Or San Antonio, I forget which one, but he has like a whole band now. He did like a tour that spanned like literally into like the UK.
Oh shit.
Yeah, like all everywhere. But
so yeah, like that's more of what we need here in the Valley, where we need to like know where what these artists do.
Yeah.
And the fact that they're from here and now they're doing great stuff and we don't get to hear those stories.
Yeah. It's kind of like, I mean, we see that in Musically, but I mean, don't act like we're like, I'm not accusing that. I'm just saying like, in general, this is how I'm wording it, but like people can't act like we're not familiar with this narrative. We see it all the time when it comes to college, academics. People are always going out of the Valley when it comes to education.
The brain drain.
All the time. The brain drain. We lose people. We lose doctors and lawyers all the time.
Yeah.
Too. Which I understand. I mean, I don't think there's like a law school down here. There's not like really like there's like a nursing school down here, a couple of them. But yeah, I mean, it's just the concept of just like great minds, whether like academically or musically, we are sending them out, and they are not coming. Like it's not like they come back to serve our community. It's like in that aspect.
It doesn't to sound bad, but that's very like common with third world countries where where you start exporting stuff like raw materials or just like finished materials to like richer countries, and you don't really get that much back because it's hard for.
I've even seen it where in third world countries, I've seen stories where they'll take like one family member, send them off into America, send them through that school, and then it's a lot of pressure, and then the family member will send money back.
We were able to do that with artists where like they go like we could export artists. Let's say some like popular band goes to like Austin or whatever. If they're able to like bring other bands or like more resources down here, then hey, that works out. If you're just completely cutting it off, saying hey,
I feel like that would be more so like of a Valley labels function.
Yeah,
that would take like a real team to be able, in the sense of we grow an artist, we send them out and they're drawing attention to the Valley. We can't. I mean, shoot, we still got Freddie Fender, being San Benito repping Freddie Fender. And it's like all that time, there hasn't been
another one.
Yeah. And it's like, I mean, you know what? We got Forever Groovin' starting up as a DJ label, which is like really like, nice to see, but it's like, yeah, more labels, but not in the sense of like, I've seen people do like labels, but they don't do labels the way that like they
actual
do labels.
Yeah.
They treat labels more like of a collective. When it's like a label is like, it's kind of got to treat it to like a much higher, like a label is basically, I see labels as banks for music artists.
They provide loans. Yeah,
exactly. It's the same way that, no one's going to give an artist no bank is going to give an artist a loan to put out an album. Oh, but it's going to sell, I'm going to make my money back and you'll pay it. A lot of artists are broke.
Yeah.
Banks know that. And, especially if you don't have like that verified income to the reliable, that income, proof of income to show that you'll pay it back, that's where the labels come in, what I mean? But even still, it's like, I've seen a lot of people I've seen people attempt label stuff, but the most that they say they're a label, but they're really just like just a studio, they just provide studio services. But other than that, they're not providing like
A&R,
marketing, A&R, booking and things like that. Require like that whole thing is what I mean, like by label. Like, don't call yourself a label. Now, I have my music registered under Amani Hip Hop LLC, classified legally as a record label, just to protect my music. And then also when I do like taxes and expenses when it comes to music.
And that's what I was telling you, like a lot of bands should like take notes of that, because there's so much, like all the equipment, like it costs so much that you could be like saving some like money with taxes and all
write
bunch of
it
other
off.
shit. Yeah, write it off.
In the sense that like if you're making I'm gonna throw out numbers like 30K a year,
Yeah.
or you know, but you spent like 10K that year of your own income, like a 30-year income on music. Some people spend like half of their income on music, and that's real. Yeah, so it's like you're making 30K a year, you spend like 10K a year on music equipment, things like that. You're still being taxed at 30K. Now, not only if you had that under your business, and you can get in touch with, you can have someone do those taxes for you.
Yeah.
Pay someone $100. Start up that LLC, only costs a few $100. But if you find yourself spending for sure even over $1,000 on anything music related in 1 year, for sure,
Yeah, you need to do that.
for sure, create an LLC. I've even seen ways you don't have to like file it. You don't have to create the whole thing. You just do it when you report your taxes. You don't actually have to. I don't know. There's something called like a sole proprietorship. I don't know all the ins and outs about, but they let you write that off. So not only do you get that as a write off of all the taxes you already have to pay.
You have everything written. Make sure you have everything ready because if
they'll get those receipts. Yeah. You do want to don't be stupid. Do keep that audit in mind. Have that proof.
Yeah.
That you spent and it was for music purposes. But it's usually not like crazy. Like but not only that, but then you get it written off. You're being taxed as if you made 20K a year. This is off your personal income. So you're saving a lot of money. It just makes it so much easier, and it kind of makes it seem a lot more professional. I mean, when you upload on DistroKid, it has like a little label spot. Some people put like a little name. Let me see like who's on Spotify. Let me see Gavino, like what he has, because you'll see like a little company at the bottom, like registered to. Let me see, like if I go on his stuff, dots. Let me see.
Yeah, but it's like
it says at the bottom.
All that stuff is forward thinking. This is stuff that people should understand because when you're a band or a rapper and things like that, yes, you're an artist, but you're also a small business that, you got to get your merch. You got to get a bunch of other stuff that, to financially support yourself. All of that stuff is very important.
I'm trying to see like where I've seen it. Like, I don't know if you've seen like some songs.
You see like on the way bottom,
way at the
small
bottom.
letters. Yeah.
And usually people just put like a custom name or something or like a little phrase. But I'll put like my actual LLC name. So if people sue me, they're not coming after my personal assets.
That's the other important part.
Yeah.
Like when you have an LLC, they're gonna attack, or not attack, but like legally, they're gonna go after the company
the
itself
LLC and their assets. Yeah. Because especially in music, copyright and things like that. You never know if you hit some bigger firm comes after you and you're like, oh, we need all this money. You know what I mean? And so you can bankrupt your LLC, but you're not going to be bankrupt.
Yeah,
exactly. You know what I mean? Like, that's just, it's just a shield of protection, and also kind of makes you feel, and I feel like it's just a little bit more legit that way. You just call it whatever you want. That's one thing. But I have heard someone give advice on like set claims. Have you heard anything about that?
What's that?
Apparently it's like you basically claim the royalties of your live performance. But here in the Valley, I only bring that up just because like I was hosting my open mic, someone hit me up like, oh, do you do set claims? And I was like, for an open mic? I was like, for a free event? I was like, first off, like this free, like, I mean, I don't know. I was thinking, I was just kind of like, hey bro, like, no, we don't do that. But like, also like, I don't know. I'm when I go to like, when it comes to like financial advice for artists, I do that LLC. I've been seeing, bro, I don't know. I've been hearing like stuff about the set claims, but it's like also like, I don't know. It just seems, for that, it kind of seems like of all the things to like focus on, I don't know, get your LLC first. I don't know if I don't know, it might be a legitimate
I'm
thing.
still learning. Like even with like the business stuff, like even as a promoter, I'm still learning like different terms, and
Yeah.
I think people should get really educated on financial like education just in general, because you're gonna start seeing a lot of bullshit. Like I deal with agents and all that stuff. Most of the ones I dealt with are like, they're good guys and everything, but like the amount of like understanding, like, okay, how do you get this kind of deal? Because there's percentages, maybe there's a flat guarantee. There's all these different like technical terms. So like I'm still learning. You get
that whole world is like, it's definitely like a little.
It's very like headache inducing, because when you're friends with a band, like let's say for example Archer O, like let's say, and I don't want to like talk bad about the agent because I love the agent, he's a good guy, but like let's say another band like them, you can love the band so much, but then like when you gotta deal with your agent, like, okay, I want this amount of money, and you're like, no, I can only do this. That's the whole
role of the agent, man. That I think is like that. Who was Jay-Z's agent?
Yeah,
was known for being like a big like asshole or his manager. But that's kind of what you want your agent to be, you know what I mean? Like, because when it comes in the music world, I've seen people get nickeled and dimed.
That's the other part. On the flip side, like I've seen artists who they deserve good, they deserve a lot of stuff, and they don't because
they don't have an asshole like campaigning from. They're like, no, like this artist wants this amount of money.
Yeah, there's a reason why that position exists. Because again, I heard stories, not gonna name names, but a particular show where none of the bands got paid for that show. And it caused like a lot of not controversy, but like it pissed off people. So yeah, I can see, you know. And again, there's also promoters who are complete assholes. Because there was a story of a guy I used to work with. People already know who I'm talking about because he has this history of not paying bands. He's no longer relevant, anyways. I decided to work with him because we were friends when I was first joining the scene, and I started seeing like his kind of work ethic where he didn't really want to do that much stuff. He wanted to work with me because again, my name, it has a good standing. And once we got the money to pay the bands, he was kind of like, no, like I don't want to fucking pay them because we're gonna split the money 50-50. We shared the cost. When he said that, I'm like, okay, this is
a little interesting.
And so I told the bands like, you know what, like I was not aware of his history until much later on. And so sometimes like, no, I'm like, if I don't make any money, I don't care. I'm gonna pay you guys because again, when you're in the music scene or any kind of like industry, your reputation means a lot, especially if you're a promoter. Because I mean, if bands know that you don't pay them, they're not gonna want to work with you.
Yeah.
And so I paid them out of all my own money. And this particular person had a history of doing that, and I wasn't aware of it until much later. And I mean, I don't know what I'm rapping about anymore, but yeah.
There's been people that.
Oh yeah, about agents. Sorry, yeah. That was a conversation. But yeah, like that's why like sometimes your artists are gonna deal with promoters that are completely shitty. So if you have an agent, you know, that can like really help you out with, hey, go after that person.
I've seen people like pay to perform in a sense. It's like the opposite. I think performing for free, it's like, you know, it just depends on circumstances. You know, you definitely want to be paid for your time and things like that. Or, you know, if you're doing it for exposure, opening up for like a much bigger band and you're asking them to be on the show, you know what I mean? But if someone's reaching out to you, you know what I mean, with an opportunity, I feel like it's a little different. But you should, in my opinion, I feel like, you know, nobody should definitely like pay to be on a show. I mean, obviously, there's like higher levels to it. I've seen times where like
I see that being more common in the rap scene where I get like I listen to like promoters talks and everything, and that sometimes they would tell rappers to sell a certain amount of tickets to get on the lineup, and I'm kind of like, what?
It's always a little scary. It never like, I don't know, if you see it in terms of like an investment, it's never worth that money that you put into that is never, there's a better way to spend your money.
Yeah.
I mean, shoot, even putting that money into like a high quality video, you know what I mean? Promoting that video is going to get you way more exposure.
And we talked about this earlier because, I mean, for people who don't know, this is like our second attempt at the podcast. But before we had also mentioned MLMs where they show you the product, you have to purchase the product and then you can start selling it. I'm kind of like, no, that's not how it works.
It's a little pyramid scheme. It's like, it's kind of like, you know, in my opinion, it's like if you're at the level where objectively like venues aren't putting you in their shows unless you like pay them or make money for them.
Yeah, you're being ripped off.
Then you're being ripped off. But then I would say, you know, hey, you know, I would just say work on your craft. You know what I mean? If you feel like you're at that level, I don't believe a lot of people are at that level. But feel like that, you come back until you can actually like demand like, nah, like I know my worth. You know, if you don't know your worth, then you need to go back and work on your shit until you really believe that you're the. You know,
and even at that becomes a very difficult conversation when money gets involved because how much are you worth as an artist? How do you determine that? It's very difficult.
Especially early on when a lot of this stuff comes from the rap scene, man. I ain't gonna lie. A lot of people, because I mean, there are a lot of people that are really just in it just to make money and they're trying to like, you know, trying to make it out and all that. So that's when it gets like really like, there's been artists I've wanted to work with and, you know, I'll be like, yeah, you know, if you want to collab, they're like, oh yeah, I love your stuff, yada, yada. My feature price is $200. And it's like, first off, I don't have a problem with a feature price being that much if you're actually generating like that much in stream revenue. Because that makes sense. And in the bigger scene, like why would I pay $1 million for Drake? You know what I mean? Drake isn't like gonna, he ain't gonna go crazy on my song. I mean, Drake, he's pretty good, but you know, there's other I feel like there's other rappers that rap better and things like that. But why Drake? Because that song is probably gonna make more than $1 million. You know what I mean? Or at least you're gonna make your money back and gain exposure.
Exactly.
But if you're only, because now with that kind of shit, then I'll bring up the numbers. Like, okay, well, you're only generating like 1,000 monthly streams. People are barely even streaming your. Are you even making the feature price back on your own stuff? Then it's like, dude, like you're literally, and what's also like frustrating, it's like, man, not only are you not worth this money, but you're letting this imaginary number get in between us actually making like some good ass art.
Exactly. Yeah.
Shout out to Chroma, but I feel like they also make music individually. But one of their members, Polo Boy, it's not Polo Boy. Polo Boy is a famous TikToker. But fuck, that just destroyed my chain of thought because I thought I started thinking about the fucking TikToker. But he reached out and look at being open to a collab. When I would say like, man, a feature with him, man, shoot, I probably pay like 50 bucks. I don't know. That's where I put it. 50, 100 bucks. It's pretty good. So then there's people that hit me with that. What I'll do is I created a fake website page for my feature prices and it was fully functional, everything. I'm like, okay, well here's my link. My feature price is 150. So how about, let's cut this fucking bullshit out. All right. Let's not try, all right, you know what I'm saying? And let's actually work on some fucking music, like I don't charge. I've never charged for any features or nothing. If I just don't want to collab, then I just won't. Now I am lazy at the same time. I know Young Waters reached out before to make a track, and I'm down. It's just like when I have the time to work on music, it's usually like 1 or 2 days out of the week. And then when that day does roll around, what if I'm just feeling tired and things like that? Then I got other things like there's 2-3 albums that I want to put out. And then when it comes to collabs, I told him. Send me an open, and it's kind of funny because I've heard the same thing. Like I've asked people and they say, oh, well, send me open. Nobody ever has the open, bro. The artists that you're reaching out to, they don't got no opens. You don't got no opens. I don't have any opens right now. I'll tell you that. I have to create them. So it's kind of funny, but I mean, that's just how it is.
Yeah. You really got to push for it to happen. Yeah.
When it happens, it happens. Me and Comb, it's gonna happen. Me and Young Water, it's gonna happen. Me and Gav, man, actually, I sent Gavino open. He's still working. He's trying to get a studio together. That's why. Yeah. So when he records, and it's gonna be some fire. This track, I'm gonna have a Gavino. Ooh,
yeah. It'll be worth it. Yeah.
It's gonna be some fire, y'all. I want to have that single on my next upcoming. This next album I'm working on, I think it's gonna be a self-titled called Amani. That's gonna be like just a rap. Like I'm actually gonna show y'all, like, yo. Like, this is why y'all gotta respect me as a rapper, man, because I'm gonna put like some good ass shit. Enigma was like starting off like just to show y'all like, man, like drop your ego, drop the standards, man. Like I'm making some experimental shit. Like if you fuck with it, whatever, just to shake things up a little bit, and then I can hit him with the knockout punch, which is gonna be this self-titled album. But yeah, man, that's just how it is. I will say like Perry Mason, I think he does charge for features. But like he also generates like a lot of streams. Like he drops an album, it literally gets like 50,000 to 100,000 streams that night. So it's like, okay, you know what I mean? Like,
ROI.
Yeah, because if you do a feature with someone like him or some other artists, like it's literally if I was him, like I'm literally giving out free money just by collab. It's like it's like you're literally going to make money off of this collab. Like might as well like reap my rewards. Like I'm at that platform. Like plus, it also, I feel like at that level, when you have a huge platform, it also cuts out a lot of the riffraff. Yeah. In that sense, of people that don't. I mean, riffraff in the sense that, people that, your DMs aren't going to be as flooded. You're not going to get as many like requests. You kind of got to filter. Okay, of all the people that want to feature from me, let me get the most serious in that sense. When you're at that level, I'm saying the valley level, man, I have not encountered enough people where it's like where I think they're dope. And if they think I'm dope, that's great. But if they want to hit me with that paywall, then it's like, man, I feel like it's kind of like, who are you, bro? Like in a sense, like, I don't know. I don't do that. I feel like, if you're at a level, so you're not even like making over, then I'll pull up and I'm like, bro, if you don't got like at least like 10,000 monthly streamers at least, bro, no, I don't want to hear that. I find it kind of like whack. Like, where you getting that vibe? Now there's people are like, oh, but I know my worth. All right, man. All right, we're just not gonna collab then. Sure, whatever. Yeah, no.
And that happened. That actually happens to me. Like where a band asked me like once, like how much do you charge to be on a podcast? I'm like, it's free. Like I'm not gonna be charging people to be on a platform. The whole reason it exists is because like you talk to me, I talk to you.
Yeah,
it creates exposure, and it's benefits both of us.
From a business aspect, I see is like if it gets to the point where you're having too much business, too much
yeah.
guests, then you raise your prices. But only like, for that, then it's kind of like that's the trend. But it's like, man, and then I think like how many people are asking you for a feature? You know what I mean? That you're like, oh, but my price is this.
Yeah.
How many people are you declining, bro? Like, and I know because you can see all the songs they've made. You can see on Spotify all the people they collab with. You only got like 2 collabs, bro. Like,
yeah.
So it's like no one's really like, it'd be different. You have like hella collabs. My friend Zay Beezy went to high school with him. Really good dog of mine. DAWG. But he's featured on my song Deep End. But we did that collab. It was a free collab. But he's at a place where I think he could definitely charge like $50, $100 for a feature for sure. But he's my homeboy. We're homies. Definitely like just we've been homies for years. So it's just like that. But I mean, if he hit me with the price, I wouldn't have been mad. Like he's definitely at that level. He's got like songs with like 500,000 streams. You know what I mean? So it's like that converted into streaming revenue is like quite a few $100s. That's his own stuff. He doesn't have. There's people where they have streams, but you look at the featured artist, and that's why like they're bringing in like, oh, okay, well it's like, yeah, you're getting a lot of streams, but it's just because you have like bigger collab, like, and usually it's because you're paying, you kind of buying streams, that aspect, like paying these bigger artists to jump on your song, and that's why you're popping. But I just wanted to bring out that little designation because that's what I've seen some people do. But we collabed, ended up being a good song, and that's why it always goes back to just keep an open mind. Just
don't let money become a barrier.
Exactly.
Yeah,
and there's been specific artists where I'm like, dude, we can make it a banger ass song, better than Take Me By the Hand. Nah, they want the money, and it's like, okay, all right, it is what it is. That's just how it is, man. Money
Definitely. And I think what would be interesting, because we talked about it this last time, where I would like to see more collabs between bands and rappers, just to like do something different creatively.
I've
like
seen,
we had your if we got a band to do your song and then you rapped on top of it. I mean,
I did it once where I had my brother play on electric guitar, Take Me By the Hand. I was singing it. Yeah, I've been seeing more like people do like I've seen it like a couple times where they do like a rap set and they have like a full backing band. I might try to form a band like later in the summer to perform an upcoming album to like tease it and like garner like. And I was talking to one of the guys. I think he's gonna be the drummer, but he was asking me like, well, what happens after the album? Like, what if shit really takes off? And I was like, well, shit. I mean, honestly, I keep an open mind, man. Like, I mean, shit. If shit takes off in this band, like that becomes a thing. Hey, so be it. It is, yeah. I'm down. I'm down for the ride. I'm trying to think. There are some people. I want to make sure I don't like shout. Like I want to shout out, but there are some stories behind like each of them. But yeah, Melodrama. He's got his open mic on at Coffee Grounds every Friday. Really good shit. I've shouted out a good amount of people. I do want to say Killer Queen B. I saw her open up for Kuko at when I came down. Really good DJ. Oh, you know what? Coming up is the Strawberry Skins debut show.
Oh yeah,
you've heard?
It's Friday, right? I don't know who they are.
It's their new band, barely formed, but. Elias, aka Gloom, she's on that band. Good friend of mine. I'm gonna see that show. I took out.
I think it's this Friday, right? I remember. Yeah. Let me go look.
Is it?
Let me check. I'll check right now.
Well, anywho, you can confirm. I'm just run through these and just to make sure I don't miss anybody. But yeah, but who's also gonna that band I also mentioned. Shouts to my homie Miggy. He the homie. He's the bassist for Crucifixion and All Gods Are Dead. But I point that out because one of the guys from All Gods Are Dead runs the social media for Eros and the Drifters, which is another Valley band. Which the bassist on that one is a homie I went to school with, Caden Ficus. So shouts to him. And I also went to I took a college class for my I'm a psychology major. I'm gonna graduate in the summer, so fun fact.
Oh shit, for reals?
Yeah. So I actually did take a class on like the psychology when it comes to
just to cut you off real quick. It is Friday. It is Friday.
Okay. So go and see that show. I'm gonna be there. Depending on when this episode comes out, they'll see like.
But go for it. So you got into psychology. What made you get into that kind of major?
So I've always, actually, my grandma is a psychologist.
Oh, sure.
But I took some psychology classes in high school, and I just found it like this my favorite subject. Like I just love learning it. So I just decided, my parents wanted me to go to college, and I didn't really. I don't know. I could do without.
What's been like some of like the most interesting stuff you found out like throughout your like psychology classes that like surprised you about human behavior?
Human behavior, origins of anger, why people, what causes people to get angry and lash out, because that topic you can explore, especially in men. There's people that do things or lash out or do things, and turns out you can kind of chase that rabbit hole, and it can actually go back to something even from like years ago, and you kind of like spark like the people or grudges that people hold in. That whole psychology behind that gets really interesting, just because in my life, I've grown up around like really like angry people. So I feel like with psychology, it's like helped me understand like myself, my past, my surroundings, and just like why I feel like everyone's had like their fair share of like traumas and things like that. I'm not gonna get into but I've been through shit. I'm sure you've been through shit. Everybody's been through shit.
And the reason why I would know that is because if you're a person who gets interested in why people do what they do, normally you had some kind of trauma that you're trying to figure out, okay, why did they do that? Because you're trying to like rationalize it in your head.
I did find learning and going through that major kind of like healing in a sense. Now it's like, I feel like I can observe and read people pretty well, but it did help me figure out like a lot of things for myself. But I've only been doing therapy like recently, like since like November of last year. You know what I mean? So it's pretty recent. Just once a month, but I still think like therapy is something that everybody should, or at least just to talk to somebody. There's people just, they don't really talk about things.
That's what happened with Wagon Man, where after the podcast was over, like we hung out afterwards, and there's like a lot of deeper conversations. I wish they would have been on the podcast because they would have made for good conversations, but sometimes stuff shouldn't be said on camera, and the vibes are a little different. So
that's how like I've seen like other podcasts, and it's kind of like, I don't know. It just seems like they already got like their questions like made, and they just run through like, okay, so I don't know. It seems very scripted.
You can tell because
and not natural.
Was it Larry King? It was Larry King. He was talking about like his interview styles, and he had mentioned how he was getting interviewed by some TV station in Dallas, and that the girl was like give him questions, but like you could tell that they were scripted and there was like no flow to it. So like one time, there's some how did you get your information, or how do you get guests? And then he went on a whole like dumb rant just to like prove a point that she was not paying attention to his questions and everything. And I mean, a good interviewer, they're actively listening to you.
And I've seen you like I would say something, and I would like kind of sidetrack, and then I'm just like, but then you catch it and like it like go like deeper into it. I'm like, oh, okay, cool, like we can get into that. I mean, psychology.
Psychology, yeah.
I'm really glad you tapped into that. It helped me to figure out a lot of things about myself and just kind of be more understandable. I mean, definitely like down here, there's people that like, they've dealt with shit, and just the way they act.
There's a lot of trauma here in the Valley that some people are aware of, and some of it that people are unaware of. And all of that stuff affects our community. Like a big one was that I told people, I'm doing the video about the iceberg, about Valley Lore. 1950, there was something called La Matanza, and basically what was going on is that I think it was during, how was it? I'm not sure it was part of the American Mexico Civil War or whatever, but like there was stuff going on between Mexico and America, and there was Texas Rangers who like literally they killed Mexican Americans, obviously because there were some that were working with the Mexican government. So like there was this whole plan where the Mexican government wanted Texas, all the like the Southwest, California, and all that stuff to like get away from the U.S. But there was like discrimination against Mexican Americans who were living here. They weren't gonna betray anybody, but because you can't tell the difference between a loyal Mexican government person versus a Mexican American, they were like killing people, and they were taking their lands, and so some like Texas Rangers like, they killed Mexican Americans and they gave their farming land to white settlers that were coming down here to the valley. So if you pay attention to our economy, agriculture is very important. There's a lot of sugar mills. There's a sugar mill. There's corn, cotton, a bunch of other stuff. I mean, that's important for us. So you're having people lose their life work that they're not able to like pass down to their kids. So I mean, this is trauma that people are
Kind of like built on suffering.
Yeah, it's built
in
on
a
suffering.
sense.
And so like people like, I mean, that's just on a large scale. If you're talking about families, I mean, maybe your dad went through something, your father or your mother, and
I think it's.
Yeah.
I'll say it's dead ass the culture. I mean, you've heard maybe like machismo culture.
Yeah.
And things like that. I took a class on it, just explaining like, I mean, yeah, there's just straight up like, I mean, culturally, it's taboo to to think about your mental health and think about just think about things.
even
like
your
that.
physical health. I mean, like once you become 40, you should be taking like, check it out for colon cancer. Some people like joking around like, oh, finger in the butt. Yeah.
So I mean, down here you have people that's really like repressing that, or or oh, I don't need therapy. Like I'm not crazy, and it's like,
Yeah.
first off,
Because people start thinking there's something wrong with them, which they could be, but not in a way of like.
but even then, what I would even say is like, okay, first off, you don't have to be like quote unquote like crazy to be, it's not for crazy people, and I feel like call somebody like crazy, that's more of like a, kind of like an insult, and like that's where that stigma comes from. But it's like at the same time. Sure, let me. I'll go into that logic. You're really gonna wait until you are like mentally insane for you to finally be like, now I need.
It's because it just happens with health too, with diabetes, high blood pressure, and also it's that some people don't want to go to the doctor because they don't want to hear the bad news.
Yeah.
But they wait so long where it's no longer the doctors are no longer able to help you out. People are more reactive than proactive.
They'll wait till
You're-
like symptoms, like active symptoms.
Sometimes, and that's the worst time because that's literally when
When
you
it's
can no longer
happening,
fix-
the symptoms are showing you that you have it.
yeah. So like you're able to like say, for example, like I was talking to my doctor because obviously I'm overweight, so like there's certain issues that I have to deal with, and right now she was saying that the big thing that people talk about like with health wise is diabetes. It's very common here. I think a lot of people here have it.
Actually, McAllen literally
It's like the fattest city in the country.
highest obesity rate.
People are gonna hate this, but like I've seen like the research, the McAllen or the Valley area just in general, we're the fattest in the Valley, we're the poorest, and if you pay attention to IQ, which I don't really care about, but let's say you do, we're the lowest IQ area in the Valley. So the Valley is
The whole
has the
triple
whole-
homicide.
It's literally everything. But basically, what she was saying is that the biggest pandemic or epidemic is going to be happening in the future. It's going to be liver failures, because she's saying that a lot of people don't pay attention to that. People pay attention to diabetes because I mean it's
What I
awful.
would want to see is a correlation between communities that suppress their mental health and alcohol consumption.
And that's another thing.
That's another thing. Like,
The Valley's been like the hot spot for Alzheimer's or dementia. It's one or the other. I think it's Alzheimer's. And then a lot of Hispanics here in the Valley specifically, because they compare Hispanics from Florida, California, that specifically something's going on here where I think it's Alzheimer's or dementia, either or. It's been like a hot spot for some reason.
hotspot for everything.
Yeah.
Hopefully,
it's-
hotspot for some good music in the future, y'all. Let's be
and
known
also
for
like when you're,
something.
when you're talking about alcohol, during times of economic depression, that's when vices go up. Because I think I talked about with Wagon Man about vaping, alcohol consumption, all of that increases.
Yes, actually, yeah.
That's
I've seen
another-
I've seen someone speak about it in terms of like how do you invest in an economic depression? Literally when the entire economy is falling, how do you grow money? Every
selling
time.
cigarettes and alcohol.
Huh?
Alcohol and cigarettes. That's the first thing you do.
They found during COVID, they found that instead of like the whole economy flipping on its head, Amazon actually made record profits. Costco, people were spending more money during COVID. During that, we were in a little bit of like a recession. During a recession, companies were actually making the most money, and it's actually because you have people. No matter how fucked the country gets, people still got to go to work. People
Yeah,
still
certain
got to
businesses,
drive.
yeah,
They still
McDonald's.
have to eat. It's just going to happen. It just had, there are people that still, die from starvation and things like that. Sadly, it happens.
It's so weird that in the country where we're dealing with diabetes, overweight issues, there's also people dying of hunger. It's very
Such a
odd.
crazy place to be in.
Yeah.
Man. I mean, I've spoken to people that that live outside the country, like in Europe, like seeing how they view the United States. Man, it's not good.
Yeah.
But we got that Big Mac though. So no, I'm just kidding.
Yeah. What phone do you have, Google or Apple? They're both American companies. I'm telling you that in terms
yeah.
of like the Europeans, because sometimes a lot of Europeans shit on America, and that's like where my patriotism comes out. Like, oh no. You can't be talking like, yeah, you have trains, but we have planes we're the ones making your planes sometimes. But yeah,
we do have. Shoot, we
Well, like
have
when it
some
comes to pop
powerhouse
culture, it's a
companies, man.
powerhouse. America's
We
power.
have companies that straight up like that low key like influence like the world economy. Like if that company goes down, I mean, like literally Apple is worth like
Lots, yeah, it's a lot.
I mean, I think it's I think it's literally worth like a quarter of like if you look up like the Fortune 500, like Apple is like a substantial like of all of the entire stock market. It's like a
Yeah, it's very big.
25% of the entire market. Like it's like worth trillions of dollars. But it's just a crazy world.
Even that, like when you're talking about psychology, Apple's like very good at it. When people have iPhones, people talk about like how Android like has shitty camera pictures. It's not that. It's that when you're on an iPhone, let's see, for example, you and I have my Android here. I have both phones.
Flex.
If I, it's funny. There's so much I could say, but if I send you a picture, it's gonna look shitty on the iPhone, and people associate shitty pictures with the Androids because what's actually happening is that Apple has purposely not updated the features of the iPhone because there's something called RCS, and basically it's a higher texting standard.
Yeah.
That's what
Okay.
Google has.
Yeah. No. You.
And so if you were to send a picture with RCS on the iPhone and the Android, the picture quality would be like it would be the same. Video quality would be the same. But since right now they don't do that, and Apple purposely does
Apple
that.
doesn't want to upgrade it.
Yeah, so everything on Android looks shitty on iPhone. Because I remember sending a picture of a video from my Galaxy to my iPhone, and it looks so shitty on the iPhone, like really
I've
pixelated.
seen it
I'm like,
happen all the time, man, and it's so annoying. Like, just as well, I mean, everyone goes back to like green bubble,
The
blue
green
bubble,
bubble, blue
thing.
bubble stuff,
And it's
yeah.
like they can literally fix it, but like they know,
They
you know what I
know.
mean? They know. Everybody
And they
knows.
specifically choose the color green because people don't like green in general. The most popular colors are blue and red.
My favorite color is red.
Yeah. So like people like to argue about that. Like, for example, like Pokemon, people think about Charizard or Blastoise. No one thinks about the green one, which is a Bulbasaur. All these colors are by association. When you're sick, people think like, oh, you're green.
Huh?
Yeah.
But Sprite. I don't know.
I can go. Yeah, it's because like there's so much psychology that I learned because of I was in advertising.
When it comes to when it comes to advertising, that's when psychology like really like I mean
So a big one is
dollars.
Yeah, another one's fast foods. Most fast food companies have red and yellow in their color. Yeah.
I've seen that when it comes to I mean
The Simpsons, they purposely chose the color yellow because when you're flipping channels, you know it's The Simpsons because they're all yellow, like the characters.
there's so no there's a lot of good ideas. I know like one I will say like one thing I have learned I'll tell you I'll use like a music context but like cover art, invest in your cover art for
You have
sure.
to, yeah.
Absolutely. Like it does play an effect to like how likely people are to even want to like check out the project. Shout out to an artist, Scuba Diver. I made like the original like the graphic with the mannequin and everything. And he kind of like just distorted it and made it black and white and everything. But definitely invest in your cover artists. I have a cover art being made. It's already made, commissioned by Spid Spill.
So people will just buy your album if the art looks like really good. They'll just buy it just for the arts.
I mean, shoot. How about that?
Like a big example for me is there's a band called Days. They're from Houston. They're a shoegaze band. Their merch, most people just put like their logo, and that's it. Their merch is so good that it just
as
looks like a
fuck.
piece of art, and that's why I wear it. That's the most. That's
Mel
the
Bryers.
Most, yeah.
Have you seen the Mel Bryers t-shirt?
No, I haven't yet.
I have one. It's really, it says Mel Bryers and it's got like this artwork with like a woman and this thing, but like they did it pretty good. I know Havrath has their t-shirt, but
Yeah.
it's the logo. My t-shirt just has like the logo, but I feel like mine. Oh, actually,
Yeah.
there you go.
The cherry there looks really nice.
Also, fun fact, I'm gifting this to Joe Martin.
Yeah.
Get your little t-shirt, but
My entire
it's like
closet looks like a hot dog.
this
That's so many
one.
band shirts, but yeah.
And then in this scene, yeah, it's just gonna happen. But yeah, mine's got like an acid wash tree shirt. I mean treatment, and on the back it's like tagless, but also has like the logo and everything. Like
yeah.
you can get real specific. And then the printing itself, I chose like a really high quality one that's not gonna like come off in the wash. I say that just because there's a lot of t-shirts that
They don't last.
They kind of cheap out when it comes to the actual ink and the printing, or they But hey man, if y'all want a t-shirt, hell yeah,
Yeah.
come by. I usually say like $25, but but if I see you in person, like you're right, you're in the right then there and now, I'll drop off like $5. But like, yeah, I mean, that does matter. Like the looks, people are going to see it before they hear it, so.
Yeah. So it's very important. So again, like all of the psychology, like I would encourage bands to learn psychology and learn finances. Very important.
My journey through psychology, man. Yeah.
So like, why did you like choose that major?
Yeah, I don't know. I just love learning about it. I learned about a lot of things, but that's the one I decided just to go with my major. I mean, yeah, my parents wanted me to go to college. I said early, like I kind of do it though. I feel like nowadays you don't like college isn't necessarily it's becoming not as necessary to make a stable income.
Yeah.
It's
that oversaturation.
Oversaturation. Everyone's getting degrees, but also like nowadays, like jobs are looking more towards like experience and trades too. I know, like my homie Miggy, he's doing like welding. That's always been like good trade to go into, plumbing, electric. And
this is one thing I hate when I was in school, that educators or people like involved with colleges, they would look down on blue collar workers, and now it's been the other way around where they're being replaced. Who's worried about AI? Is it the people who work in secretary jobs? No offense to them, like desk jobs, or people who are plumbers? Yeah. Obviously, who's going to get.
Weirdly enough, I'm seeing that software developers and engineers, like at the high end of like computer science majors, are going to get replaced by AI. Actually, weirdly enough, because now
some of them can like eventually people like Elon and others have mentioned where like, AI is going to get so good that they can like replace themselves and like improve themselves through coding. Yeah,
it's gonna get crazy. But yeah, I mean, you already have AI that you can go and ask them to generate code for like a website, and without any coding knowledge, you tell them like, oh, make this, and then it'll generate it for you. Like you don't even have to know how to code. So it's like, same thing that's happening with music. The barrier for entry for all other like spaces are also dropping. Y'all are gonna experience the same shit as artists have been experiencing for years, man. Y'all gonna see that same shit. But I do like. Yeah, because I mean, when it came to college, it did kind of become, I don't want to say like racist or classist, but there's definitely like some people that are able to have. They're just people that were able to have the opportunity to go to college, and then just some people that weren't offered that at all due to finances, or even back then, like if you go like way back, there were colleges that I mean, people have their thoughts and opinions on the I think like affirmative action or things like that.
Yeah.
So if whether your application was like accepted or denied, there's just things like that. My point is just not everybody was had the opportunity, and so I'm glad that it's in this day and age it's becoming easier for you don't have to have the opportunity, you can still succeed and do what you want to do. I honestly don't know what I'm going to do with my degree. Now,
that's another thing where a lot of people have been told, go to college. They get the degree, there's no job, they're struggling, and now you have this degree. Yeah. Some people even have student loans that they have to pay off. It's a vicious cycle.
For me, just because, I mean, I'll say like just the economical situation that I was in, I mean, shoot, like what I scored on the FAFSA was just like pretty low. So, I mean, college was pretty good for me, but at the same time, just because like my living situation, I mean, I'm talking about like more. No, I haven't said it more in my music, but my parents, they got divorced like in the last like year or so. But that the way that I don't know, it's favorable. It's kind of like yay because the FAFSA, but also like obviously you don't want that to happen.
That happened to me when I was a senior. My parents got divorced.
Yeah,
it fucked up my FAFSA. I had to like delay it for a semester.
Yeah, it just be like that. But we'll just see what happens. I do want to see shouts to Sniper Mute and Eclipse and also Bruce G. There's some homies that go to my open mic regularly. Oh, shouts to Shadi the Beam. He's an artist from Fargo, but I hope to collab with him in the future as well. He makes like more like experimental type music. I said like there's a lot of different influences for my album Enigma, but there's also like, I mean, shoot, I draw inspiration from all kinds of different things. That's what goes back to like just consuming a lot of music. Like some might not even think like, oh, like, I had a little creative input on this. Like, I mean, shoot, like just the artists that I've seen pop out and doing really experimental, crazy shit. you know, Enigma would have never been made had I not seen other artists really do it and succeed doing it. Because even as an artist, like I said, like back, a lot of artists are just trying to find like what the move is. They'll see someone successful, they'll copy them. You know, I think it's kind of funny actually, because you know that quote like "great artists steal" by Steve Jobs. He stole that from Pablo Picasso. He also said it,
My God.
but which is ironic as fuck. But I mean, you know, it's okay to recognize like the influences you've taken from other people and just take that and kind of like mold, you know, kind of take that and, you know, make your little creative soup and great, you know, create some other great things with it. Man, Enigma definitely had a lot of influences. I mean, I listened to Perry Mason's music, Scuba Diver and Shadi the Beam. Those are, you can look them on SoundCloud. I mean, I'm sorry, Spotify.
Yeah.
But there's some underground artists. But mainstream, I would say for sure, like JPEG Mafia, Ye, just those some good ass guys. But the reason I talk about the psychology classes because I went to Angel Torres is a member of Rustic Rose. If you ever
heard of them. I've seen her name pop up quite a few times on Instagram.
Really good band. I mean they're just making a killing it. You know, they're killing it in the just with live performances. But I took a class with him, so you know it was pretty good. Which, yeah, he was actually the one guy. Like I would actually have like after class, like we would walk. You know, I would walk to to the bus, and he would walk to where you know he needs to go. But we'd actually have like conversations about like what we've had. So you know that was really cool. Trying to think. I brought up, man. Shame what happened to Bummer Shed, man.
Oh yeah.
We mentioned like people be tearing down, you know, not respecting venues and things like that.
Yeah, that was a big one where we had the Gremlin go through the issue where people were bringing alcohol into the venue. And I saw like the arguments on Instagram, and it was just some of the most stupidest stuff I've ever seen. I know some of the people are young, like they're young kids. They're saying like how like they should have like announced these new rules. I'm like, no, like I wanted to tell them, but I know it's gonna be pointless. But like literally, like venues are not allowed to like have people bring alcohol in. They can get in trouble with the
shut down. Yeah,
the TABC, which is the Texas Alcohol Beverage Commission or something like that. I don't know.
yeah.
But basically, these venues can get shut down. They literally can get fined. I think even arrested. I'm not sure. But the worst thing they can do is like remove your licensing to sell alcohol. And again,
that's huge because alcohol sales for a bar. I mean,
again, yeah. So like if you're a venue in downtown McAllen and you can't sell alcohol, you're gonna go away. And so all we will be left with would be 707 The Wars.
yeah.
It's like a worst case scenario.
But I know with Bummer Shit, they had their rap fest a while back, and they caught footage of that. That was really cool to check out. I know. So fun fact, I mentioned Elam Zula earlier.
Yeah.
He was one of the headliners on the rap fest. I don't know if they're gonna have another one, but I would hope they recognize who should be on that lineup. I mean, definitely like Gavino for sure. I don't know.
And now you guys can make one at the Wars too, or another venue.
I've been thinking. I mean, because I've thrown shows before. I've had talks with Gavino about like what we should do for like a rap show. I mean, there's definitely like things are brewing. Just in the valley in general, like things are just growing. You can just see in real time around you,
Everywhere.
people growing, getting better. Just the scene like developing more and more. And I really feel like it's just a matter of time before like one person like pops out. And it honestly, the way I see it is I'm just focusing. I'm a focus more on my music. I like for me to actually like really pop out and like do TikToks. I make TikToks every once in a while just because I like making TikToks. But
Yeah.
you know, if I want like to post 3 times a day and really try to blow up, like there's always time for that. Like I'll probably wait till like I don't know, like till I'm like 25 or something. Like you know, that's another thing actually I want to touch on. Like I'm I don't know, age reveal. I'm like 20. I'm typically like usually I'm like the youngest artists among the youngest artists in the scene.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So it's just interesting, like kind of looking at older people and see, you know, I don't know, it's a weird feeling. Just like working with people like older than me. I think it's interesting, but I do want to say for like younger artists, like don't be discouraged.
And it's actually a good sign. If you've seen a lot of older people within your scene, that's actually a good scene. That means your scene's mature. Because if you've seen a bunch of young people within your scene and that's all there is,
Yeah.
that means that scene's not young and there's going to be a lot of work involved.
I mean, typically, I've seen, my interactions with younger artists, they're barely starting out, you know, they don't know if they want to take it as serious, you know, so it's like, if you want to do like that's just how it is, man.
Yeah.
You know, like, are you going to see, you know, how often is a younger person going to pop out to like every, you know, to open mics, you know what I mean? I know like, you know, Melodrama, like he's out there, man. Like he's grinding, he's playing his music, you know. There's people that, and it's typically the older people that are like, out there most of the time, not really much of the younger people. But I do say, like, I feel like if a lot of people could just see me and my journey, and if you like relate to like anything in my life, like, I'm young, I'm making hip hop, you see what I'm doing, like, I hope you can take that in like inspiration, just as like, yo, like, you can do this, you can release an experimental album.
And if anything, it's probably better that you start off young compared to starting off much later, because now you have more time to
fail,
and then to like work on your craft and actually pop off.
That honestly, yeah, having an opportunity to like fail, you'd hate to like finally go into music. And because I mean, when you first start out, man, like versus like, years later, like it's just gonna be significantly better. It was only like last year when I actually took like mixing seriously, and I always got my stuff mixed by like other people. So luckily y'all never had to see like that chain wreck. But if you see like, if you're able to find my meme rap, it's gonna hurt your ears, like for real. It's just like, man, I hope you guys like just really believe in yourself. Like, know, like, hey, like you can do this, in this space. Get out there and just do what you want to do. If you don't want to put out your music, I know Janelli, she just puts her music out on YouTube. That and she'll pop out a performance every once in a while, and like that's okay. Like you can do that. That's what they want. You know what I mean? Like they're doing what they want. That's it. Yeah. Like there's nothing wrong. Like you don't have to have your music on every platform. You don't have to be on Spotify. You don't have to.
Yeah, that happens to me. People ask me like, why don't I put my podcast on Spotify and other platforms? Like I just like YouTube. Like that's.
I was gonna ask you about that. I actually wrote that down.
I can answer it if you want.
Actually, that reminds me. What happened to like the first 2 episodes of the podcast? There's some gaps in the episodes.
Okay, so I'll answer. Okay, so
that's me being a real Joe Martin fan.
So this is the situation. Anybody who's been in the scene long enough knows that certain people get canceled. There's certain bullshit.
That's what I figured.
The first one is a very interesting episode, is because the artist, should I say his name or not?
Nah.
That person, everybody knows who it is anyways. That person got in trouble for what he said on a podcast. Now, my personal opinion is that this person specifically came out to address what had happened or whatever. And he wanted to be open about everything. The thing about what I hate about our culture, like the whole cancel culture stuff, it is very unfair for people who want to admit their wrongs and say like, hey, I did this wrong when I was younger. I fucked up. I'm going to take full, responsibility for what I did there. Now I'm a better person.
And I feel like there should be like a time period. I remember like approaching somebody. I remember talking. I think it's the same person that you're talking about when it came to like the when it happened to the gremlin, and then
do they perform at the wars? Yeah, it is.
And what obviously I would say like they definitely like reflected become. We have to allow people like the opportunity to change.
That's what I'm gonna say. Like the whole road to redemption.
Two, what I asked kind of like rhetorically is like, what is the statute of limitations?
Yeah,
and I use that because that's like a legal term. Because then in that sense, it's like, I mean, at that point, for one, I think if someone's done like a crime, by all means, let that person, deal with, let that, let them go through that legal, legal system. We're not like, we're not lower, none of us are, people, we're not absolute like upholders of values in this society. Like you can't, you can't look at somebody down here and be like, yo, like this person can actually say like, this is what's right, wrong. We're all learning, but I do think like this, after like a good amount of time, it's something that's not like, I feel like
it's not too serious of an offense.
It's like, it's a weird gray area, but it really comes down to, I mean, I know I'm not gonna say the name, but yeah, I mean, what recently happened in the RGB subreddit, they're, I know that I did repost after looking in.
I also want to talk about that thing because there's something that's been bothering me about the situation. There's a lot of I think what would be considered controversial thoughts that I have, and I tend to keep them shut. But one thing that bothers me is that if you're constantly reposting something and glamorizing how many views you're getting about that post. I find that very suspicious. And then and I also asked one of my female friends that came, what do you think about a person who's been abused, using that abuse to like promote themselves in some kind of weird way, asking like, keep increasing my views. Like, I don't even do that for my podcast. Like, if my podcast does well, whatever.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna be like, oh man, I got 500 views, cool. If you're like sending pictures of yourself being abused and then like you're glamorizing how many people are viewing it and to keep it up, I find that very strange.
It is. We do live in a world where there has been times where, you know, there are people that, and this is by no means like I'm not saying this person doing this at all. I don't think I don't say that they are, but there are people that have done it like for clout or out of like, or like have exaggerated things out of like a personal grudge. You know, it has happened. I think with them, I think their whole thing is more just like, oh, you know, spreading awareness. It's
That,
just really
with
a
that,
lot of
I'm
these
really
things.
cool with. I'm okay with like, spreading awareness. But once you start like gloating about how many views you're getting, that's where it gets kind of weird for me.
It's always like in this zone, it's always like a tricky because there's no like exact like rules or right or wrong to it. It is like, tricky situations. You know, obviously, you know, I did repost. I want to spread awareness.
Yeah, same.
But when I saw it, it was I forgot what I was going on about. It came to the valley. I mean, yeah, there are some times. I mean, in the scene, there's always like in a lot of spaces, there's always like you know, there are some bad apples.
Yeah.
I will say like, yeah. So I think they bro got reported to the police. They're doing, you know, their whole investigation on that. So, you know, I've you know,
it's something serious.
That's already like in, you know, professionals' hands to whether to judge, you know, from there. And, you know, I've seen like, it is really tricky. Like, I can't just say like, oh, if someone, you know, claims this, I'm gonna be like, oh, you know, yeah, or oh no, like, you know, they're probably like, you really you got to keep it on a case by case basis.
Yeah,
that's how the U.S. does it. It's literally a case by case basis. That's what people should do as well. Yeah, I can't speak for. I really just can't. But I will say, that when it comes to locally for things that haven't really, that are really like muddy and cloudy, when it comes to more just like a difference of opinion and you know, it's like, yeah, I think there does need to be a question to be asked, you know, for something, depending on the severity, how much time are we actually give somebody to like, you know, grow and change? Yeah. If you think of just, you know, how our prison system works, you know, rehabilitation, you know, we want people to, you know, return and become functioning members of society. Are we allowing people to do that? Obviously, there is, you know, limits, but I think like that is like conversations.
There's a reason why people have like like this is a punishment for the crime. That's the reason why that goes on. On the psychological part of it, this is another reason why. For me, there's two things. I was born Catholic. I was raised Catholic. So obviously, the whole point of confession is such a huge aspect where you do your wrong, you confess to the priest, hey, this is what I did, and they tell you, okay, say 5 Hail Marys, whatever. There's a reason why all of this functions. Same thing with law. You do a certain crime, you pay in certain times of years. That's like the whole spiritual and cultural. There's this whole other thing where like, how long should a person like, okay, so like let's say they did something wrong. Let's say, for example, let's say racism. Yeah. If you have a racist person who comes on society and you completely shun them, which obviously I kind of understand, but let's say they were just raised as a kid to be that way. The only way to solve that is for them to be exposed to like actual, like example would be, there's this guy, I forgot his name.
Make him watch Black Panther.
Like make him like hang out with black people and actually disprove his the
preconceived bias.
Because there was a guy who was doing that. I forgot his name. I wish I could have remembered. But like he converted a bunch of Klansmen into like regular people, like to stop being racist.
Yeah.
He would play like piano, and someone was like, "Oh, like that sounds like Jerry Lewis," and he was telling him like, "No, Jerry Lewis, like he got inspired by black musicians."
Yeah, I've seen stories like that where you have like right wing people debate and talk about their experiences, and they're like, "Oh, like you know, I'll go to the Democrats and they've treated me like this, but the Republicans treated me like this," you know? And so you have someone with like these preconceived biases who think negatively about a group of people. Yeah. And then those people will treat them, well, obviously, you know, he doesn't fuck with them, so they're going to match that energy. But then in his mind, he's like, oh man, I was right. You know, it's kind of like, I don't know. It's always tricky, obviously, like if for me personally, I can't say if I meet a racist, like I'm gonna be like, oh, this is my time to shine. Like I'm gonna show him how cool, like, am I gonna meet him with the same, like if I show up and he calls me something, am I gonna show him this, all good vibes and love to show, oh, we're not all about, or am I gonna match his negativity?
Yeah.
I don't know. Like, it's a case by case basic thing, but it's like overall, I think, man, like cancel culture definitely is tricky. I think like in the local scene, it really just has, like, whatever happens. You know what I mean? It's just whatever is, if somebody is, genuinely like reaccepted, then that's what happens. I feel like everything's happens for a reason. If by general consensus, people accept the people back, then that's just how it is.
Yeah.
I feel like, if people want to spread awareness, I feel like people can air out any, information that they like. I know, whatchamacallit, I mean, there's been whatchamacallit. Yeah, I mean, I know. I will shout. I mean, Steven's been like a good like benchmark on like he'll repost things and be like, okay, well, this person's not like allowed at any event that I go to. And so like that, I feel like that's like I don't know, like a good benchmark. But it is interesting.
And so like that's the reason why that episode 1 it's kind of like it's not there, and it's not because of that person. It's just that another band caught wind of that episode, and that band, they're no longer relevant either. No surprise, but basically they were shouting out the video clip, everything. They made a huge thing about what had happened and that conversation that went on. And I understand like where they're coming from, because I always give people the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah, benefit of the doubt was
So that episode, like I took it down because it was just catching so much heat because of what had happened. I think it was like not the best thing, because I mean, if a person wants to admit what they did wrong and they want to improve, I mean, good. If they repeat those behaviors, then obviously get rid of that person. I mean, that person never showed me like that side of him, like repeating the behavior. So whatever. I still took it down just because there was so much going on. Second episode, that one I don't mind talking about the person. Funny enough, it was the person who didn't want to pay bans. He recently got canceled again because he was being a creep. And so I know like he still uses my clips from our podcast, which is very weird because I took down the episode. His name's Derek Flores. I would not recommend working with him. I mean, we were friends because he was one of the first people I met in the scene. I was very new, so I didn't know who was what. He recently got canceled. I know Steven posted about him that he was like asking for nudes or something like that.
I think I've heard about it.
And that he was like, so he was trying to do something with unconscious women, or I don't know what it was exactly, but I know for sure it was a new thing. So like him, I used to I removed the episode because I didn't want to work with him anymore after what had happened about not paying the bands, because it almost marked down my reputation. And the thing is, like, I care about bands. Like any band who ever works with me, they know how many great lengths I go into, like providing such a great experience. I buy them pizza, I buy them food, I do so much stuff. I didn't want that in my, like. Again, he was trying to use my branding to pick himself up, so I didn't appreciate that. Some of the episodes are people who got canceled. So obviously, Sauce House, that was one episode. I mean, everybody knows what happened there. Another one was the Blow Up Dolls. That was my most popular episode. And I'm going to speak about it. They were the band who were calling out that artist. And this is another thing I learned, is that when I was in high school, there was a point where I was really religious, obviously, but I was becoming corrupted in my own thoughts. So like, you start like calling out people on their faults instead of like realizing, hey, I have my own faults. It's littered in the Bible. You should not be pointing at other people's when you have needles in your own eyes. This band I had before, I would always give them the benefit of the doubt, saying like, you know what, they're doing a great thing for the scene. You know, they're calling out bad actors.
Right. But
once I started seeing them act a certain way, they were more like bullies, and certain bands didn't like that. But they would always keep it hush because, again, the Blow Up Dolls, they would bring in a lot of people to the shows. Yeah. No one wants to speak out. Promoters don't want to do it because, hey, that's money right there. This is like the first time I really speak out about it because I feel comfortable right now. I mean, I'm in a good position, and people consider them bullies. And it's not all of them because, again, just recently, one of the band members left the band. They explained how they were being treated in one band, which is, I think, Milk Lace, versus how they were treated with the Blow Up Dolls. And that these people, they cared for them when she was sick. They would like do everything to like take care of her. And these bands, they were very cold. They were doing that thing where you're talking about, like, where once they go to Austin,
I've heard about that.
the Valley.
I've heard about that, and that did bother me when I heard about
It bothered
that.
me so much, and I spoke out about it. Because initially I tried to stay out of controversy just because there's so many different sides, and there's sometimes it's just grudges. But this was like a flat out disrespect towards the valley. It pissed me off because
That pissed me off too. I was like, for me, it was like, man, you have so many people working hard, striving hard every single day, absolutely talented, and it's like you're just gonna slap us with that. It's like you have. I don't know.
Can you turn off the fan? By the way, I'm getting cold. I'm already shivering. My bad.
I'm gonna snap.
Because normally, like, I'm okay with like cold temperature, but right now I'm like, oh shit, I'm getting kind of cold. Fuck. But that happened, and so like I took down the episode because easily I could have been like, you know what, the episode's doing really well. It has like 1,000+ views. I'll leave it on. But like, no. After that happened, I got like really pissed off. I'm like, you know what? If you're disrespecting the valley, I'm not gonna give you that platform. And so a lot of people, I mean, I'm not sure how aware they were, but like a lot of bands just didn't like them. And then I started talking to promoters from like San Antonio, and one of them told me like, oh yeah, like they charged a certain amount of money or something happens. They had some kind of bad experience, and certain promoters in San Antonio didn't want to work with them. And that they had another bad experience in Austin, and that some promoter from Austin told her about them because she needs to be from the valley. And so I was learning like, okay, so promoters from other cities are learning about how they act, and they don't want to work with them anymore. And that there was some kind of like drag queens, I think, or like drag shows going on that they had invited them on, and that they had like a bad experience. Again, this is what I heard. And so like they were already getting a bad reputation. And when I was thinking about myself, is that's what happened to me, where I was so busy thinking I'm self-righteous, thinking like, oh, I'm calling out the faults of others, because and then you dilute yourself, thinking like, oh no, you're doing a good thing, but you're not. You're literally just being an asshole. Yeah. Trying to make yourself look holier than thou. But normally when that happens, when you're that kind of person, it usually means you have a lot of skeletons in your own closet. And so when I saw them repeating that behavior, which I had done back then.
Yeah, kind of like when you point, like, you know, you got 3 going right back at you.
Yeah. And so I would tell like people close to me, like, you know what? If anybody's in the council to blow up dolls, it's going to be themselves. They were going to become their own worst enemy, because what they were doing was just like, okay, I get it. Like if there's creeps in the scene, by all means, go for it.
You know, the creeps get dealt with. Like,
yeah. But once you start becoming a bully and like becoming self-righteous, people are going to pick up on that. And no matter how much of an ego you have, you're not untouchable. Yeah. Eventually something's going to happen. And soon enough, one of their own band members exposed them, saying, hey, they're not good people. Yeah. And some people, and again, I don't want people to think it's like a grudge I have against them, because from what I was told from a different band, there was I'm not sure which band members it was, but they were saying like, oh, don't go on this podcast because, you know, we don't like them, and a bunch of other stuff. So there is kind of like a personal. I didn't have a grudge against the blow up dolls. It was just kind of like, I know what you guys are doing. Don't, you know, I don't know. It's just,
I just feel like it's already like hard enough for like the valley to get like recognition. It's like just for that to happen, it's like,
and then we're killing our own.
Such a, not like a massive setback really, but it's just like, man, kind of like we raised you, like, man, like we were the ones giving you the money. We were the ones going to your shows. We've given you money, exposure, all this, everything. Like, you know,
and that's everything. Just to like saying you're not worth shit anymore.
I always shout out, like, I was born in New York, but I'm from, you know, I still say like I've been, you know, raised in the valley. Yeah. You know, because it's a, you know, it's a distinction where you're born versus where you're raised. But you know, I've been living here for the past like 14 years. I went to elementary school, middle school, high school here. You know, like, you know, and now college, like, you know, my whole life. So it's kind of like, you know, the valley is definitely where I place like a lot, especially just, I mean, Harlingen specifically, like that, this town, like this is definitely like my place, and it's just like, you know, it's just like how, I don't know. I feel like a lot of people down here just like, we want so badly for somebody to come out here and like just shine a light on this place that I feel like is often overlooked. I mean, Julian said in his podcast, you know, a lot of people feel like the valley is overlooked, heavily underrated. You know, we all share that same feeling. That's kind of what like, you know, kind of like unifies the music scene low key, that like we know we got some good shit here. Like,
yeah, because there was even a TikTok where that people were like talking shit about the valley's music scene. And from what I understood, something else had happened with I have a friend named Izzy, really cool guy, that in the hardcore scene there was a show going on that was going to happen on a Monday. And supposedly the headliner was being told, don't go to the valley, especially for a Monday show, because it's not gonna pop off. And from my understanding, I think it was either 300 or 500 people. I don't know. It was like a really packed show at the 707, and it did like super well. And they proved them wrong. Like, hey, don't underestimate the RGV music scene, whether it be the indie scene, the rap scene, or like the hardcore scene. We will support. Like, if you're gonna support us, we're gonna support you.
Exactly.
Because again, since we're being overlooked, if a band from, let's say, California, North Texas, if they come all the way over here, we're gonna appreciate it. Because again, we do get overlooked, and if they want to spend their effort to like come all the way down here, because again, we're very far from the Texas Triangle. If they're making the effort to come down here, why not show them support?
Yeah. And I mean, yeah, there's people that I mean, shoot, there's supposed to be a band from Japan coming all the way down here.
Yeah, this has happened twice already. I know 707 had one, and then I think there's like the Wars or somewhere else is having that.
The Gremlin was gonna have one.
The Gremlin,
Japan.
yeah.
They ended up having some schedule. I forgot. It was like something between the promoters that they scruffed something up with the scheduling. But but yeah, you know, like we got people coming down here all the time. Well, my thing is just like, being able to create, like, have a, you know, that, but like for like a Valley grown artist, you know, and just being able to like the Valley can kind of like hold them, like, this is our guy.
This is ours, yeah.
You know, but it's kind of hard to have that, you know, like the same way that like, you know,
it's just because our scene is so young that we can't be doing that right now.
It's the same way that, you know, like Detroit kind of had like the same way that Chicago has Ye, Toronto has Drake, Houston's got like Megan Thee Stallion and Cardi B, like the same way, like who's the Valley gonna be like, this is our guy.
Yeah.
And it's kind of weird because the way I see is like along the way, people aren't really gonna like prop you up, but it's just like, it's kind of once you like after you've made it, you know what I mean, kind of deal.
Yeah, that's
and which makes sense, you know, like why are they gonna be like, you know, why you're like barely, you know, so it's kind of like any Valley artist that wants to like, I guess, be that or feels like they should be that, like it's kind of gonna be like a lonesome road. Like you're really gonna have to work hard, but hey, will it pay off? You know,
it's another thing where there's people I know, person I know, knew, that they get mad that their friend group's not supporting them, and I can understand. Like if you're releasing music, you should, in my personal opinion, you should not expect your friends to be supporting you. If
my parents barely heard a song of mine when Enigma came out. Yeah, that was when it happened. All the times I'm making music before, it's just like, okay, they have not listened to like anything.
And so like, do not be mad if your close friends do not support like your musical career, your artist. You should not feel entitled to your friends to support. If they do, great, because that means you earned it. If you're like you mentioned, like about the DMs, like sending links, it's more like rewarding for you as an artist if people are like finding your music and supporting you without you asking them for your support.
Especially like your friends have different music tastes. You know, like you are a music artist. They just might not fuck with your music.
Yeah.
My friends, I'd say like they enjoy my music. I mean, shoot, my best friend Carmelo, he like really was like pushing me to release Take Me by the Hand, which would have never, I was just going to keep it in the vault. Yeah. He really fucked with it. He likes like a lot of my alt rock stuff because it's really similar to Kuko, which is his favorite art. I mean, both of our like favorite alt. I mean, actually behind you is like 2 Kuko vinyls. Oh, yeah. There's like I have a signed CD in my safe actually by Kuko. Yeah, love him, man. So he really resonates with it. But at the beginning, you know, it wasn't really like that. But it just is what it is. It's kind of the same way that, man, it like sparks some form of thought. But yeah, not everybody's gonna fuck with your music. It just
so you shouldn't like, you do not like, if you're starting off feeling entitled to your friends' support just because you're releasing music, don't.
Yeah, like or expecting your friends to, you know, I've been there. Yeah. Where like, you know, people aren't like reposting or resharing or something like that. It just is what it is.
It's such a terrible mentality. It's self-destructive.
Yeah.
Like when the podcast, like when I had these specific friends in my life, I wasn't like, oh, why aren't you sharing my podcast? Like, it's such a destructive mentality, and I think people should like stop it. Like, if you ever do go through that, don't. I mean, just be proud of your work. Do it for yourself, and if it pops off, it pops off. If not,
I support. Y'all can check my stories. I mean, I like to, but
like, there's so many stuff like YouTubers do that I should be doing. Like, before the video starts, like, oh, like and subscribe if you like this video, like all that shit. Like, I tell people to subscribe. I don't do any of the YouTube tricks where you tell people what to do and they'll do it. Like stuff that typically happens.
The call to action.
Yeah, like call to actions. I don't do any call to actions for my podcast. I have a Patreon. I never promoted it. I should later on. I'm going to. But I never do any call to actions. Because if I know you're subscribing to my podcast, that means like
Actually,
you really-
yeah. One thing I did notice, because we've talked about SEO, but
Yeah.
you know, including the backlinks of artists' Instagram and Spotify's in your video descriptions, I think would mutually benefit the both of you.
So this is the
I was
thing.
gonna suggest that you did that.
I wanted to, but like this is the YouTube game. YouTube gets mad, like the algorithm, if you start linking stuff that goes to outside YouTube's algorithm.
real? I didn't
They
even know
punish
that.
you. They punish you. What they do support is if you have a YouTube and you support it to another YouTube, like let's say if you have like a YouTube account, I can link it. And that way YouTube's like, okay, cool.
I
This
do
link-
have a YouTube account.
And that's what I'm gonna start telling artists to do. If you have YouTube, I can like link it in because then YouTube's like, okay, this video is promoting more people to go to more content of our content instead of go to an outside
Oh,
platform.
dope. Check out my "Give Me My Motherfucking Grammy" music video.
So I'm gonna start doing that with artists from now on because you make a good point. I'm gonna start linking people's YouTube accounts. I can't do Spotify. I can't do like other platforms because then YouTube's gonna be like, why the fuck are we exposing you? So,
Well,
yeah.
for Spotify per podcast, all you gotta do is just upload the audio.
Yeah. So I'm gonna.
You should try it. You should try it. You should try it.
Yeah. It's okay. So the reason to answer that question is because I wanted to get ads on my YouTube. To get ads on your YouTube now, the new guidelines is I need 500 subscribers
500.
and I need 1,000 or I think 5,000 hours of watch.
Yeah.
You need a certain amount. So to me, it makes no sense to like push my account, my content to another platform if it spreads out the viewership. But then the counter argument would be maybe people who wouldn't ever find your podcast on YouTube might have found it on Spotify. There's that balance I'm have to do.
Yeah, I mean that is true. That is true. Actually, that is true. I don't know. There's no like, and you don't have to do like any of that. I mean, I feel like, the Valley, the music community appreciates you deeply just for what you've been doing like thus far. You know what I mean? I mean, this is just more than what anybody else is doing. Period. You know what I mean? The quality of the podcast. I mean, like, we got the
could get
camera
better.
quality,
That's-
the sound quality is pretty. No, it's good.
Yeah.
Like this is pretty good. Like I mean, you're out here doing it, man, covering
Yeah.
these bands like nobody else is doing it. You know, it'd be easy to say, you know, if you want to like say this or that, but it's like
I
say
find it really
if,
strange
but
when people
nobody
tell me
else is
like
doing
they feel like they made it when they're on my podcast. And I find it really, I know it's a compliment, but I find it really strange. 'Cause
I'll
I'm
say
like,
personally, like it was a milestone of mine.
yeah,
That's why I've just been like, just waiting. I've been consuming your content. Like I just personally like it. I do like the way you like interview and stuff, and
Yeah.
it's just my way of like learning other bands and stuff. But you know, it's
some
good
people
stuff.
find it, yeah, for me, people find it as a milestone. I'm kind of like, to me, it's very strange because I'm just talking with you. That's as far as it goes for me.
Yeah, but I
And
don't
this
know.
is also the thing what you talked about earlier about how other people view you as an artist. I go through that same issue as well, where I don't know how people view me, how people view my podcast and all that stuff. It's alien to me.
Well, then yeah, that's the magic right there. I mean, I think like people see your podcast. I mean, yeah, it's like as legit as it gets for Valley artist interview. It's like the only one, or at least like
Yeah.
the best one in my
And that's
opinion.
because there used to be others, but they just like disappeared.
Podcasts don't get consistent. You're on
Yeah.
like episode like 70 something now.
Yeah,
I know only because I wanted to be episode number 69.
for real. Yeah, Bummer Trash beat you to it. They specifically went for it.
Man, I needed that one. That one made me low key want to reach out, but I was like, no,
You should have.
let's just
I would have done it.
let's just see.
Again, I'm
Like,
not just to put on the record. I'm not opposed to artists reaching out to me. I don't care how big or small you are. What I do care about is, are you actively performing? Are you actively releasing music? And are you taking this all serious? That's all.
you can go through all the. I mean, yeah, you've been interviewing all kinds of artists. Even I mean, Steven
He's
isn't
not
a
even
music artist.
he's not doing
Yeah.
it. He does poetry, I
He's
think,
a
but
very,
that's about
he's
it.
very prominent in the scene. Like I mean, you know, as we
Yeah.
know.
So I'm gonna start expanding. Like I'm gonna include vendors. James wants to be on the podcast.
Yeah,
He told me-
I'm excited for that one.
He told me like, "Hey, I want to get on." Like he's been hesitant to ask me, like, "Would you do it?" I'm like, "Why not?" Like I'm down to like interviewing like
With the
venue owners.
Lars as a backdrop would be really cool. Like the
Yeah.
stage and everything. I feel like that would be a cool episode. I mean, yeah, I definitely want to hear his ideas.
Yeah, so I think we're planning for next week.
We'll see. I
So
do
we'll
want to
see.
shout out Blank Magazine. They're like a little local I don't know, like publication like covering like Valley art and things like that. They covered Mel Breyer's in their issue actually.
Oh shit.
I don't know if you've heard of Spid Spill or Spid. Well, she's an artist. She's making the cover art for my. It's already made, but my self-titled album Amani. I've decided to use that one. Also, my homie Alex from middle school. I recently bumped into him on campus. Actually, we caught up. Turns out he makes art. He actually does like commissions where he like customizes dolls and things like that. So he's gonna make a cover art for like that alt rock album I want to make. He goes by, I guess his artist name is Spectro for like art. But for that he's gonna customize like a doll, make it kind of look like me, and then like some other girl.
Oh shit!
And it's gonna be, you've heard of like Travis Scott's Rodeo?
I think so.
Where he's like a doll. Well, the Travis Scott's album where they kind of like made him into a doll, and he's like on top of like a Tonka or something like that. And you'll see it. It's pretty cool. But I want to kind of have that. That's what I mean. Like I always think for my creative direction is like what's something different, what's something new, what's something like, because that's kind of like what's often like what works and what's captivating and eye catching. Like it's always like the different idea that like cat takes off because I don't know. It just usually what's always been working for me is what's different. And low key, I mean, I love Travis Scott.
Right? Like a figurine type thing.
Boom. Yeah.
Okay.
I want to do that, but like with me, a lot of people have like dolls as cover arts. Like
as long as it's not a pop Funko, you're good.
If I had a Funko, that would be a goal. That would be my that would be me making it. That would be how I know like I've made it. I do want to say I had like some notes just for people to shout out just so I make anyone, but I do want to say for artists, release that motherfucking song, man.
Oh yeah.
Y'all be like fucking y'all keep not y'all. There's people who have a lot of unreleased music. I'm someone that does that. Like Take Me by the Hand was one of those songs, but people love it, and I put it out. You never know, man. You can always take down that song. I've said that before. Put that shit out. Just want to make sure. Shout out to Archduke Red Cat, one of the best battle rappers up in New York. I do want to shout out homie of mine, Melody, aka Mally. They make more like new metal, like grunge type shit. They're kind of getting into the metal, into that space when they're making music. But just shouting them out. They've been like a really good supporter of my music. Also, I always say they'll join my stream when I'm streaming on Twitch. So I'll just call them by their username. But I don't know how they want to be called, but it's like, if fuck with you Eileen is like their username. So shouts to them. But I'll say it in like a funny way on my stream. That's why first thing that comes to mind is just the username. But shouts to them, just really strong supporters of my music. Shouts to Boston Atkinson, who's gonna go rename to Royce as a new artist name. But he's been close to homie of mine, but he's been making music. He's also on he's not listed as a feature because he's going through a name change, which is, like I said, a terrible process to go through. But he's on Without Your Love. It's track number 10. Really good. Actually on that album I produced 2 beats on there. It was the first one and Without Your Love. So if you want to know the ones that I self-produced, because when I perform, people are like, oh, did you produce this beat? Did you do this? And usually it's like yes and no. Because I produce, but I also like to collaborate with other producers. I feel like, just collaboration is like something I feel like that's good. But then there's other artists that are like, oh, they want to have a project where it's all self-produced and they do everything, have hands-on every single aspect. And I feel like that's like a better project than something like if you collaborate with other people. That's up to debate. I feel like it's better when I collaborate with other people and, other ideas. Some people just take, more pride in like a project where they've done 100% of everything. Like I made the cover art in this. I don't know. Like I said, there's no rules to it. Whatever ends up being like a better project, that's up to you. But me personally, I will say like I said, my method is I definitely like to collaborate and work with other artists. For this Amani self-titled, like I've been mentioning it, but I do hope to work with like a ton of Valley artists, like definitely like Gavino, Ozzy, Young Waters up in that scene. Elam Zula for sure. Jake Wagon, man, like just put all these motherfuckers on there. Yeah, for real. Nat King, which he's on, man. I do want to retouch on, I don't know. That's pretty much what I would say for that. Do you have any questions?
Any questions? No, I mean, I'm pretty good. I mean, I think this was a good episode.
Covered a lot of stuff.
Yeah, we covered a lot of stuff. I'm looking at the timer now. It's 10:40. I'm not rushing you in any way, but I'm just saying, like, this is like you asked about like the podcast being 3 hours. Sometimes this situation happens where we talk for a while. It's been like since, I don't know, since 6, 7. Almost, we're probably gonna hit like 2 hours and 40 some minutes.
I wanted this to be that episode, actually.
And it
I
happens.
really did want it to.
And again, it happens naturally. No question was scripted. Nothing happened. It's just genuine.
There's been only a couple times when it came to like me actually checking my phone. It was really just like when it came to like the shout outs and things like that. Other than that, yeah, I will say like most of the stuff. Dang, yeah, you had my mind flowing. That's what I'm saying. That's how it stands out from like other podcasts. You can really tell. But yeah,
that's why like especially like the psychology stuff. That's the stuff that like really captures my attention because again, for a while I thought about making a separate podcast just because there's so much stuff I wish I could ramble about. Like if I rambled about certain stuff, it would not make sense within like a music community, like in politics. One thing I never opened up is that at a certain point I was becoming so good at what I was doing that I had 2 people reach out to me. I had Ted Cruz, his campaign reached out for me to work like the Valley scene. And I also had Vicente Gonzalez, like he's a congressman right now, Democrat. I don't have any loyalties to any political party. To me, it's just what's best for my community. Politics is very important, obviously. That's where we get all the funding. It's very important stuff. I'm able to work with different types of people. And like there's some stuff that I wish I could like ramble off about that or just like conspiracy theories because I'm into that stuff. Not like the crazy shit that goes on, like the moon landing's fake. No, it's more like what shit was it? Was it Johnson and Johnson, or there was a certain pharmaceutical company who they were selling, I think, blood, and it had AIDS in it, and they found it more profitable to keep selling that blood because the cost of like getting through the lawsuits was less than to recall. Yeah. Johnson had with a baby powder where they were selling baby powder that had a cancer in it, and they found it more profitable to.
It happened with the Ford Pinto too. It was just like it was just better for them to go through the lawsuit than for them to actually reinforce their gas tank and stop those cars from exploding.
And so like I love conspiracies in terms of these are legit conspiracies. Like an entire corporation got together and they went through the thought process. And that's what happens with governments where there was, which one was it? There's been like the people that want to know is like MK Ultra, where like they start like drugging people. That was
like for real, like declassified, like you know what I mean? Like they dropped like the documentation and everything for that.
And like a big one right now that's going on right now is JFK. The CIA, all the documents get released like after a couple of decades after it happens. This one has still been pushed like so. It was supposed to come out when Donald Trump was president, and he kept saying like, "Oh, I'm gonna release it," and he became the enemy of the intelligence community. And after a while, they told him like, "Hey," there was like a meeting I think at his place or whatever, and they pushed it down the road where it's gonna get released 10 years later. Right now, Joe Biden's president, he should have released the documents that, hey, this is what happened with the JFK situation, like his death.
Interesting.
The CIA went to visit Joe Biden, and hey, the documents are not being released. They released some documents, but they're like heavily retracted. Yeah. And so, and they keep saying like, oh no, the reason why we can't release this is because it would compromise our intelligence and the intelligence of our allies. This is about JFK being shot, like what actually happened to him.
That's interesting. I know a lot of people went crazy over when the CIA dropped documents for like astral projection and things like that. Yeah. I don't know if you heard of that.
Yes, this is legit. The inspiration for Stranger Things. It was a Project Montauk, where in New York, Montauk, they would like try to have people astral project so they can get intelligence from the Soviets, and that's supposedly. Yeah, that's literally it. And this is literally about 11 when she goes into like the underground, or was it the under? I don't know what it's called. The place where like all the demons are at, whatever. It's the upside down or the upside, whatever that thing's called. This whole astral projection, it's based on that conspiracy, which actually turned out to be true.
Yeah. No, man, the CIA has done some like crazy. I feel like it's funny too when like,
Also, another one about the Valley. People know about Agent Orange. That's stuff like they used in Vietnam to like kill the Vietnamese, and like it was like very toxic. that stuff was created here in Mission, Texas. People in Mission were dying of cancer because of that. There was like some factory spillage there, and so all this chemical was like affecting people and living near that factory.
I got cancer.
And yeah, they died of cancer. I mean, that also happened to soldiers in Vietnam where they died of Agent Orange. That again, it's very interesting that it came from Mission, but yeah.
Anytime I hear about like those like long, just reminds me of like Camp Lejeune. You know what I'm talking about? Like, you've seen those like Camp Lejeune videos?
Get
like financial compensation. They had like lead in their water in this one army camp. There's like a bunch of like ads out now, like oh, for Camp Lejeune,
like the mesothelioma, like lawsuits. Like have you and your family ever been affected by this? Yeah, it's very sad. So like those kind of conspiracies where like it's actual stuff that happened that people should really pay attention to. That's the stuff I would love to talk to. But again, I cannot be doing like talking to you as like a rapper. Like, hey, what do you think about the issue in Palestine and Israel, and like get into this deep conversation? Because obviously people have different opinions and all stuff. I can't be talking about like the government.
That's kind of, actually, I will touch on this. Okay. Because people do refer to me as like a rapper. I kind of go back and forth between like rapper and music artist. Cause like, I don't just make rap.
Yeah.
I will say like going forward for like this album and the next album, like they are going to be rap albums. So it's like, yeah, like I am a rapper in that sense. Mm-hmm. I do enjoy like hip hop a lot. I don't know. I'm still kind of like, do I want people to see me like as a rapper? Or I remember like, I mean, shoot, I'm like burping.
It's the hard R.
Like Kanye West,
rapper.
Now Ye, he was very adamant. Like, no, I'm a music artist. I'm an artist, not a rapper.
I'm a genius.
Yeah, that whole thing. But it's like, where if I make like multiple genres, like, at what point do I stop calling? Like, am I gonna continue to call myself a rapper? Do I want to? I remember in the beginning, people would call me a rapper, and I'd always be like, But now I'm thinking like, I don't know. I'm kind of like embracing the role more so. I do like rap. I do love the hip hop community down here. So it's like, I don't know. Still thinking on that.
I go to the same thing in terms of I have a dislike of journalists. I went through like journalism classes and all stuff, and I have a hatred towards them because more often than not, you think like, oh, they're cool people, they're just spreading the news. They more often than not twist words of what you're doing. So like, I've been interviewed by journalists for like political reasons, local politics, and they would twist my words. It's so tricky because they use your exact words, but they try to use your words to fit their narrative.
Yeah.
So they can make you look good. They can make you look bad. When I do these interviews, is it a podcast? Am I interviewing you? Am I an interviewer? I have the ethics of a journalist, how they should actually act, but I hate it because I myself don't like journalists. I have the ethics of what they're taught, but even though they don't follow it.
I haven't dove into like journalism. I don't know much about, but I do know like from an audience perspective, like there's people that kind of like take things the wrong way. Like I could say like, oh, I like apples, and then someone thinks I have like some like weird indifference towards like oranges or something. You know what I mean? It's like or it's like I could say something, and it's like I say something and they take it at face value, but I'm really like joking or things like that. It's like a lot of the context matters. There's just things that like at the same time like take me seriously, but some things like take it with like a grain of salt.
Yeah.
People want to know my thoughts and ideas on some things, like when it comes to like beats and feedback. But if I talk about I can always talk about like real topics.
Yeah.
Shoot.
That's why actually I think this is another reason why this podcast lasted so long, is that we went through like your music, but like also like our own interests and other stuff that's just
covered a lot of stuff, man. I mean, Palestine, Israel, shoot.
That's a whole kind of worms, but yeah. I mean, right now it's that issue has become so overwhelmingly positive. I mean, not positive, but like towards Palestine, like support for them, because even people who are traditionally right wing are also saying, like, hey, this is kind of fucked up. You guys gotta stop. I think
because at this point in time, I mean, it's just pretty clear that
there's just a genuine genocide going on.
One's like genuinely like punching down. There's a much different. It's not even like a one army versus another army. It's just straight up like one collectivized like militant group, like literally like combating like people without weapons and things like that.
Yeah,
or just
it's
just one that's severely
it's like a
disadvantaged.
city versus a farming community.
Yeah,
it's no competition.
It's just like. Yeah, it's just way like someone like another nationality, just way less resources, not even like a full like military. It's kind of just like,
And not even that like that Israel is controlling like the resources that are allowed into Palestine.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's so
like,
crazy.
now it's like a huge like just overstep.
Yeah. And that's why like even politicians who are typically pro-Israel, they're like kind of like, we gotta stop this.
I mean, yeah, even what I'll say this. What I didn't appreciate is, like the Democrats. I'll say like I'm more like of a Democrat, but like the way things are going just kind of makes me want to like be more of a centrist. But the way that obviously there's a lot of people pushing for like a ceasefire, and Biden and Kamala Harris were just both like yeah we're gonna get you that ceasefire, and it's been like several weeks, and then finally they're like we got the ceasefire after like so many bombings have happened. It's like dude, great, kind of too late, but like come on man, like. I'll say that as my opinion.
Again, this is the whole thing about money involved. It's because Israel has like one of the biggest PACs, which is a political action community. They have so much lobbying power. Palestine does not have a lobbying commission.
Yeah.
And even if it did, Israel has much more money because they create technology. They have they're highly industrialized compared to Palestine. So even at that, I mean, money talks.
Yeah. It's just like, I'll say like it's just completely unfair.
Oh yeah, big time.
And I like how a lot of people are coming down here. I've seen even just down here on the local. There have been shows dedicated to supporting. You know what I mean? So it's like helping out on every level. People donating and supporting. Like I like seeing that. Kind of helps. Kind of gives me like some faith in the world. Yeah, I will say that.
Yeah, so like there's all like these topics I would love to talk about, but like it would be kind of inappropriate for like a musical interview.
Yeah.
And I mean, people get surprised that I know a lot. Not that I'm like, oh, I'm super smart. It's just that like, there's so much stuff. I'm a really curious person. So like, I want to learn about everything.
Yeah.
And I mean, like politics, I mean, you were right about the whole fake beef, like how you mentioned with the rappers. That also happens in politics. My political ideology, I mean, I would fall under, what would it be? Some people label it under anarchists, and some people will label it under like libertarian. I don't know, it's somewhere in that mix.
It's weird if you look at it on like a graph.
Yeah,
I know
like,
some people.
It's a quadrant. Yeah.
Yeah, the quadrant. I do understand that to a little bit. I mean, you can kind of explain of just like how much free will and personal freedom do you want versus.
That's what I prefer versus left and right.
Established control. Well, because I think it goes down to the concept that like the more established control, like government and laws, and that's more like societal structure, less chaos and more streamlined things. Then you can implement like more programs and have a society versus your personal freedom. Like all of us kind of have that invisible social contract.
Yeah.
Like I'm giving up. If we had a society where it's just an open plot of land and you could kill somebody if you wanted. You know what I mean? You could literally just do whatever you want, but we give up all of that so we can have the society. Like just by definition, there are things that we can and not can't do, but we would get severely reprimanded and things like that. If I'm hungry, I can't just go into the store and grab a loaf. It's that contract. Like I'm agreeing, I'm going to put in some work, get it, make some currency, trade in that currency.
Yeah.
For the things that we have. I think. So
but like that, like you
in
don't
that
need,
context,
in that context, you don't really need a law. I mean,
I'm saying in that context, like, yeah, do you like, do you feel like you prefer more personal freedom, or are you willing to give more of that up to have like a structural, like uniform society?
I lean towards more like personal freedom because I think the government in general, is like they're very like you give them an inch, they take a yard.
Yeah.
So this is why we're losing a lot of personal liberties. Because like it happens under both Democrats and Republicans. That's what I want people to know. I know a lot of young people hate Republicans. It's not just them. Democrats are just as guilty with some stuff. When you ever hear about bipartisanship, which I know people want, like, oh, we're bringing the country together.
Never.
Hell no. Yeah. That's the worst thing ever because that's when the most stuff happens. Okay, when George Bush was president, 9/11 happened. Democrats and Republicans were passing something called the Patriot Act. This basically increased surveillance against the terrorists. This stuff was being used against American citizens.
Yeah, that actually did come out. Yeah.
And so like this is like the funny thing about like Rudy Giuliani. He was working for Trump, but before that he was the mayor of New York. He got caught using the RICO laws, which he was using to clean up New York back then when there was like a bunch of like the mob and all stuff. Now that law's being used against himself.
I don't know.
And so that's what I'm saying. Like, if you ever give a government power, like they're gonna keep reaching and reaching, and they're gonna keep taking rights. And that's my issue against the government in general. I know people say like, well, like how it's society functioning. I don't think like completely get rid of government.
Yeah.
But when, let's see, for example, like in college, when administrations are making more money than teachers, you have an issue there. We're having governments where, for example, people are not, I'm not sure how people are aware of this, but the FBI, obviously they want to stop crime and all stuff. There's been times where they purposely go after like Muslim kids who are guys who are depressed and they're going through so many issues. They bait them into committing a crime so they can keep having a funding for their programs.
I've seen like weirdly like this is I don't know how to explain this, but I've seen like memes of like the CIA kind of like targeting like some white like depressed kid and kind of just nudging them like like
they do that. They've been caught with that. And another example that was like very famous recently, or a couple of years back actually, when there was the whole plot to like kidnap the governor of Michigan. It turned out that like out of 12 of them, only 2 of the people were actually like actual like civilians or like people, and the rest of them were all like federal agents trying to nudge them into kidnapping the governor of Michigan. Like, what the fuck? Like, that's the stuff that bothers me a lot, and that's why like I'm very against like certain agencies. There's a lot of bullshit that happens just to justify their own work.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, you can.
And again,
there's a lot of shit that has just come to light.
I think
like,
the reason why that happens is because the Valley is very corrupt when it comes to politics. Like to become like super famous in the Valley is you have to become a politician. So here we have law enforcement. Obviously, all the sheriffs, they become like local celebrities. Like, oh shoot, 20 years ago,
you have to get elected, right?
Yeah. And so we had like Lupe Trevino. He was like a very popular sheriff. He had like a lot of support with him, but he was like super corrupt. I mean, his son was part of the Panama units. They were a unit that takes care of like narcotics because we have the border, so obviously a lot of drugs go through here. So this whole research that I done because I'm doing it for a video. His son was super late. Like he flunked all his classes in law enforcement. Like he wanted to be like join criminal justice. He failed everything. He didn't get a job until like his father became sheriff, because there's something called like the Sheriff Academy. And so basically he was able to, like, instead of going to police academy, he went to the Sheriff Academy. All the instructors hated him because he would always talk about like how his dad's the sheriff. And he barely passed his classes.
There's a lot. I mean, even Nepo babies.
Nepo babies. That's exactly what he was.
Music, man, you see it. I've seen it so often, man. You have like a Nepo baby and / industry plant. Industry plants thrown around. So I've seen some artists that aren't industry plants, but then they get hit with that label and it's looking like, damn, that's such an insult.
Bad for them. Yeah.
But there are some actual. I mean, I thought
Nicolas Cage is one of them. He's actually like, he's part of, what's his name? His uncle or his father's the director, for Coppola, Francis Ford Coppola. Nicolas Cage is actually Nicolas Coppola. He's part of that family.
A lot of times they'll change their name. I thought, man, I hate to say this. I almost thought Tizo Touchdown was an industry plant, actually. Not because of it really just because like just the way he blew up and just got like a Travis Scott, Scott's Utopia. I didn't know who he was. I was like, oh, maybe. But I checked him out. He's been in the scene for quite a while, actually, making music for quite a while. So actually, nah. But industry plants. Yeah, I don't know that debate. Like you can call anybody industry. There's always like an argument for like, is Ice Spice an industry plant?
Yeah, or that happened with Billie Eilish too.
People were calling her that. I mean, the name's thrown out about Nepo babies, man. When it comes to music, I mean, Travis Scott's dad was a music executive. So I mean, I would say he's more like a Nepo baby in that regard.
That's what happened with Rockwell. You heard the song "Someone Watching Me"? His dad was it was like a studio owner or something like that. That's how he got Michael Jackson to the song. People think it's like a Michael Jackson song, but it's not. His father was part of Motown and all that stuff. So like, yeah. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, no, I don't think we've seen any of that like in the Valley. It's not gonna happen because everybody's too young.
Or even I wouldn't say there's like the industry hasn't really made it here yet.
Maybe down the line, some of Amani's kids might be a Nepo baby.
Shit, I mean, we'll see. I mean, first it was just to make it into the industry, I guess. I don't know that I've been keeping it like, I don't know where the future is. Like, am I going to, like, would I be signed? Would I still try to stay independent? I feel like I would try to be like an independent artist. just because when it comes to labels, I feel like when it comes to money, like, I mean, if you have an LLC, you can kind of like more likely just get like a business loan
Yeah.
instead of trying to go for like a record deal advance and keep all of your streaming revenue. You know, and not have to like, you know, because, you know, a lot of times with record deals, man, people don't realize like how like they'll give you the advance, you have to pay it back, and then they'll probably add on other expenses you've incurred during the deal, like, oh, but you know, used our studio, oh, but you used our guy and this and that and these beats, and they'll still garnish your wage essentially. The way you make money through the streaming and the merch, they'll still take a cut of that
the
too.
360 deals.
Man, people don't read them people think like they'll see the money as like a way out, a ticket, and it's not.
That happened to a local artist. He's talked about it. Steve from Mayberry. So there's to be like a really popular band from here in the valley called Mayberry, and apparently the artist went into like a bad contract. He explained it really well. I'm gonna butcher the explanation, but basically, they want to like Disneyfy him, and he didn't want to do that. And so since he was under contract, he couldn't like release music until the contract was over. And that kind of like hurt him, because then people like stop hearing about the band's name, and they're like, hey, whatever happened to them?
Yeah, there's artists where there's labels that will shelf artists like
on purpose,
at their peak and shit like that. Like, yeah, just to like really fuck them up, you know, and kind of like trap them. And it's like, then, you know, then you're broke, and then you got to sign like another contract just to get out.
Yeah, and then people will forget about you as an artist, and that's the end of your career.
Crazy world, man. That's, I don't know. I haven't really seen like a lot of Valley music I've seen people like, I think Gavino's talked about it, but he identified under a label. But even then, like, I looked into that label, like that label, like, isn't really like a label in my opinion. Like, it just seems like some kind of like studio collective type. Like, it's not even like, I'm like, no disrespect. It's just like, just by definition, like they aren't providing like marketing, A&R and things like that. Like they're providing like what a collective or a studio would usually provide, but they're calling it a label just because, you know, they like, you know, just for the name. But I mean, I'm just saying, like, you know, call a what was that? You know, call a scone or something. What was it called? Call a
spade a snow, like that too.
A spade. Yeah, there we go. Call a spade. You know, it just is what it is.
But yeah, basically like that whole like the Nepo baby stuff is because like that sheriff, basically it was nepotism, corruption.
Yeah,
they were actually, so this is a legal way of stealing stuff from drug dealers. I'm not sure it's adverse possession, I don't know, whatever, but like they can take stuff, like let's say they did an investigation, you're selling drugs, I can take your car because I know it was like used for crimes, and then I can use it for my own personal use, and it becomes mine. There was all of that stuff going on. They were like supporting the cartels in some way. There's like basically a lot of corruption between law enforcement here and what goes on in Mexico. And so that kind of like puts a bad image on law enforcement and also government officials, because that's also involved. So that's probably where like my anti-government stance comes from. It's just living here in the valley, seeing how there's like a lot of corruption with government officials. We live under a one-party system.
There was a guy on TikTok that blew up because he really aligned with like values of like Gen Z. And so Gen Z, he blew up, you know, obviously he garnered a lot of support, and he went into office and he went and supported the TikTok ban. And now TikTok is like, obviously, like, you know, canceling him on TikTok. Like, he's losing his fan base. And it's like, bro, we literally platformed you. We fucked with you. We supported you. And now here you are going against like what the fuck we want. And it's just like, you see it all the time. People just, you know, they talk a lot.
That's what happened to AOC as well. That's what I heard. From what I heard, that happened to AOC. And I think even Bernie Sanders kind of like backed off on some stuff that he would say before.
Yeah, it happens every single time to every single person.
And that's the thing people were talking about, where people think you sell out like when you're like way older. No, you sell out the moment you're in your 20s. Once you start like behaving a certain way, having a certain mentality in your 20s, that's going to follow you into your career. And let's say you pop off by then, you're already like well known, so people will know like your behavior. But you sell out right now when you're young. You decide right now what kind of person you want to be.
Yeah. And I think about that in the context of like who I want to be as an artist, how I want to be seen. Like, you know, I'm not like really pushing hard to like really pop out or go viral, like get signed or nothing. I'm just, you know, at this point in time, I'm just making my music. I like to perform. I just like to do those. I'm just doing what I like. But like, you know, what I sell out, and I don't know, what is selling out for like music?
Once you start going against, well, for me, it's like once you start going against your own message that you've been promoting in your music, just because it'll increase your finances. I consider that's my personal definition of.
That makes me think about like what my message is Because my message, I feel like I want to promote like authenticity and like realness and just being yourself. I call my fan base like, it's not like an official name, but in my mind, I've said out loud like, well, on my Discord channel, you get like a role called like the real one role. Like all my fans, like I call them real ones. Like you're a real one if you fuck with my music. You're a real one. You know, I even say actually I've opened up with like a kind of like a speech like that when I did like a performance. You know, I did a cover of Kanye. It's an unreleased Ye song called "Can You Be." It's not my song, but it's a cover. But I perform it because it gets people really hyped. But the chorus is "Can you be real?" And I basically explain like, yeah, like, you know, in a world full of fakes, we gotta be real. You know, shout out to all my real ones. But yeah, if you're a fan of mine, you know, I would say you're a real one. You know, shout out to all my real ones out there, for real.
For real.
But like that's kind of like the message that I want to point. Like that I do. Like you can be confident in yourself, be yourself, be unique, be different. That's what's been working for me, just being myself and just being different.
Yeah.
You know,
because let's say you do go like you try to become someone you're not, people are gonna become fans of that, and you're gonna feel trapped where you're not
hit
being
that
yourself.
crisis, where you're just like, fuck, it starts to fuck with you. And you hit that point where like you don't even want to keep going. You know, at some point, like your conscience always catches up, your heart catches up to you. But if you're doing something incorrect or corrupt or wrong, I mean, I don't know if you've seen like there's people that take care of like geriatric patients, and towards the end of their life, like they just want to let out like their fucking their sins and everything, like all the things they've done. It always catches up to you. You know, you can always feel it in your heart and your soul, like what you need to do. You know, I can even date back to, I can even say like, you know, with the whole real ones aspect, like I would even say like, you know, depending on people think like, are we in a simulation or whatever? Then I'll say like, well, in that sense, like, how do I know who's like, you know, not an NPC, not a bot?
Yeah.
I would say like my real ones, like you're real because you listen to my music. You've been, you know, like an NPC in the simulation. They ain't listen to my crazy sounds. You know what I mean? this ain't music for NPCs. That'd be an interesting album that would just like music for NPCs or something. But like, I feel like, you know, but I kind of do believe in that sense where it's like, yeah, people that fuck with my music and give me feedback, like I do like see it as a genuine connection. I'm like, this is like a real, like, yeah, there's a genuine human being with emotions I'm feeling right here. And I see you and I see all of it. Like anytime someone gives me feedback or shares my post, like I'm checking my stories, seeing who likes my post. And I know like social media, you're not supposed to let it, like, it doesn't get to my head in that sense, but it's like, I want to keep track of like my engagement and my growth and who's rocking with my shit in my audience. Oh, I see someone new look to my story. And then like, I'm like seeing that. I don't let it doesn't like bother me.
Because it's very tempting to like, you see the notification, like, oh shit, new notification, keep checking.
I'm the type, if I see a notification, I just have to. It bothers me when I see someone like with like a bunch of DMs on Instagram or, you know, it's like a bunch of notifications. I'm like, and there's nothing wrong about it. I don't think you're like a bad person. I just can't do that. I'm just like, I have to. There's DMs I don't want to respond to that I look at, respond to. You know what I mean? It just happens, you know? But, you know, then I've seen it mostly when it comes to, and this is completely understandable, but like when if you see like any girl's Instagram, bro, they'll have like,
I cannot imagine how it must be.
Because man, like I'll say like some man, like the dude's trying to shoot the shot with it's like, man, I'll say like, I'm not saying like men are dogs, but like
they can be.
I don't know, you know, but like that's something you find really common, like dudes, you know, just trying to get up in the DM, and you know, so I understand that if you're trying to like ignore or ghost a dude, 100%, just don't ignore my DM when it comes. I'm kidding. Just kidding.
But yeah, like you see, like I see people like a lot of notifications. I'm kind of like, oh shit.
Yeah.
That's why like when I do on my phone, like I clear up everything. Like I put no badges on anything.
Let me turn out here. Hold on. I have it on Do Not Disturb just because I didn't want any. But
yeah, I clear out like on Android. You can like clear out the badges, so there's no numbers. There's nothing I don't want to know.
This ain't fair. Okay, I have a whole bunch of notifications now, but normally this would be
nothing.
empty.
I swear.
Oh, we're still filming.
It's okay, go for it.
We're getting into that nitty gritty.
It's been pretty long.
Nah, I want to have the longest episode.
He's competing for that. I mean,
after I saw that 3-hour one, I was like,
yeah, there's been 3 episodes that have been 3 hours long. Those like the record ones, like longest ones. So we'll see.
We'll see what happens. But we did get into like a lot about the Valley. But well, shoot. I can check my notes, see if there's anything I wanted to touch on. Shout out to the Moon Rock. I know you had a chance to check out the Moon Rock.
That's great.
I hope to throw a show there at some point. I'm not gonna lie. Oh, here's something. When I mentioned feedback several times. I feel like when an artist is kind of like, I've talked about just being able to like cut everybody out, trying to find your place. It's kind of hard to filter. Like you want to shut out negative criticism, but also let in positive criticism. But it's kind of hard because you end up like, if you want to just focus
like having
on
a bunch
blocking,
of yes men around you.
it's kind of like I feel like either you block out everything because you're trying to filter out like the negativity, and then you end up like not having, and then you start having a lot of yes men. And I've seen that with artists like surrounded. You can see it. You can see it in the music. You can see it in their team and everything when everyone's just saying yes, and it's like. It goes back to there's times where like I want to say something, you know what I mean, when it comes to creatively, other topics like I'll speak out, but there's times where I'm just like, man, like it's kind of hard because I feel like it also is it's also my subjective point of view. Like if I think like, hey, like I should say something here, some people might think like I'm like punching down, but if I think like someone could use like a little nudge, like should I say something? Should I just let them? I feel like people are just gonna figure it out. Like it's their journey. You know what I mean? Nobody's like suffering in the space that they're at and the point in time that they're at, like, like making music, like they are enjoying it, but it's like, if I see someone where I feel like they are like surrounded by yes men, like, I don't know, but then there's times where I'm not that yes man. And then that person, like, it's like, you see that like negative reaction. It's like, oh, okay. Like, damn,
Yeah.
I'm not a hater, man, but like, well, for me, like I mix my own stuff. I feel like I can give like beginner general mixing advice. Like some I've given recently is just like real like oh hey just general things when it comes to this EQ, like hey some rappers are like, how do I make my voice sound like more clear, okay, well you might want to boost like the higher frequencies all the way up in the like I would say like 8K and beyond range, give you like a little bit of that fresh air. How do I sound more, more clarity? There's things for all.
There's literally so much. Yeah,
all that's just EQing. But but then it's like if if you criticize somebody's mix and they feel like they've been mixing, oh man, I'm gonna talk about this because this happened. This is real. If you criticize somebody's mix, and they don't take it, this is what happened. All right. There was someone that was kind of like showing off their music on their story, and they're showing off like the loudness level of the music, the LUFs, the loudness units for scale or some shit like that. Basically, like it's a unit that shows like how it's the perceived loudness that you actually hear the music as.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And he goes like, do you know how hard it is to get this loudness out of 4 instruments? And I check, and the loudest level is -16. For reference, Spotify, if you upload a song, will to put your track to -14. So the higher you go, the high, like down the negative. So technically, the lower you go is actually quieter. Meaning, -16 is already quieter. Spotify, if you upload that Spotify actually has to make that track louder.
Oh,
so I'm like, -16 is not loud. In fact, it's too quiet for even upload on Spotify. Spotify will make it louder. 2, normal like tracks like rock, like what's actually considered loud is like -6 to -9. Anything over that is like that's too loud. My tracks are like -10 to -11. Spotify has to quiet them down. There's a debate, and I say like there's a debate between like sound engineers. They'll say like, man, the LUFs don't matter,
the loudness war.
Yeah, it don't matter, whatever, upload or whatever. But if hands down, if you're gonna call -16 loud, I'm gonna just say it's not. It's just not. Yeah. So, I go, I slide up. I tell you, there's times where I don't say stuff, but this is one of the times I had to say something. I was like, hey, there are ways to make it louder. Just saying. And they go, how? And I said, well, for starters, this is low-key. Okay, I'm not like that serious all the time. This is a dick move. I don't know. I kind of want to be a little bit funny, but I say, well, for starters, you could turn up the volume knob.
Oh my god.
You can turn up the gain knob. No, because if it's -16, bro,
too low,
you
yeah.
straight up not even. But they screenshot that. I said but. All right, and then I give them an actual like rundown on like
Yeah.
here's all the like I threw in like you compression, for example. I'm not gonna explain the entirety complexities of compression in a single DM, but I was like, hey, looking at that, other methods. But out of context, they just screenshotted that part where I was just kind of like joking, like, well, you could turn up the gain knob, took that and then reposted it. It was like, yo, tagged me in it. And I was like, they're like, yo, thanks, Amani. Like, I didn't know all I had to do. And I was like, man, damn it. First off, took me out of context. I wanted to like post something back. And I was like, nah, I even told him, I was like, I ain't gonna even respond to this publicly, dog. I just say, hey, if you took it that way, man, it is what it is. Like, my bad, bro. If it was out of my place to give feedback, sure. But if it's if it's online, bro, in an online space, and you post something publicly, that's public forum, man. Put it on a close friends, put it on a private story or something. But hey, if you that's the thing about music, you put it out into the world, it is up. You putting it out for criticism. Now,
yeah.
I get. I'm not gonna go and criticize your music and slide and be like, hey, here's what I listened to your last track. Here's what you need to do. But I just saw something in the mix. It just hit the mixing part of me. They mentioned that they had years of mixing experience, and I was just like, that's great. But I don't give a fuck. -16 is not loud. I'll take that to the grave. All right. And look, that person, they're not even like they do sound like they are good at mixing. You know what I mean? Like they're not. It's just more so I just saw that and I was like, nah, this is the hill I'm gonna die on. Hey, I don't know, yo, you've ever been on the internet and you just see something, you're like, minding your fucking business.
If it's so dumb, you just have to make a comment about it. Yeah,
have to say something. I don't know. I'm not saying I'm not like the moral standard. All right, I have my weaknesses. All right, sometimes I just gotta say something, and it's just like, hey.
Yeah, especially if it's a topic that you're well educated on.
When it comes to my personality, a lot of the time I'm really not serious. It comes like kind of that to like, it's kind of like a fault in that sense, but like, so it's like a lot of shit. Like I do say like, take, disclaimer, like, man, take it with like a grain of salt, but if I ever like disrespect somebody, like, and that shit matters, what I mean? That actually hurts you personally, by all means, tell me about it. At the same time though, if I disrespect somebody and they post about it instead of confronting me, I'm not going to take it serious. I cannot, I literally cannot. You're making a public display, a show. I'm like, bro, you just trying to get views out of it. I'm not going to like, I ain't gonna pause, obviously if it's like something like bad, but if it's like, if I say something about words, you know what I mean? And you don't actually say, hey bro, like that wasn't cool. And you start posting, I'm like, well, shit.
Yeah.
All right.
That's a different situation.
Shoot. I wanted to fire back, but I was like, we don't gotta make, this guy, he's a really, I would say like a very talented artist. I'm just not shouting them out just because I would have shouted them out if they haven't done that shit. But I will say actually though, they are really talented. They do perform with like backing bands and shit. And like, if you ever have a chance to catch them, you're probably gonna see them. They're doing a show. They have a show coming up. Am I going to that show? Probably, but I'm just saying just because that one little interaction that grinded my gears, man. I don't know. Am I petty? I don't know. Me, I try to think of like how people see me and my personality. I feel like I'm pretty like, I'm like fun, kind of like, but hey, I'm not perfect.
Yeah, no one is.
I don't be like, I'm not like an angry person, but just sometimes like, just like these two things click and I'm just like, here we go. We gotta get down to business. It just is what it is, but.
I mean, it is what it is. I mean, I think everybody falls into those moments where they want to be petty just because, like, I don't know. It's just that human behavior that we have within ourselves.
It's hard to control. Like, because there's so many things where I don't like. I mean, no, I do speak out on like a lot of things. You can check my story and just see that. But like, there are times where I see something and I'm just like, man, like, I don't want to like. Do I say something like? I mean, if I see something corny, for example,
yeah.
Do I come out and say, oh, that's corny? You know what I mean? Or am I going to be a hater? Is it going to be like negativity? Now, like I want to, when it comes to the music space, I do want to like spread positivity and encourage people to release their music. I feel like people that come out and like hate on other artists, or like try to be like, oh, yeah, just spread like a negative, like, if someone like truly does suck, it's like, they don't even have to like know that, right? There's other ways, constructive criticism. And it's like we need to do more just to encourage people to release, because there's already great artists that aren't releasing music. Jakey Mars is still holding on to a song that he made months ago that he's still, working on the mix. And I'm saying, Jakey Mars, you can straight up release that banger, bro. It's already good enough. That's my point. So it's like, if you're doing anything to, not only are you delaying the releases of someone that might be actually genuinely trash, but then there's people, other music artists that are like, and I say I have not encountered artists that I actually been like, yo, this person's like genuinely like, ain't no hope for you. Even then, they can still improve and get better. Like, help them get better. Like, you're part of the problem. If you're just watching somebody, fail and struggle, and you're just still punching down, and then there's other artists that are still like really great, but still like insecure, that don't want to make the releases. Like, we need to like empower them to put that music out. It just results in better and greater music overall.
Well, I guess we're going up on time right now. It's almost
that's fine.
11:18.
That's okay.
This podcast has been great. I want to go longer, but I'm getting like sleepy already, and then
Same.
30 minutes back for me to drive 30 minutes back to my son.
No, that's okay. Yeah, we can definitely call it. Hey, we can
definitely do a part 2, because again, I find you really interesting.
Shoot.
Once when I find a person that's like really interesting to talk to, and like obviously like, you're one of them. I always love to do like follow-up episodes. I'm doing that right now. Like, I'm getting some people that I found interesting last time. I mean, the one who's been on the most was Martin. He was on Half Wrath. He's been on the podcast like 3 times already, or almost 4. If you're interesting,
I know Orpheus was on twice, but his older name, the first one was like Paulo Honey. Yeah.
And so again, the first episode, everybody knows. I think another one was Ariel. He was in. He owns a skate shop here in Harlingen called Tuna Mansa.
I've been there for their grand opening. Actually, they had like a whole. They had like a band playing. They had like food. It was like, I don't know if it was like brisket or some shit.
Oh damn!
And then
that sounds good.
It was a whole grand opening event. They had other vendors. I wonder if I bought some things from there. It's funny, but I bought there's somebody reselling his old clothes. And I remember like, I was just there trying to, I'm trying to spend money, and fucking, it was like this Mountain Dew shirt. And I just really like Mountain Dew. Man, that shirt wasn't worth anything more than $5. I'm going to say for the record, but bro looked at it, he was like, best I could do is like, I don't know, like 20 or something. And I was like, I looked at him and I was in my mind, I was like, I know damn well this is not worth $20, but I was like, I want to support small business. Okay.
I seen that TikTok with the black owned businesses where like they say like the barbecue plates for like $50 or 20. Like, what are you doing?
I hate like they make it so hard, man. Like, I get it, dude, but I've seen plates down here for like $15 that are like not even worth like $5. Hey, I do support small. I mean, shoot, even on my story, I literally just reposted another small business. Like, I support small business. I'll spend.
I do. But they really have to bring in good value to it. And
it's not. Oh man, it's tough.
So,
but I did buy that T-shirt, man. I did buy it. I lost it, but fuck, man.
So I mean, that stuff happens. Like, if you're interested, I would love to have on a podcast. I mean, this is gonna be like maybe a 3-hour episode. I think it might be.
Let's hope.
To something.
The real one's gonna watch the whole thing.
Yeah, like if you find like, I'm gonna like push for
you
it.
don't have to watch the whole episode. Oh, they ain't even gonna see this. They ain't watch it.
I like sometimes I do that on purpose. Where like I say like, oh, like this episode might get me canceled, just so they can like completely watch the episode.
Yeah. Low key. No.
Yeah, that's what I'm like.
We did cover some stuff, that.
So we'll see what happens. Again, if they don't watch, well, that means I know they're not watching. If so, I mean, they're true fans. They're real ones.
Hell yeah.
So right now you can like plug in everything you want to plug in. Your social media, music, everything. Go for it.
I'll say, shout out. I'll say on my Instagram, that's really the hub for everything. AMANIHIPHOP, Amani Hip Hop on Instagram. Spotify, it's gonna be Amani, but really through the Instagram, you'll find the links to everything. It's just Amani Hip Hop on everything, really. That's what I'll say.
All right. Well, thank you guys for watching, and I'll see you guys in the next episode.